Chapter 1389. Li Zongbao pulled Kai Zhuoxia's sleeves. Under the protection of the jade bottle's deep blue brilliance, the two of them were about to safely withdraw from the space. Dozens of feet above them, on the head of the blood mist figure in the blood-colored pattern, a blood-red light flashed. The whole pattern suddenly lit up. With a swoosh sound, the whole space was filled with blood-red brilliance. Then, a blood-red light flashed under Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia's feet. Before Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia could react, their figures suddenly disappeared. They were actually teleported away. Compared to Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and the others, Qing Fengmin and the rest of the loose cultivators were much more relaxed. These loose cultivators formed teams of dozens and cooperated with each other. Although the cave was quiet, everyone's hurried footsteps and the occasional sound filled their hearts with a sense of security. Therefore, everyone was grateful to Tian Qi and Qing Fengmin from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Qing Fengmin's jade beasts were obviously better than Kai Zhuoxia's. Kai Zhuoxia's group walked for a long time before they reached the end of the mountain path and entered the space. Qing Fengmin's group, on the other hand, used less than the time it took to eat a meal to reach the space directly. The space led by Tian Qi's jade beasts was quite large. Dozens or even hundreds of cultivators didn't seem to feel crowded when they entered. Fellow Taoist Qing. Is this the 1,000-feet-old man's cave? Ma Qingqing followed Qing Fengmin into the space and looked at the empty space with some doubts. Qing Fengmin smiled and shook his head slightly. According to Ai's observation, this place. I'm afraid it's not the 1,000-feet-old man's cave. If it's so easy to enter, then wouldn't the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle have been taken away 1,000 years ago? Oh, so it's like that. Ma Qingqing frowned. But I feel a little uneasy after entering this place. Well, fellow Taoist Ma, please wait a moment. I will place the moonstone on the stone wall. Qing Fengmin said calmly. Just as Qing Fengmin placed the moonstone on the stone wall, the entire space was illuminated. Dozens of rogue cultivators also entered this space. Fellow Taoist Qing, look up. Soon, someone noticed the blood-red pattern on top of the space. This pattern was extremely large, several times larger than the one Xiao Hua had seen. Seeing this, Qing Fengmin's face was full of shock. He hurriedly shouted, "What is this? Has any fellow Taoist seen him before?" Just as everyone was about to discuss, the jade beast in Qing Fengmin's hand also turned into a light green brilliance and flew into the eyes of the blood-red pattern. It was different from what Jiang Huanqi and the others had encountered. When the blood-red mist surged, the blood-red light in the two eyes flashed, and the entire space flashed. The dozens of people in the cave were all teleported away. Once the dozens of people were sent away, the cave quickly returned to normal. The blood mist gradually solidified, and the jade beast in the eye suddenly disappeared as the blood mist solidified. Everyone who entered the 1,000-feet peak was either sent away or swallowed by the blood mist, disappearing without a trace. In the entire rugged and crisscrossed cave, only Xiao Hua was left. Xiao Hua walked on the mountain path and became more and more anxious. He followed the path he came from and kept walking back, but, after walking for a while, he discovered that this mountain path seemed to be different from the one he had just walked on. But he clearly walked directly back and there were no forks in the road. How could it be that it was blocked? At this time, he no longer hoped to find the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques. He only hoped to find a way out as soon as possible and quickly get out of this strange 1,000-feet peak. At this time, he gradually understood why the 1,000-feet-old man's legacy had not been inherited by anyone in the past 1,000 years. Hiss! A sound came from not far behind Xiao Hua. Who is it? Xiao Hua shouted as he turned his head. Unfortunately, when he turned his head back, the sound had already disappeared. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded, as if something had flown over Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and threw the fireball talisman in his hand upwards. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the entire cave shook. But even though it shook, not a single piece of soil was shaken off. At this time, like a gust of wind, a blood mist as tall as a person gushed out from who knows where. It gradually gathered and took shape in the air before Xiaohua's eyes. Looking at its shape, it looked exactly like the blood-colored pattern. This is bad. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he threw out all the fireball talismans in his hand. They hit the surging blood mist and he flew away without looking back. Rumble. A burst of sound and light. The blood mist seemed to be unaffected by the exploding fireballs and gradually took the shape of a blood-colored human. GGA. The blood shadow actually made a sound, as if it was laughing nastily. Immediately, it chased after Xiaohua with extreme speed. The blood shadow's speed was extremely fast. Even though Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, it was still inferior to the blood shadow by a lot. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood shadow was already behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua became vigilant and used his hand to brush the air. Immediately, a dozen different yellow talismans appeared in his hand. He urged his transcendence energy and shot them out. Fireball talismans, icicle talismans, weak water talismans, confinement talismans, and so on. All the yellow talismans were like clay oxen entering the sea. They simply could not raise the slightest wave and were unable to cause any damage to the blood shadow. Seeing that the blood shadow was about to pounce on him, a fork in the road appeared in front of Xiaohua. Without thinking, he turned his body and flew in another direction. The blood shadow was caught off guard and actually rushed far away. Immediately, it made a loud "ga-ga" sound, as if it was angry. When the blood shadow turned around the fork, Xiaohua had already flown far away. In this way, Xiaohua flew in front and the blood shadow chased from behind. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua's vision suddenly turned black. He actually flew into a huge space. This space was about the same size as the space that Qing Fengmin and the others entered. Xiaohua saw that there was no way out and his face unconsciously became filled with shock. He stopped in horror. The blood shadow behind him also followed, making a "ga-ga" sound and pouncing on him. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and his figure suddenly jumped up, wanting to fly over the blood shadow. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua surpassed the blood shadow and was secretly delighted, from the blood-colored pattern above his head, a cloud of blood mist also gushed out. It was even faster than the blood shadow before and covered Xiaohua's body. The blood mist stuck to Xiaohua's body. Weak water talismans, iron cloak talismans, they were all useless. The blood mist quickly seeped into Xiaohua's body and the transcendence energy in Xiaohua's meridians leaked out. Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell from the sky. The blood shadow that Xiaohua dodged also turned around at this time. It made a "ga-ga" sound and waved its hand. The blood mist flew out from Xiaohua's body and condensed into a blood-colored bead that flew into the blood shadow's hand. When the blood shadow swallowed the blood bead, Xiaohua struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes were filled with horror as he looked at the blood shadow not far away in the moonlight. "Ga-ga," the blood shadow didn't seem to give Xiaohua any time. It flew up and pounced on Xiaohua in the blink of an eye, as if it wanted to penetrate his body. And just as the blood shadow pounced on him, Xiaohua's mind turned black and he lost consciousness. However, at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood shadow pounced on Xiaohua's body and seemed to be trying its best to penetrate his body, but the blood shadow was unable to penetrate his body. In fact, the head of the blood shadow only spun around outside Xiaohua's Naiwen palace before it broke free again. After a long time, the blood shadow saw that there was no result. It could only fly up from Xiaohua's body and condense above the unconscious Xiaohua. A jerky and hoarse voice came from the blood shadow. "Demon, race, technique? No wonder you can't swallow blood essence. But, just now, Qi. Refining. Level 3. Naiwan. Palace was, actually, sealed. This person. What's going on? The Blood Shadow's voice was indeed obscure, but, if the unconscious Xiao Hua could hear it, he would definitely be able to distinguish that this voice was somewhat similar to the voice of a person he was extremely familiar with. But Xiao Hua was already unconscious and couldn't hear it. Similarly, he couldn't answer the Blood Shadow's question. Soon after, the Blood Shadow jumped up and rushed into the blood-red pattern above the space. A burst of blood-red light flashed and Xiao Hua was also transported away. Speaking of which, under the protection of the jade bottle's dark blue light, Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia thought that they were safe from the blood mist. But unexpectedly, the eyes in the blood-red pattern flashed and the two of them were transported away from the space. Along with the dazzling light of the teleportation, a burst of pressure pressed down on Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuxia. Teleportation formation? Li Zongbao was shocked. He knew that if it was a long-distance teleportation formation, without the protection of a teleportation talisman, he and Kai Zhuxia would definitely be subjected to the pressure of unknown teleportation and would be crushed into meat paste very quickly. Fortunately, the pressure of the teleportation formation increased and immediately disappeared. Li Zongbao felt that he was standing on solid ground. Without waiting for him to open his eyes, a burst of dizziness came from his mind. He clenched his teeth and activated the magic power in his hand. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling on his body, he sent his magic power to the magic tool in his hand. He was afraid that someone would sneak attack him at this time. Fortunately, after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the dizziness disappeared, and he didn't see anyone attacking him. When he stabilized his mind and wanted to call Kai Zhuxia, who was also dizzy, Li Zongbao was shocked by what he saw in front of him. It was a huge space, surrounded by blood-red light. It was impossible to tell whether this space was within the 1,000-feet mountain or somewhere else. In the center of this blood-red space was a huge stone statue. It looked like a cow, but it was not a cow, and it looked like a horse, but it was not a horse. However, in the place where the head of the beast should have been, there was a head that looked like a human head. On the back of the beast stood a tall, blood-red, and extremely ugly person. This person's forehead was extremely high, his nose was facing the sky, and two extremely long fangs were exposed at the corners of his mouth. What surprised Li Zongbao the most was that between the person's two arms, there was a thin membrane connected to his back. Who is this? Kai Zhuxia, who was next to him, also recovered. Looking at the unusually tall stone statue, she almost moaned. No, this is not a person, this is a demon. Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 1390. Devil Dweller? Kai Zhuxia was shocked. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. It seemed this devil dweller was extremely far away from her. She never thought that she would see it here. That's right, this is a person from the devil world. Li Zongbao released his divine sense and carefully observed. He saw that the devil beasts and devil dwellers in the stone statue were all made of strange materials. His divine sense could only get close, but couldn't penetrate in the slightest. Using his divine sense to sweep the blood-red edges of the space again, Li Zongbao's face was no longer as calm as before. This was actually a complete space. Even divine sense couldn't penetrate this blood-red brilliance, let alone find any way out. Fellow Taoist Zongbao, isn't this the 1,000-feet-old man's abode? Even if we found the wrong place, it's impossible to meet a devil dweller. Have we arrived at the devil world? Kai Zhuxia said while trembling with fear. Fellow Taoist Zhuxia, don't be afraid. The teleportation time just now was extremely short. It's impossible to teleport us to the devil world. Li Zongbao said firmly. Moreover, according to what I know in the sect, our Dawn Rain continent doesn't have any teleportation array that can directly connect to the devil world. Afterwards, Li Zongbao withdrew his divine sense and used his naked eyes to look at this space in the blood-red brilliance. He said in a low voice, "If I's guess is correct, this place is probably under the 1,000-feet peak, or the underground near the 1,000-feet peak." Then, the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle. Kai Wuxia bit her lips and said hatefully, The 1,000-feet-old man's mantle? I'm afraid, it's a beautiful legend." Li Zongbao sneered and said, "No wonder in 1,000 years, I haven't heard of anyone obtaining the 1,000-feet-old man's mantle. Everyone who came in has already, heaven forsaken." Kai Wuxia exclaimed, "According to Xiao Hua, isn't there still a lot of loose cultivators coming? If we work together, we might have a chance of winning." Heaven forsaken? Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. He had heard from Xiao Hua that before them, Jiang Huanqi and dozens of others had already entered the 1,000 Zhang Peaks cave. Now that they had appeared here, those people were no longer here, so they must have already died. Even if they were all loose cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens, what use would it be? Just as Li Zongbao was about to speak, some of the strange runes beneath their feet suddenly began to flicker, emitting a dazzling blood-red brilliance. "Quick, dodge!" Li Zongbao shouted. He grabbed Kai Wuxia's hand and flashed into the air. Shwa! 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 Nearly 10 light sounds were heard. Within the huge space, 10 different runes flashed with a blood-red brilliance in 10 different places. Then, 10 groups of people abruptly appeared within the brilliance. Each group had dozens or even hundreds of people. They were the rogue cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens. These loose cultivators had clearly fainted from the pressure of the teleportation. Most of them were lying on the ground, their eyes glazed over. Only 2 of them remained standing, looking at Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia in the air with interest. These 2 people were none other than Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiesin. In just a moment, Qing Fengmin laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, this is really wonderful. I never dreamed that a 12th-layer qi refining cultivator would come to the 1,000 Zhang Peak. It seems like this time's plan is really too successful. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Qing." Luo Jiesin next to him cupped his hands and smiled. "Ha ha ha, congratulations to you too," Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Qing, where is this place?" Ma Qingqing had already woken up. Just like Li Zongbao, he looked around in astonishment. When he heard Qing Fengmin's words, he became even more afraid and asked while trembling with fear. "Where is this place?" "Fellow Taoist Ma, isn't this the Immortal's cave of the 1,000 Zhang old man that you've been yearning for day and night?" Qing Fengmin sneered. "But, the Immortal's cave of the 1,000 Zhang old man, how could there be these? This stone statue, is the 1,000 Zhang old man?" Ma Qingqing asked bravely. "Demonic beast. Demon general." There was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable disbanded cultivators who had already seen the stone statue and shouted out loud. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia in midair. Someone even asked tentatively, "Senior, are you a disciple of the Utopia faction? Why are you with the demon dwellers? Why did you trick us to come here?" Li Zongbao looked at them coldly and ignored them. He still held the jade bottle in his hand. The dark blue brilliance formed a round ball to cover himself and Kai Wuxia. "Fellow Taoist Qing, what the hell is going on? Please explain." Ma Qingqing ignored the chaos around him and shouted loudly. "Ha ha ha, do you still need I to explain?" Qing Fengmin laughed and flew up. He landed directly in front of the stone statue and pointed at a stone niche in the corner of the stone statue. He said with a smile, "This is the 1,000 Zhang old man's legacy that you've been looking for. But, this 1,000 Zhang old man actually didn't leave any skills or anything like that. He just died because I sucked out all his essence and blood. You, who the hell are you?" Before Ma Qingqing could speak, a tall cultivator beside him hurriedly asked. "Who I am? Don't you know?" Qing Fengmin laughed loudly. Just as he laughed, he stretched out his hand and hit Luo Jessen's forehead. Luo Jessen didn't resist at all. His whole body went soft and collapsed on the ground. Then, a blood-red shadow came out of Luo Jessen's body and floated in midair with its fangs and claws bared. Ah! The surrounding cultivators were shocked and stepped back a few steps. At this moment, in front of the stone statue, another blood-red brilliance flashed. An even dimmer blood-red shadow flew out. Then, a thin and tall cultivator appeared. That cultivator was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. It was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Not only did Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia exclaim, even Qing Fengmin was surprised. He didn't expect that this cultivator, who was only at the second level of qi refining at that time, could pass the test and come to the 1000 zhang peak. The blood-red shadow that had just appeared circled and flew straight to Qing Fengmin. It pounced forward and drilled into Qing Fengmin's body. Qing Fengmin's eyes slightly closed and then opened again. His eyes were filled with blood red. At the same time, he curiously stared at Xiao Hua. Quick! Fellow Taoists, quickly attack this guy. Some rogue cultivator saw this strange scene and cried out in alarm. Pa, Hua. There was a burst of chaotic sounds. All kinds of yellow talismans were taken out from the storage bags of the rogue cultivators. They quickly flew towards Qing Fengmin. Some of the yellow talismans even hit Li Zongbao's magic weapon. Ha ha ha. How can this kind of magic power touch me? Qing Fengmin sneered and pounced forward. Similarly, a blood-red shadow flew out from Qing Fengmin's body. This blood-red shadow looked much more solid than the previous one. The blood-red shadow's facial features and limbs could all be seen clearly. Go, the blood-red shadow shouted. The blood-red shadow that escaped from Luo Jessen's body also flew up. The two blood-red shadows rushed towards the rogue cultivators with Qing Fengmin. The whistling yellow talismans simply came from the blood-red shadows. They simply couldn't cause any damage to them. The one Qing Fengmin rushed towards was Ma Qingqing. Seeing the ferocious blood-red shadow pouncing on him, Ma Qingqing was horrified. He hurriedly threw out all kinds of yellow talismans. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-red shadow rushed into Ma Qingqing's body. It didn't stop at all and immediately came out of Ma Qingqing's body. At the same time, the blood-red shadow came out of Ma Qingqing's back. Ma Qingqing's flesh rapidly shriveled and withered. All his blood essence and magic power were sucked dry by Qing Fengmin. That wasn't all. When Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow left Ma Qingqing and pounced on another rogue cultivator on the left, Ma Qingqing's body gradually shriveled. Then, with a flash of red light, it actually emitted a blood-red flame. His entire body burned. Even his Taoist robe, storage bag, and so on were ignited little by little. The burning flame connected with the blood-red space again. Just before Ma Qingqing's remains burned, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow pounced on several rogue cultivators in a row. Every time he pounced on a rogue cultivator, that rogue cultivator would shrivel and burn just like Ma Qingqing, and Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow would condense a little bit more. Similarly, on the other side, Luo Jessen's blood-red shadow was just as swift. It also pounced on several rogue cultivators very quickly. Ah! The rogue cultivators woke up from their daze. They activated their flying talismans and fled in all directions like headless flies, hoping to find a chance to escape in this space. Fellow cultivator Zongbao. At this time, Kai Wuxia was completely panicked. She hugged Li Zongbao's arm with her hands. Her body trembled non-stop and her teeth chattered in fear. Li Zongbao took a breath and pulled his arm out of her embrace. He patted her shoulder and landed on the ground. He whispered, "You protect yourself. Wait for me to kill that devil." You. Kai Wuxia stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's sleeve extremely quickly. But then, she flung it away. She bit her lips and said in a trembling voice, You be careful." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He patted his storage bag and took out a sword talisman. He activated his magic power and a crimson flying sword appeared in the air. Li Zongbao flew up and made a sword sign in his hand. The flying sword formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth quickly pierced towards Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow. Ga, Qing Fengmin's tone had changed. He sneered and said, "Little thing, let's see who's faster." After that, the blood-red shadow's flying speed increased a little. Li Zongbao's flying sword could only catch up with it. It was really difficult to pierce it. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence of several rogue cultivators was sucked away by the blood-red shadow, igniting several flames. Li Zongbao's flying sword talisman did not work and immediately threw it away. In the air, he patted his hand and took out a walnut-sized bell. Li Zongbao activated his magic power and shook his wrist slightly. A crisp sound of the bell rang. Following the sound of the bell, Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow shook slightly. Its speed was obviously slower. Seeing this, Li Zongbao was overjoyed. He shook the bell in his hand one after another, although Qing Fengmin's blood-red shadow slowed down a lot because of the sound of the bell. At the same time, another person woke up from his coma because of the sound of the bell. Chapter 1391. This person was none other than Xiao Hua. The ringing of bells entered Xiao Hua's ears, awakening him from his stupor. At this time, he was lying in front of the stone statue, which was precisely the stone niche that Qing Fengmin had pointed out a moment ago. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a huge pill furnace. The pill furnace was right in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only needed to stretch out his hand and touch one of the pill furnace's legs. Xiao Hua didn't even need to think about it. His hand naturally exerted force and the pill furnace disappeared from the stone niche. When it reappeared, it was inside Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua instinctively put the pill furnace into his space. He suddenly realized, where is this? At the same time, the cries and howls from the blood-red space reached his ears. He stood up in horror. When he looked back, he was shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The entire space was blood-red. Although there was no blood splattering everywhere, nor were there any broken limbs flying in the air, wherever the bloody shadow passed, a rogue cultivator's blood essence would be sucked away, a rogue cultivator's life would be reaped, and a ball of fire would burn. This silent tragedy pierced straight into Xiao Hua's head. In an instant, Xiao Hua recalled the scene of the blood shadow pouncing on him. Then, he looked at himself up and down in horror. Following that, he used his hands to feel all over his body. Only when he confirmed that he was still Xiao Hua, did he relax slightly. Xiao Hua, is that you? Kai Zhuoxia's timid voice sounded not far from him. Xiao Hua turned around and saw Kai Zhuoxia under the blue light. When he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful." Kai Zhuoxia heard and was shocked. She thought it was the blood shadow pouncing on her. But when she looked back, she saw several vicious rogue cultivators at level 5 of the Qi refining stage. They rushed into the blue light that was protecting Kai Zhuoxia. The jade bottle belonged to the Utopia faction, so Kai Zhuoxia couldn't control it. She could only hold it in her hand. When she saw several disbanded cultivators chasing after her, she could only prepare to fly away. However, when she was about to fly away, several more disbanded cultivators rushed into the blue light. These people were even more ferocious. They threw fireball spells and icicle spells at Kai Zhuoxia, leaving her no time to fight back. Kai Zhuoxia understood the meaning of these loose practitioners, but the blue light of this jade bottle was her only reliance. If she lost it, she would definitely end up like the other loose practitioners, having her blood essence devoured by the blood shadow. Kai Zhuoxia flew up. She still wanted to protect the jade bottle. However, when she had just flown half a foot into the air, the fireball talisman had struck her back with a series of rumbling sounds. The Iron Cloak Talisman and the other Iron Cloak Talismans that she had used earlier had been destroyed in a flash. If she did not give up on the jade bottle now, then she would be killed by the rogue cultivators now. She would not be able to wait for Shui Ying's arrival at all. "Let go, fellow Kaizhuxia!" Xiao Hua shouted loudly from afar. Kaizhuxia sighed in her heart. She threw the jade bottle far away and flew towards Xiao Hua herself. The jade bottle was thrown far away, and the deep blue light screen also swayed as it flew away. Along with it, Kaizhuxia's heart felt a bit of pity. Immediately, the remaining sense of security in Kaizhuxia's heart also disappeared without a trace. She watched as one blood-colored flame after another rose and quietly extinguished. One by one, fresh lives silently passed away like this. The shadow of death had already covered her cheeks. A kind of indescribable fear filled Kaizhuxia's heart. In an instant, Kaizhuxia's eyes fell on Li Zongbao, who was chasing after Qing Fengmin's blood shadow in vain. A kind of intense remorse appeared in her heart. And just now, that was in the cave of the 1,000 Zhang Peak, those several hours of searching in the almost endless darkness, that inseparable walking, once again engraved a deep sweetness in her heart. Maybe I was wrong. What's the use of me coming to find this cultivation method? If I can follow him, even if it's a pitch-black night, there's no need to be afraid. Kaizhuxia muttered in her heart. Now, I've fallen into a desperate situation. What can I do? If it wasn't for me, how could he come to this kind of place? Remorse filled Kaizhuxia's heart, driving away that fear again. She wished she could substitute herself and let Li Zongbao safely leave this blood-colored space. Fellow Kaizhuxia. Seeing Kaizhuxia flying over somewhat stupefied and staring straight at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua frowned slightly and said in his heart, "Big sister, now is not the time for you and me to be lovey-dovey. Don't try to show your affection. Even if you stare at him for 10,000 years, it's useless." But it was not good for him to say it, so he could only remind her, what's going on? Where is this place? Sigh. Fellow Xiao, it's I who harmed you. Kaizhuxia came to her senses. With a dejected expression, she said in a low voice, "I originally wanted to repay your kindness. That's why I brought you here, but I didn't expect." As she spoke, Kaizhuxia used a few words to explain what happened just now. Ah. Xiao Hua's eyes widened. He used his finger to point at Li Zongbao's closely chasing blood shadow and said, It's Senior Qing. Bah, what's Senior Qing? It's just a demon. Kaizhuxia scolded, listening to the demon's words. This 1,000 Zhang Peak is a trap. Who knows how many cultivators this guy has devoured in the past 1,000 years? Xiao Hua was silent. Needless to say, this Heaven Forsaken was also an organization Qing Fengmin used to send him blood food. Sigh, this organization is really meticulous. As long as it's a low-level loose cultivator, these people are at the bottom of the cultivation world. Who knows how many people die every day, who cares? Even if the loose cultivators in Heaven Forsaken were devoured by this blood shadow, who would care? Besides, this Qing Fengmin probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. Just like Mo Zhao and Black Forest, in the end, he got a few loose cultivators and got some elixirs or cultivation methods. This can spread the name of Heaven Forsaken and attract more loose cultivators. It can also avoid some suspicion from others. It's really flawless. Xiao Hua instantly understood. At the same time, all the previous suspicions also had an answer. For example, Jiang Huanqi and the others must have died in the hands of the blood shadow. What about Ma Qingcheng? Xiao Hua looked around, but there was no trace of him. Sigh, it's either he had good intentions but did bad things. He introduced many loose cultivators to Heaven Forsaken to save himself, but some of them became blood food for the demon. Or he's also a blood shadow of the demon. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Heaven Forsaken was started by 3 people. Just now, Luo Jiesun mentioned by Kai Wuxia might be one of them, but what about the third one? The third one must also be a blood shadow like Qing Fengmin. Who is he? Fellow Taoist Wuxia, be careful. A voice came from far away. It was Li Zongbao, who was chasing after the blood shadow. He's still paying attention to me. Kai Wuxia's remorseful heart was immediately filled with sweetness. At the same time, she also saw the blood shadow flying over from the side. That was Luo Jiesun's blood shadow. However, Kai Wuxia only glanced at the blood shadow, then immediately fixed her eyes on Li Zongbao. For a moment, she wasn't willing to look away. Stupid woman. Xiao Hua at the side naturally also saw this. He suddenly understood Kai Wuxia's intention. This blood shadow was incomparably powerful. No yellow talisman could hurt it in the slightest. The cultivators in Heaven Forsaken who were at the 5th level of Qi refining simply didn't have any power to resist. All magic power attacks were ineffective. Since this was the case, Kai Wuxia naturally couldn't escape from that strange blood shadow. Since this was the case, she might as well take another look at Li Zongbao. Perhaps this one look could be engraved into her next life. Although Xiao Hua cursed, a kind of feeling arose spontaneously. His heart was filled with indescribable sympathy, and indescribable shock. It seemed, this kind of feeling, in his heart, also existed, but at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. What should I do? Seeing that the blood shadow was only about 3 meters away from Kai Wuxia, this distance was practically non-existent in the eyes of the blood shadow. Devil person? Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly brightened. With a wave of his hand, the devil spear in the air was taken out by him. Without hesitation, Xiao Hua quickly rushed forward, directly thrusting the strange blood shadow. Ah, thrusting spear? Luo Jiesun's voice rang out from the blood shadow. He was very surprised, but its speed couldn't be reduced for a moment. In addition, Xiao Hua quickly rushed forward to meet it. Just as Luo Jiesun was speaking, the spear tip still pierced the blood shadow. A strange thing happened. The blood shadow that couldn't be touched by yellow talismans and other things was actually pierced by the devil spear. In Xiao Hua's eyes, it was as if the spear had pierced the flesh of a cultivator. Ah! Luo Jiesun's blood shadow screamed, turned around, and fled. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to give chase, he stopped again. Nonsense, there was still an infatuated female cultivator beside him who needed his protection. If he flew away, what would Kai Wuxia do? Admittedly, this devil spear tip could be given to her, but she had to be able to carry it. Luo Jiesun's scream wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract Kai Wuxia's attention. It was also in Li Zongbao's eyes. Although Li Zongbao didn't know what Xiao Hua did, Xiao Hua being able to protect Kai Wuxia was enough to make Li Zongbao feel relieved. Kai Wuxia looked at the spear tip in Xiao Hua's hand in disbelief. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua's young face with even more disbelief. It seemed that half a year's time didn't leave any traces on Xiao Hua's face. That youthful face, it was unknown how many secrets were hidden. He is a 3rd-level Qi refining loose cultivator? Kai Wuxia couldn't help but ask herself. Ever since she met Xiao Hua, all kinds of miracles made her not dare to believe her eyes. Xiao Hua landed beside Kai Wuxia with a smile. He tossed the devil spear tip in the air and caught it again. He said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be afraid. With I by your side, you're much stronger than Senior Li." Kai Wuxia's face suddenly flushed red, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. But immediately, her gaze once again looked towards Li Zongbao with concern. Although Xiao Hua repelled the blood shadow, only Kai Wuxia knew that the numerous loose cultivators forsaken by the heavens had either crowded towards Li Zongbao's jade bottle or flown far away early on. They only cared about their own lives, and no one gave Xiao Hua a glance. Chapter 1392. Li Zongbao was extremely depressed. Yes, he was obviously at the peak of the aura refining stage, much higher than Qing Fengmin's 5th level aura refining blood shadow, but his flying speed just couldn't catch up with the blood shadow. The sword talisman in his hand was constantly hovering behind the blood shadow, but if he wanted to stab the blood shadow, it was extremely difficult. Moreover, what worried Li Zongbao the most was that Qing Fengmin's blood shadow seemed to be improving as it swallowed the blood essence of rogue cultivators. He couldn't tell the blood shadow's cultivation level, but he knew it when he saw the distance between them gradually increasing. After Qing Fengmin's blood shadow swallowed the blood essence of nearly 200 rogue cultivators, it easily left Li Zongbao behind. Li Zongbao's sword talisman was even less effective. Could it be that I really have to? Li Zongbao was somewhat hesitant. Just now, he was extremely worried about Wuxia and wanted to use his last resort, but it was already too late. Later, Xiaohua unexpectedly attacked and repelled the blood shadow. While Li Zongbao was pleasantly surprised, he didn't think about it for the time being, but the current situation was somewhat bad. Unfortunately, this wasn't the worst situation. The thing that made Li Zongbao scratch his head the most was what happened after the cigarette. After Qing Fengmin's blood shadow devoured the blood essence of nearly 300 individual cultivators, it suddenly let out a shrill laugh. In a hurry, Qing Fengmin's blood shadow shook slightly and actually tore apart from the middle of the blood shadow. The two halves of the blood shadow squirmed for a while and became two complete blood shadows. However, the flying speed of these two blood shadows was obviously slower. This. Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, but also Xiaohua and Wuxia who were watching from afar. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you, quickly go and help fellow Daoist Zongbao. If the blood shadow swallows all the rogue cultivators, you and I will have no chance of survival. Wuxia bit her lip and said. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Fellow Daoist Kai, it's not that I don't want to help. Senior Li's flying speed is so fast, but he can't catch up with the blood shadow. Do you think I can catch up? Instead of worrying about one thing and losing the other, I might as well protect you first and see if there's any chance in the end. Xiaohua hesitated and said in a low voice, moreover, from what I see, since Senior Li can take out a jade bottle magic tool, don't tell me he doesn't have other magic tools. He has divine sense, he should have no problem using magic tools, but he hasn't used them all this time, I'm afraid, waiting for an opportunity. So it's like this. Wuxia's S was confused. True's true essences, true's life, true life's true essence. A crisp sound, the small two, the sword. It's, the sword S, the swords, S, it, S, S, it, it's. Li Zongbao took out the flying sword. Without the slightest hesitation, he urged the magic power in his body. His flying speed suddenly increased, and he quickly caught up with the blood shadow. The sword pierced into the blood shadow, that blood shadow was also alert. Seeing the flying sword about to pierce it, it hastily changed its direction. Qi La, the flying sword streaked across a corner of the blood shadow and flew to the side. The blood shadow also wriggled for a while. The place where the flying sword pierced was like boiling water. After it calmed down, the color of blood faded a little. Good. Seeing the flying sword's effect, Li Zongbao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Li Zongbao not only didn't increase his speed to chase after Xiaohua, he actually slowed down and only followed from a distance. But then, Li Zongbao's next move made Xiaohua feel like he was struck by lightning. Although Li Zongbao's figure fell behind, the flying sword had already left his hand. Under the control of his sword technique, the flying sword seemed to be pinched in his hand. It was extremely nimble as it pierced towards the blood shadow. Moreover, the flying sword's speed was much faster than his flying speed. It was able to catch up with the blood shadow. That blood shadow seemed to be extremely frightened. It tried its best to escape. It fluttered helplessly in the entire bloody space, only wanting to avoid the flying sword. On the other hand, Li Zongbao was in hot pursuit. Every time he activated the flying sword, he would stab the blood shadow from an unavoidable angle. Every time he stabbed, the blood shadow would boil for a moment, and the blood-colored brilliance would also weaken a little. Xiaohua held the devil spear's tip in his hand and stood in front of Kaizhuxia. His eyes were fixed on Li Zongbao like a wooden chicken. Looking at his infatuation, he was simply paying more attention than Kaizhuxia. However, what Xiaohua paid attention to was the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand. Xiaohua himself had used the flying sword talisman before. However, the flying sword talisman was completely different from this flying sword technique. When Xiaohua controlled the flying sword talisman, he didn't feel anything. However, today, when he suddenly saw Li Zongbao use the flying sword technique and saw the sword technique in Li Zongbao's hand, he felt an extremely familiar feeling. The feeling Xiaohua had when he saw Xiao Yuehong's pill refining technique was exactly the same. So much so that the 5 fingers of Xiaohua's empty left hand had already begun to faintly move. The technique that didn't take shape was actually even more mysterious than Li Zongbao's sword technique, and even more agile. Fellow Daoist Xiao, fellow Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was immersed in the pleasure of using the technique, Kaizhuxia's anxious voice rang in his ears. Ah! Fellow Daoist Kai. Xiaohua woke up. At this time, Li Zongbao had already chased the blood shadow into an extremely sorry state. The blood shadow's bloody color had become extremely thin again. Quickly look over there. Kaizhuxia woke up Xiaohua, who had been standing blankly for a long time, and pointed behind him. Ah? Xiaohua turned his head, his face revealing a panicked expression. As it turned out, during the time Xiaohua was standing blankly, Li Zongbao admittedly defeated the blood shadow so badly that it almost didn't have any power to retaliate. However, the other 2 blood shadows had devoured all of the independent cultivators who had been forsaken by the heavens. Only within the deep blue brilliance of the utmost happiness faction's magic artifact jade bottle, there were still a dozen or so cultivators standing inside, trembling. They had very pitifully pinned their hopes on this magic artifact. And at their feet, there were also a dozen or so corpses of independent cultivators. These corpses weren't devoured by the blood shadows, but, because they were fighting over the space within the brilliance, they had been killed by the blood shadows. GGA. The 2 blood shadows let out arrogant sounds in midair. They swooped down on the ground and swept through all of the corpses. The blood and flesh of those independent cultivators who had just been killed were also devoured by them. Urgently, the 2 blood shadows surrounded the deep blue brilliance and rapidly circled around it a few times, as if they were very afraid of that brilliance. However, just as the independent cultivators within the brilliance revealed a trace of luck or rejoicing in their eyes, the 2 blood shadows let out an extremely ear-piercing shriek at the same time. That shriek almost pierced Xiaohua's ears. In the midst of this sharp shriek, the blue brilliance emitted by the jade bottle was shattered into pieces like colored glass. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly felt like he had been teased in his heart. The brilliance of this jade bottle could clearly be easily broken by the blood shadows, but the blood shadows didn't break the brilliance first. Instead, they drove the independent cultivators who had been abandoned by the heavens to hide inside first, letting the independent cultivators kill each other, letting them feel lucky in their hearts. Once the blood shadows finished devouring the other independent cultivators, they would deal with the independent cultivators who were safely hiding inside the brilliance. Sure enough, the dozen or so cultivators were simply no match for the 2 blood shadows in a single round. No matter how they wailed, how they fled, and how they threw out all of their yellow talismans, they couldn't escape the fate of being pierced through. They couldn't escape the fate of being burned to ashes. This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "It's a diversion." Of course, when Xiaohua turned his head to look at Li Zongbao again, sure enough, the blood shadow that was being chased by Li Zongbao's flying sword was no longer in a sorry state. It let out a shriek in midair, revealing a kind of complacency and arrogance. "Mr. Zongbao, be careful." Kaizhuxia couldn't help but shout. The blood shadow that was being chased by the flying sword sat cross-legged in the air and flew toward the other two thick blood shadows. At the same time, the other two blood shadows also went to meet it. Li Zongbao's face seemed to be pale, and he drove the flying sword to chase behind the blood shadow. Immediately afterward, about 10 feet to the left of Xiao Hua, the three blood shadows collided. Another shocking scene occurred. The three blood shadows didn't stop at all. With a bang sound, they collided with each other. The entire blood shadow merged into a thick mass of blood, rolling unceasingly in the air. Quick! Li Zongbao also flew to Kai Zhuoxia's side at this time. He made a sword gesture in his hand, and the flying sword pierced into the blood ball with a poof. However, this time, it was far less effective than before. The flying sword was only able to penetrate half a centimeter before it could no longer move. Just as Li Zongbao was about to activate his spiritual power, a ferocious human head suddenly popped out from the blood ball. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the flying sword. With a crunching sound, the flying sword was chewed into pieces. "Ah!" Li Zongbao exclaimed, as if he was in great pain. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Obviously, the destruction of the flying sword injured his mind to a certain extent. Fellow Taoist Zongbao. Kai Zhuoxia was more nervous than anyone else. She hurried over, but before she could get close, the blood ball underwent an even more astonishing change. The hideous human head that swallowed the flying sword didn't disappear. The whole blood ball shook violently. Then, the human head gradually grew out of the blood ball, growing taller and taller. Behind the human head was a neck, shoulders. Finally, it turned into a complete blood-colored human figure. Ha ha ha. The blood man laughed. It was Qing Fengmin's voice. Fellow Taoist Li. You've been busy for a long time, are you tired? If you are tired, then take a rest. Let this senior take over your cultivation, how about it? Take over? Xiao Hua was shocked when he heard this. He seemed to have realized something. This senior's human figure can't be used for a long time. I just need to find a suitable one. You, a peak chi refining cultivator, actually came to join in the fun. This senior actually got a bargain. Ha ha ha, who knows, I might even be able to take a peek into the foundation establishment realm of cultivation. Chapter 1393. The bloody man's entire body floated in the air. It was as if countless black blood was rapidly flowing inside his body. It was incomparably strange. Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua's faces were deathly pale. Because from the imposing manner of this bloody man, Xiao Hua and the others faintly felt that this bloody man's strength should be close to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Li Zongbao, who was still somewhat pale a moment ago, calmed down at this moment. His figure also floated into the air and stood straight in front of the bloody man. He coldly stared at him. After a moment, he also raised his head and laughed loudly. Demons are demons after all. They only know how to fight and fight. Even if they learned a little in the human world, they still dare to be arrogant. Let me tell you, when you are scheming against I is also scheming against you. As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the shiny object rapidly flew into the air and immediately turned into a net that directly enveloped the blood figure. The blood figure was unable to react in time and was submerged in the net. You, what are you doing? The bloody figure was somewhat puzzled. However, Li Zongbao did not answer. He very strangely flipped his hand and hit the top of his head. An extremely bright brilliance soared into the sky and directly shot above the space where the bloody mist was condensed. The bloody mist was scattered in all directions, revealing a large area of mountain rocks. It turned out that this bloody space was still within the 1,000-zhang peak. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Right at the top of Li Zongbao's head, there was a sparkling and translucent talisman. That talisman was not made of talisman paper, so Xiao Hua could not see what it was. He only knew that the bright brilliance was emitted from that talisman. Top-grade talisman. Wuxia took a deep breath and exclaimed in a low voice. Talisman? Xiao Hua woke up. Just now, Li Zongbao had definitely shot out a talisman. This was something that was not commonly seen in the cultivation world. However, this talisman is stuck on Li Zongbao's head. What does it have to do with scheming against that demon? The talisman that was inserted into the blood shadow didn't seem to have any effect. Xiao Hua was very puzzled, but Li Zongbao immediately gave a very clear answer. Li Zongbao formed a hand seal and his right hand gently removed the jade talisman from his head. Once the jade talisman was removed from Li Zongbao's head, it immediately turned into a ball of light and flew into Li Zongbao's forehead. Enhance magic power? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. And the instant the ball of light entered Li Zongbao's forehead, an indescribable pressure came from Li Zongbao's body. That pressure couldn't be suppressed and filled the entire blood-colored space. Moreover, what Xiao Hua didn't understand the most was that the pressure was actually rising all the way. Foundation establishment. Xiao Hua moaned with great difficulty. It was a realm that he could only dream of. Wuxia's face was even more splendid. First, she was concerned, then puzzled, then pleasantly surprised, and finally, her face turned ashen. As the pressure on Li Zongbao's body continued to increase, Li Zongbao's body emitted an extremely large suction force. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the blood-colored space couldn't be suppressed and poured into Li Zongbao's body. Not only that, a burst of muffled ka-cha-cha sounds rang out. A few thunderclaps resounded on the thousand-zhang peak. One after another, sparkling and translucent beads that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared on the thousand-zhang peak. They were the condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. These condensed spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly condensed into the blood-colored space where Li Zongbao was, completely ignoring the existence of any stone walls. Similarly, the blood-colored fog that originally enveloped the entire cave was blown away without a trace by the gust of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, revealing the original appearance of the cave. Heaven's Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Li Zongbao could have set foot in the Foundation Establishment stage long ago. It was only because of some reason that he used the Utmost Happiness faction's secret talisman to suppress his own cultivation level. Only at this moment did he directly ascend to the Foundation Establishment stage. Originally, Xiao Hua didn't know how powerful a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator was. But now that he saw the massive amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth flocking over, he didn't know how many times more the amount of spiritual qi in Li Zongbao's body's meridians was compared to his qi refinement stage. He knew how big the difference between Li Zongbao's magic power at the peak of qi refinement stage level 12 and the initial stage of Foundation Establishment was. This difference absolutely couldn't be measured by quantity. Sure enough, seeing that Li Zongbao had actually advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, Qing Fengmin's blood figure also revealed an expression of astonishment. Just as Li Zongbao was absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth to complete the accumulation of Foundation Establishment magic power, the blood figure hurriedly moved, preparing to split into several different blood shadows. However, that blood shadow churned several times and couldn't split up. It could only become a single blood shadow and flee towards the outside of the stone walls. Unfortunately, at this moment, Li Zongbao was advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage. The surrounding space was restricted. Li Zongbao simply ignored it and closed his eyes to savor the new realm he had just attained. Waiting for the surrounding spiritual qi to disappear, Li Zongbao withdrew the magic power within his body. The pressure he released also abruptly disappeared. Only then did he coldly say, "Don't even think about escaping for now. The surrounding space won't be released for the next hour." "Huh, is that so?" That blood figure suddenly transformed into a blood shadow again and laughed loudly. "Want to split up?" Li Zongbao sneered. "I was waiting for you to condense into a human form. How could I give you the chance?" Stop dreaming, prepare to die. As he spoke, Li Zongbao slapped his storage bag. A ring emitting crimson flames appeared in the air. Once the ring flew into the air, it immediately began to spin. As it spun, it gradually increased in speed. Li Zongbao stood steadily in midair. His divine sense drove the ring, and with a hand seal, the ring flew toward the blood shadow. In the blink of an eye, the ring flew above the blood shadow. A huge suction force was emitted from the spinning ring. The blood shadow seemed to know the power of the ring. The entire blood shadow flew out from the stone wall and rapidly flew to other places in the cave. The blood shadow's speed was undeniably fast. If it was the Li Zongbao before the foundation establishment stage, he definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. However, Li Zongbao didn't chase after it. His divine sense had already enveloped the entire cave. Wherever the blood shadow flew, the ring would immediately fly there under the control of his divine sense. And every time it flew above the blood shadow, a large piece of the blood shadow would be pulled down and thrown into the whirlpool of the ring. In the time it took to eat a meal, half of the blood shadow had been sucked in by the ring. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the blood shadow turned sharply in the air and swooped down, rushing towards Wuxia. How could Xiao Hua let him succeed? He couldn't catch up to the blood shadow. Wasn't he waiting for the moment and the blood shadow would chase after him? Therefore, Xiao Hua rushed in front of Wuxia without hesitation. The tip of the demonic spear thrust forward and stabbed the blood shadow. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the blood shadow flew backwards. At this moment, Li Zongbao's ring also arrived. Li Zongbao's face was slightly angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of life essence onto the ring. The ring suddenly enlarged several times and the suction force also increased sharply. Ah! Just as the blood shadow screamed, it was firmly sucked in by the ring. Li Zongbao's face was pale. Spitting out 2 mouthfuls of life essence in a row just now was still too much for him. With a point of his finger, the ring gradually shrank and flew in front of Li Zongbao. However, the ring only shrank a little and couldn't shrink anymore. It seemed that it couldn't return to its previous state. As for the blood shadow in the ring, it turned into a blood ball and faintly rotated in the ring. Moreover, it was still expanding from time to time. Ga, Qing Fengmin's voice sounded again. Foundation Establishment Cultivator, is nothing more than this. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Looking at the blood ball in the air, Li Zongbao bit his lips and opened his storage pouch. After looking at it for a while, Li Zongbao raised his head and said, I will only ask you one question. Are you willing to answer? Answer? Why should I answer you? If you answer, I promise not to take your life. Senior. Li. Wuxia's face was deathly pale. She cried out in alarm, somewhat unaccustomed, this devil has harmed countless of my cultivators. How can I spare its life? Ga, what does little girl know? You, Senior Li, can't take my life, so you had no choice but to use this method. Presumably, his question is also the reason why he appeared on Thousand Zhang Peak. Ah. Hearing this, Wuxia's expression became even more miserable. She immediately lowered her head and said no more. Li Zongbao glanced at Wuxia and turned to the blood shadow. 2 years ago, at Thousand Zhang Peak, did you, Tianqi, meet a disciple of the Utopia faction called Li Mingyang? Li Mingyang of the Utopia faction? 2 years ago, I did something at Thousand Zhang Peak. However, there were many cultivators at that time. How can I remember? If you don't remember, then I can't promise you. Li Zongbao said coldly. Li Mingyang was about 13 years old, level 5 of the Qi refining stage. He had a small red mole on his forehead and spoke very childishly. Ha ha ha, I remember now. So he was from the Utopia faction. A little cultivator at level 5 of the Qi refining stage actually dared to show off in front of me. I just swallowed his blood essence. That's it. As the blood shadow spoke, the head of a 13-year-old child appeared in the blood ball and asked, is this person Ah, yes. Li Zongbao sighed and didn't speak again. Okay, I already answered your question. You have to keep your promise and let me go. The blood shadow said angrily. When did I promise you? I only said I wouldn't take your life. I didn't say I would let you go. Li Zongbao sneered. Besides, even if I don't take your life, others can't take your life. You. The blood shadow was furious. The whole blood ball in the ring rapidly expanded. When Xiao Hua heard Li Zongbao's question earlier, he already understood in his heart. The devil spear in his hand was already ready. Hearing Li Zongbao's answer, how could he not know that he had to make a move? Xiao Hua circulated his magic power and flew into the air. The tip of the demonic spear gathered in front of him and pierced towards the ball of blood. Xiao Hua. I took care of you in every possible way. I even gave you the method of making talismans. The blood ball said urgently in Qing Fengmin's voice. Besides, I also know how to get rid of you. However, how could Xiao Hua dare to let it live for a moment longer? When Qing Fengmin finished speaking, Xiao Hua's devil spear immediately pierced into the blood ball. A black light circled around the blood ball and the blood ball immediately stopped surging. Soon after, it rapidly shrank. The huge blood ball actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1394. Xiao Hua flew into the air and stabbed the devil spear tip into the rolling blood ball without hesitation. The blood ball seemed to be afraid of the devil spear tip in Xiao Hua's hand and was already rolling violently inside the ring, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be able to stop the spear tip from piercing in. When the spear tip pierced in, the blood ball immediately stopped rolling and then rapidly shrunk before disappearing in a moment. So effective? Xiao Hua looked and frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Is this devil spear tip more effective against devils than against cultivators? At this moment, Xiao Hua tightly grasped the devil spear tip and a trace of scalding heat came from the cold spear tip. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned. At this moment, Li Zongbao behind Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations fellow Daoist Xiao for personally killing the devils and eliminating a disaster for the cultivators of my Dawn Rain continent. Following Li Zongbao's voice, he pointed his finger and the ring spiraled back into its original shape and flew into Li Zongbao's hand. I don't dare, it's all Senior Li's credit. Junior doesn't dare to claim credit. Xiao Hua quickly bowed and said in panic. Not at all, if it wasn't for this devil weapon in fellow Daoist Zhao's hand, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to kill the thief. Li Zongbao smiled and put the ring into his storage bag. He looked at the devil spear tip in Xiao Hua's hand and said, Can I take a look? Of course, Senior Li's eyes are like torches. Junior is holding the devil spear tip exchanged from Jinghua City's E.G. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly handed over the spear tip. Li Zongbao said and was about to take the spear tip. Senior, be careful, this thing is extremely heavy. Xiao Hua handed it over and reminded. Okay, Li Zongbao reached out and took it. However, he still underestimated the weight of the spear tip. His arms sank and the spear tip almost fell out of his hand. Li Zongbao was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power to hold the spear tip and didn't lose face. Alas, there's always someone better. Li Zongbao looked left and right at the tip of the spear, but he didn't see any clues. He sighed and returned the tip of the spear to Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua easily catch it, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wouldn't dare. Junior only has this little bit of brute force. Compared to Senior's mountain-like cultivation, the difference is still too great. Xiao Hua said respectfully. Fellow Daoist Wuxia. Li Zongbao turned to look at Wuxia, whose face was still pale. I wouldn't dare. Senior Li, please call me Wuxia. Now that Senior is a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I can no longer use the previous title. Kai Wuxia bit her lip and said in a low voice. This. Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He didn't use the jade talisman to suppress his cultivation deliberately to hide anything. He just wanted to stay at the peak of the aura refining stage to comprehend more and delay the time of entering the foundation establishment stage. How could he have thought that he would break through here? Thus, he smiled bitterly and said, I was ordered by my master to suppress my cultivation level. The longer I suppress it, the better my progress in the foundation establishment stage will be. I didn't mean to deceive you. Huh? There's such a thing? Xiao Hua's heart stirred and he secretly rejoiced. This is a trick. In that case, Senior Li also came to 1,000 feet peak on the orders of your master? Kai Wuxia said coldly. This is indeed so. Li Zongbao sighed. Li Mingyang is the direct descendant of one of Ai's martial uncles. 2 years ago, he traveled through the state of Shi and disappeared without a trace. According to the sex information, the last place he appeared was 1,000 feet peak. I indeed came to search for him on the orders of my martial uncles. Senior Li saw that I had Elder 1,000 Feet's keepsake, so you deigned to befriend me, right? Kai Wuxia's face became increasingly pale. Seeing this, Xiao Hua secretly cursed. This girl seems to have dug herself into a dead end. Sure enough, Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and could only reply, if fellow Daoist Kai says so, I also can't deny it. But immediately after, he said, however, I don't have any extravagant hopes for Elder 1,000 Feet's legacy. This 1,000 Feet Peak's cultivation method and other items, as previously mentioned, will still be given to fellow Daoist Kai. Oh, and fellow Daoist Xiao. As he spoke, Li Zongbao turned his head and pointed at the stone niche of the stone statue. Unfortunately, the stone niche was completely empty at this moment. There was nothing there at all. Huh? This. Li Zongbao was very surprised and frowned. It seems like there's something inside. Xiao Hua sweated profusely. Wasn't that the first place he saw when he woke up? Wasn't that the pill furnace he took away when he woke up? Just when Xiao Hua didn't know whether to take out the pill furnace or not, he heard Kai Wuxia say coldly, the devil said clearly that Elder 1,000 Feet had already died in his hands. It's been 1,000 years, haven't Elder 1,000 Feet's cultivation methods, pills, and other items long disappeared? Although Tian Qi had so many cultivation methods, where did the cultivation methods and pills that the devil dwellers had when they were created come from? Aren't they all Elder 1,000 Feet's things? He said that Elder 1,000 Feet's mantle was in this stone niche. I'm afraid it was there before, but he took it away long ago. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. To be honest, everyone was panicking at that time and only thought about how to escape. Who would look carefully? Xiao Hua's heart also calmed down a little. What Kai Wuxia wanted was a cultivation method, but what he took was a pill furnace. The two were unrelated. Ai, what a pity. Tian Qi's loose cultivator storage bags were all destroyed by the devil fire. Otherwise, maybe we could find some cultivation methods. Li Zongbao looked around and sighed again. Yeah. Xiao Hua's heart jumped. Why didn't he think of it earlier? Otherwise, he could take advantage of the fact that the storage bags were not destroyed and snatch one or two. Although my Liang Kai family is only a cultivation family, we still have cultivation methods for the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. We don't need to take them from loose cultivators. Kai Wuxia clenched her teeth and said. Li Zongbao's face slightly changed. Seeing that the mood of the two people was not right, Xiao Hua hurriedly interrupted, Io, Senior, this devil has already been destroyed. The blood fog in the cave has also been dispersed, but how do we get out? Li Zongbao released his divine sense and looked for a long time. He pointed at the huge stone statue and said, there is a passage under this stone statue. It leads to the 1,000 Feet Peak's cave. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked in front of the stone statue and looked at this strange thing from top to bottom. He used the tip of the devil's spear to randomly poke the stone statue. Finally, he shouted loudly and pushed with force. The huge stone statue was actually overturned by him. After a loud sound, it scattered into countless small pieces. Right under the stone statue, there was a black hole that led to the outside. Senior Li, Junior will lead the way. Senior, please bring up the rear. Xiao Hua asked respectfully. Okay. Li Zongbao nodded. Before Xiao Hua took a step, he looked left and right again, as if looking for something. Li Zongbao pointed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are 2 corpses over there. They are the bodies of the 2 loose cultivators that Blood Shadow occupied. It seems that they haven't been destroyed yet. Go and see if there are any storage bags." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. He directly flew over. Sure enough, on the ground extremely far away, there were 2 storage bags hanging on the corpses of Qing Fengmin and Luo Jessen. Xiao Hua grabbed them one by one and pulled them down. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's better to destroy these 2 corpses." Li Zongbao's voice came. "Yes, Senior Li." Xiao Hua didn't find it strange when he heard this. He casually used a basic fireball technique. 2 wicker-sized fireballs fell on the corpses of the 2 people. Soon after, they started burning. "Let's go. We'll talk when we get outside." Li Zongbao waited for Xiao Hua to come closer and said. Soon after, Xiao Hua walked in front and Li Zongbao followed behind. Kai Zhuoxia's face was covered in frost. She coldly walked in the middle and went out of the cave. The 3 people walked for a long time. About 4 hours later, on the cave's stone wall, where Blood Shadow initially wanted to escape, a wisp of blood slowly squirmed. It passed through the stone wall and quickly floated in the air. The direction it went wasn't slanted or not slanted, it was precisely Yellow Flower Ridge. Just as the wisp of Blood Shadow was escaping, in a mountain peak more than 10 li east of 1,000 feet peak, in a rather large cave, Xiao Hua handed 2 storage bags to Kai Zhuoxia and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, according to fellow Taoist's instructions, I divided the things in these 2 storage bags into 2 portions. Fellow Taoist Kai, please choose by yourself." Kai Zhuoxia looked at the 2 storage bags in front of her without the slightest care and said, "There isn't even a foundation establishment cultivation method. It's the same no matter which one I choose." As she spoke, she casually took 1 storage bag. And Xiao Hua also very naturally tied the other storage bag to his waist. "Fellow Taoists, what plans do you 2 have?" Li Zongbao suddenly asked. "Reporting to Senior, Junior. I'm only at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. I just got a cultivation method from Qing Fengmin's storage bag that can be practiced to the 5th level of the qi refining stage. Naturally, I want to find a place to meditate." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Meditating is admittedly good, but everyone's method may not be the same." Li Zongbao laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao previously practiced for a long time in Shanghuaming and was still at the 1st level of the qi refining stage. You just left Shanghuaming for half a year and broke through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. In I's opinion, fellow Taoist should travel more." "Yes, Junior understands. What about fellow Taoist Kai?" Li Zongbao pretended to be indifferent and said. "What about Senior Li?" Kai Zhuoxia didn't answer at all and asked back. "Sigh, because I suddenly entered the foundation establishment stage, I haven't made sufficient preparations and my realm hasn't stabilized. I want to go into seclusion here and wait until my foundation establishment stage has stabilized. Then I'll immediately return to the Utmost Happiness faction and report Li Mingyang's matter to Martial Uncle." Li Zongbao answered honestly. Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxia's face first showed a hint of joy, but then it returned to its usual coldness. She cupped her hands and said, "Junior congratulates Senior Li once again for entering the ranks of the foundation establishment stage. Junior still has to work hard for the future of my Kai family, so I won't accompany you here any longer. Goodbye." After saying this, she didn't even say goodbye to Xiao Hua and hurriedly walked out of the cave. Fellow Daoist Kai. Li Zongbao walked out quickly. When he came out, Kai Zhuxia had already activated the flight talisman and flew into the air. Fellow Daoist Zhuxia. Li Zongbao called out in a low voice. He could obviously fly and chase after her, but he could only open his mouth and call out, then put his hand down again. Chapter 1395. Senior Li. Xiao Hua caught up from behind. Seeing the two people like this, he sighed in his heart and cupped his hands. Junior. Farewell. Oh, okay. Li Zongbao said. He clapped his hands and took out 2 message amulets from his storage bag. He handed them to Xiao Hua and said, Fellow cultivator Xiao, meeting is fate. Moreover, we can be considered to have gone through life and death. This is I's message amulet. Keep it. If fate wills it, we can meet again at the extreme happiness sect of Lian country. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 message amulets and was slightly stunned. But then he understood. He reached out and said with a smile, Junior understands. If fate wills it, we fellow cultivators who have gone through life and death can meet again. After Li Zongbao nodded with a smile, he looked sideways at the direction Kai Zhuxia flew away. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Hua knew his mood. He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. But after flying for a while, he immediately landed. Nonsense, there was a Foundation establishment cultivator who was on good terms with him in seclusion nearby. What was he afraid of? He must first find a place nearby and familiarize himself with the fire-type cultivation method. Then, he would organize the pill furnace and elixirs he got from the 1,000 feet peak. Xiao Hua searched for a long time and found a very hidden cave. He used a huge mountain rock to block the entrance of the cave. Then, he embedded the moonlight stone in the cave's stone wall. With the help of the moonlight stone's brilliance, Xiao Hua took out the raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method that he had just obtained. He carefully read it several times and memorized the contents. Then, he put it into his space and closed his eyes to think. This so-called raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method seems very shallow. It's much simpler than Shang Huaming's cultivation method. It can't be said to be profound. It must be one of the very low-level cultivation methods in the sect. Moreover, the flow of true qi and the activation of magic power in this cultivation method are all rough. It even feels a little crude. It's far from being as delicate and gentle as Shang Huaming's cultivation method. Could it be, this is the difference between a water-type cultivation method and a fire-type cultivation method? Then, should I look for a higher-level cultivation technique? Or should I just practice this low-level cultivation method? Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant, but immediately after, he let out a pft laugh and said to himself, Come on, this low-level cultivation method was obtained by chance. Who knows when I'll be able to obtain a high-level cultivation method again? How can I wait? Presumably, Xiao Hua concentrated his breath, closed his eyes, and silently operated the mental cultivation method that he had just memorized. While throwing the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth, he circulated and refined his true qi in his new meridians. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. His expression was slightly happy. It's really not bad. This fire-type constitution really needs a fire-type cultivation method. Although this raising fire to burn the heavens cultivation method is relatively low-level, but my cultivation speed is actually faster than Shang Huaming's cultivation method. It's almost twice as fast. If I calculate it this way, my cultivation speed will be shortened by a lot compared to ordinary cultivators. However, there are also some difficulties. This marrow cleansing pill isn't very useful. Its effect isn't even half of that of the clear breeze pill. On the other hand, although the clear breeze pill doesn't use the same spiritual herbs as the marrow cleansing pill, its effect is about the same as the second layer of qi refining. However, there are still some strange places. There are many details of true qi refinement. This, raising fire to burn the heavens, cultivation method clearly doesn't record them, but, when I practice, I can actually repair them on my own. This can't be because of my meridians, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the dragon jade. Looking at the dragon jade that was missing a dragon head, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Dragon transformation art, oh dragon transformation art, even if this poor Taoist obtains you, how can he cultivate? In Xiaohua's mind, the obscure dragon transformation art flowed like a small stream. Unfortunately, he wanted to, but he was powerless. He didn't know how to start. Right, I didn't come out empty-handed on Thousand Zhang Peak. In addition to a storage pouch, I also obtained a pill furnace. Kai Wuxia and Li Zongbao probably never dreamed of it. Xiaohua's heart burned with passion as he put away the dragon jade. Not bothering to look inside the storage pouch, he first took out the pill furnace. After all, he already had the alchemy manual, as well as the pill formulas, as well as the spiritual plants in the space. Now that he had the pill furnace, if he still couldn't concoct pills, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the alchemy furnace into the cave. The milky white brilliance of the moonlight evenly sprinkled on the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace unexpectedly flashed a faint light on its own. Xiaohua very gently walked to the front of the alchemy furnace and placed his hand on it. There were veined patterns on the alchemy furnace. Touching those veined patterns, a delicate and gentle feeling spontaneously arose. Xiaohua gently caressed it and slowly enjoyed this feeling. The feeling transmitted from his fingertips made his heart itch incomparably. He almost, right now, wanted to start alchemy. Once Xiaohua had his fill of caressing the cauldron, he retreated a few steps and carefully sized up the cauldron. The cauldron was very tall, and Xiaohua could only reach one of the cauldron's openings. Looking at the cauldron's 3 legs, the cauldron's nearly spherical cauldron had 5 openings for placing herbs. And on top of the pill furnace, there was a small bird standing there. Huh? How come this pill furnace is different from Shang Huaming's Jihao? I remember that pill furnace only had one place for medicine. What is this little bird doing? Why would it refine a little bird on top of the pill furnace for no reason? Right, there are also veined patterns on the outside of the pill furnace. The tentacles are very vivid, as if they can move. It doesn't seem like runes. Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He walked closer and saw that the pill furnace's 5 openings were all open. Xiaohua took out a moonstone and placed it inside the pill furnace. Before he could carefully look inside the pill furnace, his eyes saw that there was a blood-red manual lying quietly inside the pill furnace. Cultivation method. Thousand Zhang Old Man's cultivation method. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His empty left hand formed a seal. It was the basic spell he had just learned, telekinesis technique. That blood-red manual immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. When Xiaohua carefully looked at it, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was a manual with a blood-red cover. On it were written the words, Blood Shadow Technique. Just these 3 words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the fire in Xiaohua's heart. When he opened the book and flipped through it, it was even more ice-cold. What was written in the book was a cultivation method of the devil realm. It was about how to refine the blood essence of others into one's own blood shadow. And this blood shadow was precisely the blood shadow that Xiaohua saw in Thousand Zhang Peak, the blood shadow that drilled out of Qing Fengmin's body. However, the blood shadow was admittedly powerful, but, after all, it was a cultivation method of the devil realm. Xiaohua, as a cultivator of the human realm, why would he cultivate the blood shadow technique? Sigh, I was happy for nothing again. Xiaohua thought. He slapped his hand, and magic power spread out. He wanted to destroy this blood shadow technique manual. This kind of cultivation method of the devil realm was really evil. It actually used a cultivator's blood essence as a cultivation method to refine it into one's own cultivation method. It really couldn't be allowed to exist in this world. However, just when Xiao Hua's palm slapped the cover of the manual, he suddenly stopped. A thunderclap sounded in his head, illuminating his entire heart. His figure seemed to be imprisoned by millions of confinement talismans, completely motionless. His eyes were really round, and his mouth was wide open. How did I become an idiot? Countless thoughts instantly turned in Xiao Hua's mind. In the end, only this sentence remained: how did I become an idiot? I thought that this blood shadow technique was a sinister technique and couldn't be cultivated. But how could I forget? I have a dragon transformation art, but I can't cultivate this dragon transformation art. And in my body, there might be a living meridian. This meridian seems to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Although I can't cultivate the dragon transformation art, but I can use the blood shadow cultivation method of the blood shadow technique to control my meridian and cultivate. With a pa sound, Xiao Hua woke up from his stupor. He slapped his forehead and rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't recklessly destroy the blood shadow technique. Otherwise, I'll really regret it for the rest of my life. Xiao Hua rejoiced as he thought. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't bother to check the pill furnace anymore. He first put away the pill furnace, and only used the brilliance of the moonlight stone to bitterly study the blood shadow technique. This blood shadow technique was originally a technique of the demon realm. The contents of the technique weren't something that Xiao Hua could understand and cultivate at the moment. However, he could only use the technique of controlling other people's flesh and blood as a reference. It was a lot easier for him. Xiao Hua only spent a few days of effort to comprehend it. Of course, this was only comprehension. It couldn't be said that he could really cultivate it. Therefore, Xiao Hua waited for this technique to take shape. He immediately impatiently used this newly comprehended technique to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Logically speaking, Xiao Hua's impatient appearance shouldn't be suitable for cultivation. However, this dragon transformation art had been in Xiao Hua's mind for who knows how many times. Some of the details and taboos were already clear to him, so he wasn't afraid of making any mistakes. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Hua only wanted to see if he could cultivate the dragon transformation art using the cultivation method of the blood shadow technique. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua began to cultivate the dragon transformation art with a perturbed mood, he discovered that the dragon transformation art wasn't an unattainable technique anymore. He could actually really control his meridians. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't continue cultivating. He knew his current agitated state of mind wasn't suitable for cultivation. Thus, he stood up and laughed heartily towards the sky. Immediately, he walked to the entrance of the cave and used his hand to push with all his might. The mountain rocks blocking the entrance were all pushed down by him in an instant. The whistling mountain wind rushed in and blew his hair high into the air. Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the countless vegetation in front of the mountain. There were also birds flying in the air. His heart was incomparably carefree. Only now did Xiao Hua have a feeling that he was above ordinary cultivators. Previously, it was true that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, he had always been worried about the technique. Now, the mysterious Long Yu and the mysterious dragon transformation art had been controlled by him. How could he still be ordinary? Thinking to this point, Xiao Hua let out a long whistle in the air. It was as if he wanted to disperse all the gloominess of these past few years. Fellow Taoist Xiao. A familiar voice suddenly came from above his head. Chapter 1396. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiao Hua didn't expect that there would be someone in the air. Hearing that familiar voice, he naturally raised his head. Kai Wuxia descended from the air, looked at the cave behind Xiao Hua, then looked at Xiao Hua's cultivation. She said thoughtfully, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed an almighty person. It's only been a few dozen days, and you've actually already firmly stepped into the early third level of qi refining. It looks like, after a few more days of hard work, I'm afraid, you'll be able to rush into the middle stage. Xiao Hua said with a smile, fellow Taoist Kai praises me too much. I'm only at the third level of qi refining. Not to mention Senior Li's foundation establishment, I'm still far from fellow Taoist Kai's fifth level of qi refining. How can I compare to Senior Li? Kai Zhuoxia was dejected. Oh, right, fellow Taoist Kai. Why are you still here? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he asked knowingly. Kai Zhuoxia's face was slightly red, and she frowned. Since fellow Taoist Xiao was able to comprehend something at the moment of life and death on 1,000 Feet Peak, can't you also let I cultivate in seclusion this time? Even if I have limited aptitude and no progress, can't I cultivate in seclusion? After Kai Zhuoxia finished speaking, she felt that it was inappropriate, as if she was trying to hide something. Her face was crimson, and she stamped her feet, urged her magic power, and leaped into the air, about to fly far away. Fellow Taoist Kai, take care. Senior Li left something for you. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart and hurriedly shouted. Sure enough, Kai Zhuoxia's figure flew out several dozen feet, then suddenly stopped in the air. She hesitated for a moment, then flew back. At this time, her face had already regained its calm, and there seemed to be some expectation in her eyes. What is it? When did Senior Li give it to me? Kai Zhuoxia asked. A few dozen days ago, after fellow Taoist Kai left. Xiao Hua answered and took out the communication talisman. Kai Zhuoxia frowned slightly and used her hand to take it. She asked again, what did Senior Li say? This. Xiao Hua hesitated, and said with a smile, Senior Li said that if we're fated, we can all meet in the utmost happiness faction. Xiao Hua didn't know what Li Zongbao meant. Of course, he didn't dare to say anything. He also didn't want to say anything. Li Zongbao didn't say anything, so he could only say what he said. Of course, this was also what Li Zongbao had said. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still didn't understand the heart of a female cultivator. When Kai Zhuoxia heard this, a cold smile appeared on her face. In that case, fellow Taoist Xiao also has such a communication talisman? Xiao Hua was embarrassed and said in a low voice, Yes, Senior Li also bestowed this junior with one. Ha ha ha, bestowed. Kai Zhuoxia sneered and said, I naturally bestowed this message talisman. No. Senior Li didn't say that. Xiao Hua was very anxious, his back was sweating. He didn't say that, but he did. Kai Zhuoxia's face was covered in frost as she held Li Zongbao's message talisman in her hand. The expression in her eyes changed a few times before finally becoming resolute. She urged the mana in her hand and a ball of flame rose from her hand. In the blink of an eye, the message talisman was burned to ashes. Fellow Taoist Kai? Xiao Hua was shocked. He really couldn't understand Kai Zhuoxia's actions and said anxiously, This. What are you doing? Not doing anything. Senior Li is a foundation establishment senior of the utmost happiness faction. What does he have to do with us? What's the use of keeping the message talisman? Kai Zhuoxia's voice came from afar. Xiao Hua was completely speechless. His flying figure also stopped. At this time, it had already been dozens of days since the incident at 1,000 Feet Peak. Kai Zhuoxia was still cruising around here. Needless to say, she must be worried about Li Zongbao. But her performance in front of Xiao Hua, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A female cultivator's heart is like the sand at the bottom of the sea. No matter how profound Senior Li's cultivation is, I'm afraid he can't figure it out. Xiao Hua shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to fly towards 1,000 Feet Peak. 1,000 Feet Peak was still the same. It didn't attract the attention of other cultivators because of the death of several hundred rogue cultivators in Tianqi. It also didn't become famous in the country of Shi because a devil dweller was killed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. On the contrary, it was because Li Zongbao advanced to Foundation establishment several dozen days ago, which caused some celestial phenomena and attracted the attention of some cultivators. They came to investigate, but how could those cultivators see anything? Soon after, they all dispersed. Xiaohua came at this time, so he definitely couldn't meet other cultivators. Looking at the numerous caves on 1,000 Feet Peak, Xiaohua simply couldn't think of going in to explore. Who knows if there are other demons inside? Io, that's right. The stone statues in the blood-colored space. There are two of them. One is a devil dweller and the other is a devil dweller. Qingfeng means blood shadow, and Luo Jisen's blood shadow. Are they respectively these two things? But, if the two of them are, then the third cultivator to establish heaven forsaken, what is he? Xiaohua suddenly thought. Also, what about Tianqi? Should I bring Qingfeng means matter to the rogue cultivators in Tianqi? Xiaohua thought of another problem. Tianqi was originally an alliance of rogue cultivators. It was precisely the protection of rogue cultivators. Although the rogue cultivators in Tianqi are somewhat scheming against each other, after all, they are here in name. They can intimidate those sects and cultivator aristocratic families. Moreover, if Tianqi develops and grows stronger, it may not be impossible to contend against those sects and aristocratic families. Although Qingfeng means purpose in establishing Tianqi is sinister, the results are positive. Many rogue cultivators have benefited from it. If I tell Qingfeng means matter, Tianqi, won't it disband? And won't the rogue cultivators in Tianqi fall into a situation where they have no one to rely on? Alas, forget it. It's already been several dozen days. Maybe Wuxia has already spread the news here. Tianqi has also disbanded long ago. Besides, there's still Li Zongbao. He's a cultivator of Lian country's extreme happiness school. This kind of matter of killing a devil. It's bound to spread. Even if I don't say it, Tianqi would have already disbanded by now. Forget it. Now that I've also obtained a fire attribute cultivation method, I'll be able to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining. At that time, I'll have magic power and flying speed. Qi refining stage cultivators, who would I be afraid of? As for Tianqi, it has nothing to do with me. Xiaohua thought of Ma Qingsheng and the others and couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. They were all wholeheartedly working for the rogue cultivators, but they had instead fallen into a tragic end. Oh, I forgot. These several dozen days, I've been cultivating cultivation methods. I still haven't carefully looked at the storage bag I got from Qingfeng means blood shadow. Xiaohua scratched his head. He had obtained so many things for no reason that he didn't even have the time to carefully look through them. Looking through his gains was Xiaohua's favorite thing to do. Inside Qingfeng means storage bag, there were a lot of things, and they were also a mess. Apart from a few jade bottles, there were some things of unknown origin. The cultivation methods that Xiaohua had high hopes for before were not even a single book. Oh, how could I forget again? Qing Fengmin is a devil. Why would he want medicinal pills and cultivation methods? Even if there were cultivation methods, he wouldn't carry them with him. Presumably, he left them in Jinghua City or somewhere else. Xiaohua suddenly realized, but Tianqi has so many cultivation methods, don't they all have to rely on Qing Fengmin to coordinate them? Where would he put the cultivation methods? What a pity, this guy was completely absorbed by my devil spear point, not leaving behind a single trace. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him at that time. But what's the use of regretting now? Xiaohua curled his lips and threw all the things inside the storage bag into the space. Just like before, he placed them in categories. There are also 2 gold foil here. Xiaohua placed the 2 gold foil together with the 2 gold foil he had obtained before. These 4 gold foil looked exactly the same, and there were some strange patterns on them. But as for what they were used for, he still had no idea. Apart from this gold foil, among the remaining things, Xiaohua only recognized a tiger head waist token. Because when he was organizing things, there was also a waist token with a bunch of bamboo drawn on it together with this waist token. Because he wanted to split it equally with Kaixuoxia, Xiaohua kept the tiger head waist token for himself and gave the bamboo one to Kaixuoxia. However, even if he recognized it, Xiaohua still didn't know what it was used for. Of course, this was enough. After all, the remaining things were strange, and he simply couldn't see the original appearance of these things. Forget it, let's look at the jade bottles. Xiaohua took out the jade bottle. As soon as he opened the jade bottle, he was stupefied. Hee, I thought I was drawing water with a bamboo basket for nothing. So the good stuff was actually hidden here. Inside these several jade bottles were all foundation establishment pills. Xiaohua roughly counted, and estimated that there were about 30 pills. I'm rich. Xiaohua was very excited. He rubbed his hands and put the foundation establishment pills into his space, sweeping away his somewhat depressed mood. With these foundation establishment pills, presumably when he cultivated to the peak of the 12th level of the Qi refining realm, he should be able to easily step into the foundation establishment realm. That being said, Xiaohua had only just reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. The distance from the 12th level of the Qi refining realm was still very far. Who knew when he would be able to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm? But, with these foundation establishment pills, Kaixuoxia's chances of stepping into the foundation establishment realm are also very high. Xiaohua naturally thought of the storage pouch that was given to Kaixuoxia. Forget it, those foundation establishment pills are already hers. In the future, I don't know if I'll be able to see this eccentric girl again. Why would I think about it? Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the 1000-zhang peak not far away. He leaped up and flew into the distance. However, just after flying for a moment, before he could fly out of the 1000-zhang peak's range, Kaixuoxia intercepted him in midair. Looking at Kaixuoxia, who was flying over from afar, Xiaohua secretly laughed. You still say you don't care about Li Zongbao. I just came over from the 1000-zhang peak, and you're already here to inquire about him? But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Kaixuoxia didn't mention Li Zongbao's matter to him at all. Instead, she cupped her hands and asked, Fellow Daoist Xiao, the trip to the 1000-zhang peak was out of my expectations. Not only did I not repay fellow Daoist's kindness, I even almost implicated fellow Daoist. This really makes I blush with shame. I want to find another opportunity to make up for it. I wonder if fellow Daoist is interested. Chapter 1397. Hearing Kaixuoxia's words, Xiaohua's first reaction was to shake his head. Nonsense, he had a 5th-level Qi refining cultivation method, medicinal pills, and the mysterious dragon transformation art to cultivate. For the time being, he didn't need to worry about cultivation methods. Instead of taking risks, he might as well find a place to cultivate. Maybe he could reach the 5th level of Qi refining in a few years. Oh, fellow Xiao doesn't need to be in a hurry to answer. Wait until I finish explaining the whole story, then you can decide. Kaixuoxia seemed to understand Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile. This. Xiaohua hesitated, but he quickly cupped his hands and said, then. I am all ears. Actually, the matter is very simple. Kaixuoxia said with a smile, I wonder if fellow Xiao has heard of the revolving reflection pill? Revolving reflection pill? Xiaohua stared blankly and rolled his eyes. He had only told Li Zongbao and Kaixuoxia about Yinshi Marsh, but he hadn't mentioned the rainbow epiphyllum. So he asked, what kind of medicinal pill is that? Kaixuoxia didn't doubt that Xiaohua didn't know about it. So she explained the effects of the revolving reflection pill, then said, unfortunately, this revolving reflection pill is only effective for cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refining. Speaking up to here, her eyes flashed with a strange light, then she restored her calm. It's useless for low-level Qi refining cultivators like me. Fellow Kai, what do you mean by this? Xiao Hua was a bit confused. The revolving reflection pill's main ingredient is the rainbow epiphyllum, which fellow Xiao has been to Yunxi Marsh before. However, the rainbow epiphyllum generally appears after the rain. Normally, it is hidden in the marsh and is extremely difficult to find. Moreover, the rainbow epiphyllum is guarded by a spirit butterfly called the water pattern butterfly. If you aren't at least at the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pick. Actually, what I want to talk about is another medicinal pill that is equally famous as the revolving reflection pill. It's called the embryonic breathing pill. Wuxia finally said the main point. Embryonic breathing pill? Xiao Hua furrowed his brows. He did obtain some pill recipes and alchemy manuals, but recently, he only focused on cultivating his cultivation technique. He didn't look at the pill recipes and alchemy manuals, so he didn't know what this embryonic breathing pill was. The revolving illumination pill and the embryonic breath pill are spirit pills that can be used by qi condensation cultivators. The revolving illumination pill is used by qi condensation cultivators to help them condense their divine sense. As for the embryonic breath pill, it can be used by all qi condensation cultivators. Its effect is to help a cultivator break through a bottleneck. Of course, this pill is only effective once, and the success rate is 50%. Only 50%? Xiao Hua exclaimed, I thought I could break through after taking it. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. Wuxia seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became a little gloomy. She smiled bitterly and said, even if you use pills to increase your cultivation, it's not something that can be done overnight. A pill can only be effective for a certain stage, and the more you use it, the worse the effect. This embryonic breath pill can help a cultivator break through a bottleneck, especially for qi condensation cultivators. Even if the success rate is only 50%, it's still very precious. Then, where is the main ingredient of the embryonic breath pill? Is it also in Yunxi Marsh? Xiao Hua's heart slightly moved, and he asked. Do you know of the Inkshao Black Forest? Wuxia asked calmly. Inkshao Black Forest? Xiao Hua immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. I've heard that Tian Qi has been to this place before, and many people have died there. I's cultivation is shallow, so I definitely won't go there. Fellow Xiao, don't worry. I was just asking if you know of the Inkshao Black Forest, and I didn't say I wanted to go there. Wuxia smiled, looked at the Thousand Zhang Peak in the distance, and said, the Inkshao Black Forest is a place that only qi condensation cultivators of the 7th stage and above can go. With my current cultivation, going there will only be suicide. I want to invite fellow Xiao to go to a place similar to the Inkshao Black Forest, but the degree of danger is much lower. Fellow Kai, please tell me. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, I met fellow Xiao, there is a place 1,000 miles to the west called the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range. This mountain range is infested with spirit beasts, and there are countless dangers inside. However, according to what this poor Taoist knows, there is a kind of spirit fruit growing in an extremely secretive forest on the outskirts of the Weimeng Mountain Range. It is called the mother-child spirit fruit, and it is the main ingredient used to concoct the embryonic breathing pill. Fellow Kai, do you mean to invite I to go to the Sobbing Meng Mountain Range with you? Xiao Hua said thoughtfully. Fellow Xiao, what I said is exactly what I was thinking. Wuxia nodded and said, fellow Zhao's flying speed is very fast, and you also have strength and magical power that I don't have. If I don't invite fellow Xiao, who else can I invite? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. Fellow Xiao, think about it carefully. There are 12 layers of qi refining, and every layer has a bottleneck. If you have this embryonic breath pill, you have a 50% chance of breaking through this bottleneck. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. I just found a clue from the things that fellow Xiao gave I reckon that some loose cultivator got it from Tian Qi. I can't guarantee that other loose cultivators don't know about it. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua still shook his head, cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Kai, please know that I's cultivation is not enough. I really don't dare to take the risk. Fellow Kai, please find someone else." Kai Wuxia sighed and said, "Alas, other than fellow Daoist Xiao, who else can this poor Daoist feel at ease?" Xiaohua secretly criticized, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only smile bitterly and said, "I really don't want to go. Even if fellow Daoist picks the mother-child spirit fruit, how will you refine the embryonic breath pill? Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, just the two of us won't be enough. I still need to invite someone else." Kai Wuxia patiently explained. "There's still someone else?" Xiaohua shook his head even more. Right now, he had cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and alchemy techniques. He needed to cultivate calmly and didn't want to take the risk. "How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao, give one of your messaging talismans to I. I need some time to find someone. When the time comes, I will send a message to you. If you change your mind, you can come find me." Kai Wuxia didn't force him and suggested, "That's for the best." Xiaohua gave one of his messaging talismans to Kai Wuxia. "Right, fellow Daoist Xiao, are you still going to cultivate in seclusion here?" Kai Wuxia looked around and asked. "Of course not here." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This place is too close to Thousand Zhang Peak. I don't feel at ease. I want to return to Jinghua City, find an inn to stay in, and slowly cultivate." Pfft. Kai Wuxia laughed out loud and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhao's idea is very fresh. Let's not talk about the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the inns in Jinghua City. Even if you have to pay people spirit stones every day, it's not advisable. Then, fellow Daoist Kai, do you have any good suggestions?" Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Is there even a need to say it? Find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi and build your own cave. If you want to live there for a long time, then make it a bit more tidy. If you want to cultivate for a short time, then make it a bit simpler. Oh, there's a rare spirit-seeking mouse that's a specialty of the Sobbing Meng mountain range. It's the most sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual qi. If fellow Daoist Xiao can obtain one, then you can easily find a place with abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi in the boundless mountains and open up your cave. I don't dare to think so much." Xiaohua waved his hand, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, "I only need a cave to settle down in." Kai Wuxia turned her head to look, then pointed with her finger and said, 200 miles south from here, there's a tall mountain that's similar to the Thousand Zhang Peak. I passed by when I came to the Thousand Zhang Peak some time ago. There's an abandoned cave there. It should be a certain senior who doesn't use it. If fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind, then you can go take a look. When I find people, I'll go look for you." That's fine. I'll do as fellow Daoist Kai says." Xiaohua cupped his hands and thanked her. After Kai Wuxia cupped her hands and said goodbye, Xiaohua also flew south. Sure enough, he saw a tall mountain about 200 miles away. That abandoned cave was actually hidden. Xiaohua searched for a long time before he saw the entrance that was only half a person's height and was blocked by a mountain tree. After he entered, he discovered that there was indeed another cave inside. This abandoned cave was quite large. Inside, there were several caves that were connected. Each cave had been cleaned and looked very decent. Among these caves, except for one that had a shabby praying mat, which Xiaohua knew was the place for closed-door cultivation. There was also a cave that had wild weeds and a few common spirit herbs, which was where medicinal herbs were planted. As for the other caves, he didn't know what they were used for. No wonder it's called a cave. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary caves. Xiaohua looked at the caves again and secretly nodded his head. Then, just like before, he used a boulder to block the entrance and exit of the cave. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began his closed-door cultivation. What Xiao Hua was currently cultivating was the fire attribute cultivation method, raising fire to burning the heavens. This was a basic cultivation method. When cultivating this cultivation method, Xiao Hua's mind was still in the space. On one hand, he was comprehending the heavenly Tao, on the other hand, he was drawing spiritual qi into his body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth circulated in the meridians of the third level of qi, refining his true qi and strengthening his cultivation. In addition to this, Xiao Hua also wanted to cultivate the dragon transformation art. The cultivation of the dragon transformation art was different from the cultivation of basic cultivation methods. The dragon transformation art borrowed the cultivation technique of blood shadow art and cultivated it in Xiao Hua's meridians. In truth, it was the cultivation of the meridians themselves. What made Xiao Hua ecstatic was that although the blood shadow art was an extremely sinister cultivation method of the devil realm, it was also extremely wonderful and had its own unique effect. Xiao Hua only needed to activate the dragon transformation art, and the meridians in his body really began to cultivate automatically as if they had a life of their own. He didn't need to worry too much about it. Moreover, cultivating the dragon transformation art in his meridians didn't have any conflict with refining his true qi in his meridians. Thus, Xiao Hua settled down in this abandoned immortal's cave. As time passed day by day, Xiao Hua's cultivation speed finally caught up with ordinary cultivators. His cultivation also increased little by little. Chapter 1398. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua had been in seclusion for more than half a year in this abandoned cave. In this half year, Xiao Hua cultivated day and night. In addition to the basic cultivation methods, the dragon transformation art, and so on, he also cultivated some of the basic magic techniques. He even read a lot of the book he obtained from the Zhu family. It could be said that he had a direct impression of the Dawn Rain continent. As for Xiao Hua's cultivation, in this half year, he had steadily advanced from the early third level of qi refining to the middle third level of qi refining. Although this kind of advancement was very common for ordinary cultivators with sects, for Xiao Hua, it was an enormous breakthrough. However, after reaching the middle third level of qi refining, Xiao Hua had no choice but to come out of seclusion. The reason was very simple: the medicinal pills in his space were gone. Since Xiao Hua began his seclusion, because he had a fire attribute cultivation method suitable for his cultivation progress seemed to be faster than before. Therefore, when he cultivated, the medicinal pills he took weren't as extravagant as before. He only took one out when necessary. However, his medicinal pills were still limited. In half a year's time, the marrow cleansing pills and clear ripple pills in his space were all consumed by him. There were only a few dozen foundation establishment pills left. After stopping taking medicinal pills, Xiao Hua felt that his cultivation had begun to progress at a tortoise's speed. Xiao Hua, who had already adapted to taking medicinal pills and cultivating at the same speed as ordinary cultivators, was somewhat dissatisfied. Speaking of medicinal pills, he could still refine them. Xiao Hua had the alchemy technique, the alchemy furnace, and the spiritual herbs in his space. Refining medicinal pills shouldn't be a problem, right? And this was what Xiao Hua had planned to do half a year ago. However, when he truly began to refine medicinal pills, he discovered that he had a huge omission, and that was the earth fire used to refine medicinal pills. Refining ordinary medicinal pills, such as the parasol pill, blood replenishing pill, and so on, didn't require earth fire. It was possible to use some fire talismans to refine them successfully. However, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and other medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation, needed earth fire. Moreover, the alchemy furnace that Xiao Hua obtained was so big. The saltpeter and 3 yang talismans that Xiao Hua purchased weren't enough to warm the alchemy furnace, let alone refine medicinal pills. Of course, after Xiao Hua discovered this problem, he was extremely depressed, but at the same time, he didn't stop studying alchemy, as well as understanding this alchemical furnace. Fortunately, he was able to find the method to refine this alchemy furnace on the inner wall of the alchemy furnace. Moreover, he also knew the name of this alchemy furnace and the general method to use it. This cauldron was called the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern cauldron. The little bird on top of the cauldron looked like a vermilion bird, and the 5 openings around the cauldron were arranged according to the 5 elements. This three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace could refine high-level pills, but the prerequisite was that the furnace had to be refined first. Otherwise, it could only refine low-level pills. As for this low-level pill, it wasn't the low-level pill that Xiaohua had in mind. Although the introduction didn't go into detail, it did mention a high-level pill, the nascent soul pill. That was used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Then what was this low-level pill? Was there still a need to explain? This discovery also made Xiaohua's extremely depressed mood slightly better. After all, he had obtained a high-level item. Yes, although his cultivation was still very shallow now, and his spiritual power was a little bit short of the requirement to refine this alchemy furnace, the alchemy furnace was in his own space. Even if he didn't refine it, he couldn't refine pills. Others couldn't even see it, so it couldn't be said to be snatched by others. In addition to the basic cultivation method, the dragon transformation art that Xiaohua practiced seemed to have some progress. Why did he say it seemed? Because the dragon transformation art was used by the meridians to transform into dragons. Xiaohua hadn't found the key to it yet. He only felt that the dragon transformation art could be used, and there were no abnormalities in his meridians. As for where the progress of half a year of cultivation was, Xiaohua didn't know. Perhaps it was because the time was too short. Xiaohua stood up and walked away. Looking at the very tidy cave, he smiled and said to himself, "This cave is really not bad. I wonder which senior left it behind." Of course, it would be best if he left behind a cultivation method or something like that. However, according to what Wuxia said, this cave, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth isn't very abundant. It's also not an excellent place for cultivation. My cultivation speed is like a tortoise. I'm afraid it has something to do with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It seems, if I really want to find a place to cultivate for a long time, I should find a place with abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yes, in addition, it's best if there's earth fire. Soon after, Xiaohua pushed away the boulder blocking the cave and walked under the sunlight. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight for a while. Xiaohua then opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. He secretly said, "It's already been more than half a year. This Wuxia, why hasn't she sent me a message talisman? Could it be that she has already given up? Or the other person hasn't been found? Yes, who is that person?" Listening to what she said, it should be related to alchemy. Thinking that it was related to alchemy, Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. If I can go with them, maybe I can get some information from that cultivator. Even if it's some information about earth fires, it would also be good, right? Previously, when Wuxia invited Xiaohua, he didn't want to go no matter what and only wanted to build a cart behind closed doors. Now, they didn't come looking for him, but he was thinking about it himself. However, it was already half a year later, and Wuxia still hadn't sent a message. If there were no accidents, she must have already gone. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and sighed slightly. After basking in the sun for a while, he also returned to the cave. The problem of medicinal pills must be solved. Clear breeze pills are suitable for third-layer qi refining cultivators. I must go to the exchange market and exchange for some. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the shabby praying mat and pondered. However, there really aren't many medicinal pills that can increase cultivation. I can only get them by bidding in the exchange market. Others can see the effect with just 1 or 2 pills, but I have to use dozens of pills. The exchange market is not a good place to go. I still have to think more about alchemy. Xiaohua himself also knew that being able to buy a large amount of marrow cleansing pills and clear breeze pills from the Feng clan's exchange market was a lucky thing. he couldn't always come across them, so he could only place his hopes on alchemy. In the space behind his head, there were actually many spiritual plants. At this time, they were all several hundred years old, and some were even close to 1,000 years old. However, even if he had these spiritual plants, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to exchange them for a suitable amount of medicinal pills. Moreover, if these scarce spiritual plants attracted disaster, wouldn't it be even more unprofitable? I forgot. The spiritual plants in my space are all very old. If I need to exchange them for spirit stones or do some other things, it really won't be easy to take them out. I still have to plan ahead. Xiaohua previously only wanted to use these spiritual plants for alchemy. He simply didn't think about exchanging them. Therefore, the spiritual plants in his space grew without being picked. Now that he thought about it, it was still somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he picked some of each spiritual plant. After a period of time, he would pick some more. This way, he would have spiritual plants of all ages, and it would be convenient to exchange them. Huh? What is this thing? When Xiaohua was sorting out and picking the spiritual plants, he naturally had to look at the rainbow cloud that had already been transplanted into the space. That ugly rainbow cloud was no longer as weak and small as before, it seemed to be overflowing with vitality. Moreover, the rainbow on top of the sphere had also become a lot bigger. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of the rainbow cloud was gradually revealing some strange runes. Those runes were faintly discernible and weren't particularly clear. As for what surprised Xiaohua, he discovered that on the stem of the rainbow cloud, there were actually 2 thumb-sized insect eggs. Where did these insect eggs come from? Xiaohua frowned as he tried to recall, but very quickly, Xiaohua understood that this egg must have been brought in with him when he transplanted the rainbow epiphyllum from Yunxi Marsh. Moreover, it must have been laid by the water-pattern butterfly that had attacked him. No wonder when I walked so close, the water-pattern butterfly didn't attack. It seems that it was laying eggs. Moreover, when I took away the rainbow cloud, the water-pattern butterfly's crazy attack was also for these insect eggs. I was careless and actually caused its home to be destroyed. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh and cry. Forget it. Even if I go to Yunxi Marsh now, where will I find the mother of these 2 insect eggs? I can only treat them well and raise them as butterflies. Xiaohua secretly comforted himself. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and was dumbstruck for a moment. Of course, it was precisely this question that lit up his mind like lightning. My space, how can I put living things in it? Xiaohua was completely dizzy. At this moment, he also remembered that when he put the Ice Worm King's egg into the space in Nankaiping, he already faintly felt that something was wrong. This was because although the Ice Worm King's egg was damaged, it still had vitality and couldn't be casually placed in a storage bag. It was just that the situation that day was urgent, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, how did the space in his mind become a storage bag? But then, Xiaohua didn't understand. The storage bag was specially used to store spirit beasts, such as Fei Qing from the spirit husbandry sect. Anything that wasn't a spirit beast couldn't be placed in it. In other words, things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag, and things that could be placed in the storage bag couldn't be placed in the storage bag. But, why did this rule change when it came to me? Xiaohua was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Indeed, he didn't have much to think about. He didn't know the origin of this space at the back of his mind at all, so all kinds of strange things were normal. Another few days passed, and Xiaohua's cultivation still didn't make much progress. He had no choice but to leave the cave abode again and prepare to make a trip to Jinghua City's city to try his luck and see if he could exchange for a clear breeze pill. Just as he flew into the air, there was a change in his mind. Didn't Wuxia leave me a message talisman? She didn't come to find me, so why can't I go find her? As he thought, he took out the summoning talisman and urged it with his transcendence energy. The summoning talisman flew into the air. However, the summoning talisman didn't fly too far. It only flew a few li to Xiao Hua's left before stopping. Chapter 1399. In less time than it took to eat a meal, Wuxia flew over. Seeing Xiao Hua's flabbergasted expression, Wuxia giggled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you're the only one allowed to advance to the middle stage of the third layer of the aura refining realm, but I can't also enter closed-door cultivation?" Xiao Hua looked at Wuxia's peak fifth layer of the aura refining realm and said with a bitter smile, cough, I only thought fellow Daoist had already gone to the sobbing mountain range. I simply didn't expect fellow Daoist to be nearby. Could it be that fellow Daoist already picked some mother-child spirit fruit? What does fellow Daoist Xiao think? Wuxia didn't answer and instead asked a question. This. Xiao Hua slightly frowned, but he immediately smiled and said, "If fellow Daoist Kai went to the sobbing mountain range, presumably you would have greeted I. Since I didn't receive any message from fellow Daoist Kai, presumably you still haven't gone to the sobbing mountain range, right?" Wuxia clapped her hands and said, "Worthy of being the fellow Daoist I think highly of. Fellow Daoist Xiao, fellow Daoist actually believes in I so much, this really makes I gratified." How could Xiao Hua think so much? It was just that he saw Wuxia's cultivation increase, and, inside his jade bottle was a foundation-building pill. He reckoned Wuxia's jade bottle was about the same, so he casually asked. Just as Xiao Hua smiled and wanted to say something, he suddenly froze and said involuntarily, "Fellow Daoist Kai, could it be, you, took a foundation-building pill?" Hearing this, Wuxia slightly sighed. She neither nodded nor shook her head. She only raised her eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. After a long while, she said, "I wanted to take it. But I know my cultivation level is too low. The medicinal power of this foundation-building pill is far from what a fifth layer of the aura refining realm can bear." "Oh," Xiao Hua nodded, but Wuxia immediately said, "I can only take 20% of a foundation-building pill, 20%? Xiao Hua said involuntarily, "Fellow Daoist Kai, still took it in the end." What will happen when you build your foundation in the future?" "Foundation?" Wuxia said self-mockingly, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, how confident you are that you can cultivate I to build foundation." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This cultivation level was truly far away, so how could he know? 10%. Wuxia raised a finger and said without hesitation, "My Kai family's cultivation method only goes up to the 10th layer of qi refining. I have only cultivated up to the 5th layer, and I have been stuck at the 5th layer for many years. If I can't break through in a few more years, then I will only be able to cultivate up to the 8th layer of qi refining. Furthermore, even if I were to reach the 10th layer of qi refining, I would still be unable to reach the 12th layer of qi refining by relying solely on the techniques of the Kai clan. Foundation establishment is nothing but a pipe dream. Rather than that, I might as well use the foundation establishment pill to increase my cultivation." Wuxia said in disappointment, "I believe that fellow Daoist Xiao also understands I's urgency to obtain the embryonic breathing pill, right?" Xiao Hua was speechless and could only nod slightly. Compared to Wuxia, he was even more pitiful. Up until now, he only had a low-level cultivation method that could allow him to cultivate up to the 5th layer of qi refining. If Wuxia only had a 10% chance of reaching foundation establishment, then he himself didn't even have a 5% chance. No matter what, ever since I met fellow Daoist Xiao, I's good luck has been unceasing. Not only did I obtain the keepsake of Old Man Thousand Zhang, I also escaped death on Thousand Zhang Peak and obtained some foundation establishment pills. Presumably, with fellow Daoist Xiao's company, that mother-child spirit fruit will also be easy to obtain. In the future, when I reach foundation establishment, I will also have a lot more confidence." Wuxia said with a smile. "With fellow Daoist Kai's auspicious words, I also hope that everything will go smoothly and I will reach foundation establishment as soon as possible." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. All right, since fellow Daoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, then, let's go to Sobbing Meng Mountains together according to what we agreed on half a year ago? Wuxia stared with her big eyes, looking forward to Xiao Hua's answer. I will listen to fellow Daoist Kai's arrangement. Wuxia was overjoyed and said with a smile, with fellow Daoist Zhao's help, this alphabet spirit fruit will certainly be easy to obtain. Immediately, under Wuxia's lead, the two of them flew towards the northwest. On the way, Xiao Hua very casually asked about the other person that Wuxia wanted to invite. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, that person wasn't an alchemist like Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, he was the same as Wuxia, a disciple of a cultivator family. His name was Yan Liwei. Seeing Xiao Hua's very strange expression, Wuxia finally told him the reason. As it turned out, although this Yan Liwei's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the qi refining realm, he was the nephew of a foundation establishment alchemist from Xuanyan School. Wuxia wanted to use Yan Liwei's relationship to ask that alchemist from Xuanyan School to refine embryonic breathing pills for her. So that's how it is. After he understood, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He didn't think that nepotism was so important in the cultivation world. It seemed that his idea of learning alchemy was going to fall through. After several days of continuous travel, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. A large village appeared in front of the two of them. This is the Yen clan. Wuxia pointed at the continuous village and said, this is where the clansmen of the Yen clan who don't cultivate live. Their disciples who truly cultivate are all in the valley behind the village. It's said that the valley has a formation set up by a gold core senior. Ordinary people can't casually enter. After flying close to the village, Wuxia landed on the ground. There were already several young people who looked very capable coming up to greet her. Seeing that Wuxia was a female cultivator, a girl around 20 years old stepped out from the crowd and said in a soft and clear voice, I am Yan Feng. Greetings to the female immortal. May I know why the female immortal has come to visit my Yen clan? Wuxia nodded slightly and said, I am a disciple of Liang's Kai clan. Previously, I sent a letter to your honorable senior martial brother Yan Liwei. Now, I've come as promised. Oh. So you're looking for martial uncle Yan. The girl, Yan Feng, looked at Wuxia several times and then looked at Xiao Hua. She smiled and said, Martial uncle Kai, please follow disciple to the village and wait for a moment. Disciple will immediately send someone to invite martial uncle Yan. Thank you for your trouble. Wuxia nodded slightly and then saw the two young disciples quickly walk into the village. Yan Feng accompanied Wuxia as they slowly walked forward. When they arrived at the small pavilion in front of the village, Yan Feng took out some spirit fruits for Wuxia and Xiao Hua to enjoy. She and the other disciples accompanied them. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a slightly frivolous voice sounded, Io, fellow Daoist Kai, I received your message and have been thinking about you day and night. I've always been looking forward to your arrival. Who would have thought that you would delay for half a year? Xiao Hua didn't turn around and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, this guy, is he a cultivator? But when he looked at Wuxia, he didn't see anything strange on her face. Presumably, she didn't find this strange. He stood up from his chair and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Yan, I had some mundane matters to attend to and was delayed. Sorry for making you wait. Xiao Hua also stood up and turned around to look. It was a cultivator dressed like a young master. He was holding something that looked like a folding fan in his hand and was swaying as he walked over. This cultivator's eyebrows were raised, his pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, and his nose was tall. He looked very handsome. This fellow Daoist is. Yan Li didn't return the greeting. His left hand lightly waved the folding fan and his peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Hua strangely as he asked Wuxia. He, fellow Daoist Yan, this is fellow Daoist Xiao Hua. I invited him to help. Wuxia didn't reveal Xiao Hua's background and vaguely said. Help? With his cultivation? Yen Li curled his lips and said without any trace of politeness, my Yen clan has plenty of disciples like him. If you want to help, I can grab a bunch of them. Why would I need him? Hee, fellow Taoist Kai, are you not at ease with I? Kai Wuxia quickly waved her hand and said, fellow Taoist Yen is a disciple of a famous clan. How can I not believe you? It's just that I owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I have no choice but to invite him. Consider it as returning the favor. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yen. Xiao Hua understood and cupped his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist? Yen Li snorted from his nose and sat next to the two. He said, you're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If you were in my Yen clan, you should call me martial uncle. Even if you're outside my Yen clan, you should still call me senior. Fellow Taoist Yen. Kai Wuxia was afraid Xiao Hua would get angry, so she quickly smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, our friendship is shallow. I hope fellow Taoist Yen can forgive me for calling you fellow Taoist. Hee, that's fellow Taoist Kai's friendship with him. What does it have to do with I? Yen Li picked up a spiritual fruit from the stone table and put it in his mouth. He said noncommittally. Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly and gave Xiao Hua a meaningful look. It seemed she didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He was very clear in his heart. If Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction saw this situation, wouldn't he have already beaten this guy black and blue? I'm just asking for some embryonic breathing pill. There's no need to give Yen Li any face. Just as Xiao Hua frowned and was about to speak, Yen Li opened his mouth again. He flipped his folding fan and pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it, forget it. I am also a disciple of a cultivation family. How can I lower myself to the same level as you, a little rogue cultivator? Kai Wuxia didn't explain Xiao Hua's background, but Yen Liwei seemed to understand. Then, he said to Kai Wuxia, half a year ago, fellow Taoist Kai told this poor Taoist about this matter. This poor Taoist has already considered it. If we go together, fellow Taoist Kai will have to give this poor Taoist 70% of the pills. What? 70%? Kai Wuxia didn't wait for Yen Liwei to finish speaking and said in surprise, didn't I say 50%? At that time, didn't fellow Taoist Yen also not object? Yen Liwei seemed to have already expected Kai Wuxia's surprise. He didn't panic at all. He lightly waved his folding fan and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Kai, think about it. You just told me the whereabouts of that thing, and I still have to accompany you. I also have to take the risk to pick it. After picking it, I still have to beg the elders of my sect to refine it. From beginning to end, fellow Taoist Kai is only leading the way. I still have to take care of fellow Taoist's safety. You say 50%, is it appropriate? Of course, if fellow Taoist Kai is willing to dual cultivate with I, then I naturally won't bicker with fellow Taoist so much. Dual cultivate. Xiao Hua was very happy. He thought of the dual cultivation technique in his space, and also thought of Li Zongbao's furious appearance. Chapter 1400. Kai Wuxia's face was slightly red, but she wasn't angry at all. She looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then turned around and said with a smile, I originally wanted to give 20% to fellow Taoist Xiao, but fellow Taoist Yan's method of distribution, how can I deal with myself? Huh, isn't this good? Fellow Taoist Kai and I are of one mind, isn't this 30% exactly what fellow Taoist Kai wants? Yen Liwei laughed and pointed his fan at Xiao Hua, this guy is a burden, why are you bringing him along? Even if you want to return his favor, you can just give him 1 or 2 pills later. Besides, with his cultivation, there's no reason to waste pills. Xiao Hua's expression changed, and Kai Wuxia hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Yen, you can say that, but isn't fellow Taoist Yen taking a bit too much? I put in the most effort, so I naturally take more. If fellow Daoist Kai isn't willing, we can go our separate ways. Yan Liwei said without hesitation, as if he knew Kai Wuxia wouldn't leave in a huff. Sure enough, Kai Wuxia clenched her teeth, pondered for a moment, and said to Xiao Hua with a bitter smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, it seems I can't fulfill what I promised you before. If fellow Daoist thinks it's not worth it, it's not too late to withdraw now." Kai Wuxia didn't tell Xiao Hua about the split before, but the information about the mother-child spirit fruit was obtained from the things Xiao Hua gave her. Since she didn't say anything, it should be the two of them splitting it equally. Now, Kai Wuxia was willing to split it equally with him. It was only about 10% of the dan, but it was still far from what he thought before. But Xiao Hua looked at Kai Wuxia's appearance, then looked at Yan Liwei, and his heart was clear. Kai Wuxia pulled him, first, to return his favor, second, to pull him in as a helper. What she had to resist was precisely this Yan Liwei. If he withdrew, Kai Wuxia would be in an absolute disadvantage. But if she didn't find Yan Liwei, how could she find an alchemist who could refine pills? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Ai's cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid 1 or 2 pills will be enough. If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't mind, I'm still willing to take a trip." Kai Wuxia's face was filled with joy, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. She smiled and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao, for helping me." "Help?" Li Yanwei sneered, "I am the one helping." Forget it, forget it. It's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with I." Yan Liwei stood up and said, "If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't object to I's suggestion, let's make a vow." "All right, I'll listen to fellow Daoist Yan's arrangements." Kai Wuxia nodded deeply. Thus, the two of them clapped their hands and made an oath. Shortly after, they said sternly, "Fellow Daoist Kai, please wait for a moment. I's things will follow you immediately." Yan Wei left for the time it took to finish a meal before he returned with a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He smiled and said, "Let's go, fellow Daoist Kai. Let's go quickly and return quickly. My martial uncle Yan might come to the Yan clan in a month or so. If we can take advantage of that time to find him, I'm afraid we have a 70% chance of success." Kai Wuxia beamed with joy and said with a smile, "That's great. That place, we should be able to return within a month or so." "Return within a month or so?" Yan Liwei's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, "I'll have to ask fellow Daoist Kai to lead the way." Soon after, the three of them flew into the air. Kai Wuxia accompanied Yan Liwei and led the way. Xiao Hua silently followed behind them, secretly putting some distance between them. Huh. This Xiao Hua actually has some real skills. A 3rd layer aura refining cultivator can actually catch up with a 5th layer aura refining cultivator. Yan Liwei was originally disdainful of Xiao Hua, but when he saw that Xiao Hua's flying speed wasn't slow, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he wanted to test it out, Kai Wuxia didn't fly fast at all. Yan Liwei pondered for a moment and eventually gave up. After flying like this for several days, Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong because the direction they were flying in seemed to be different from the direction Kai Wuxia told Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish the specific direction, he had a general idea. Sure enough, after another day, when Kai Wuxia suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction, Yan Liwei's expression slightly changed. He asked with extreme displeasure, "Fellow Daoist Kai, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't trust one?" "Of course not. In this country of Shi, if I can't even trust fellow Daoist Yan, who else can?" Kai Wuxia said with a smile, "However, this trip is really important to I, so I have no choice but to be a bit more cautious. TSK, isn't it just embryonic breathing pills? My martial uncle Yan has plenty of them. Who would be greedy for your few?" Yan Liwei said disdainfully. Kai Wuxia smiled but didn't say anything. The three of them flew for an entire day. When the sky gradually darkened, they found a cave where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slightly denser. Each of them took a cave and prepared to adjust their breathing and rest. Yen Li Wei was different from the previous few days. He patted his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans from within. Urging his transcendence energy, the yellow talismans all turned into green and lustrous balls of light and sank into various parts of the cave. Then, he made a few more at the entrance of the cave. Finally, he took a slightly larger yellow talisman and steadily entered the cave. Looking at Yen Li Wei's somewhat strange behavior, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, this fellow Taoist Yen, what is he doing? It seems to be similar to a warning talisman." Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. This is a special formation talisman. Its function is extremely different from a warning talisman. The warning talisman only serves as a warning, but this formation talisman is used to set up a formation. Looking at fellow Taoist Yan's appearance, it seems that he has set up formation talismans all around the cave. The cave is enveloped by his formation talismans, and no external objects can enter. Strange, why didn't he take it out a few days ago? Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're about to reach the Sobbing Mountain range. Xiaohua disagreed, but he also couldn't think of any other reason. Thus, he returned to the nearby cave. Xiaohua was very simple. He directly used several large rocks to block the entrance of the cave. Xiaohua practiced a series of basic cultivation techniques and spells. He also practiced that indescribable incantation for a while. Xiaohua had been practicing this indescribable incantation for more than half a year. He himself couldn't tell what specific effects it had. He only felt that his ears and eyes were somewhat clear, and his spirit was extremely good. If it was another cultivator, wouldn't they have already given up? Xiaohua didn't have too many cultivation techniques to practice. Since he felt that it was useful, he persevered and practiced it. Just as Xiaohua was reciting the incantation, he suddenly entered a very strange state. It was as if his eyes and ears could leave his body. He could perceive everything inside and outside the cave. Of course, this kind of perception was vague and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Divine sense? Xiaohua's heart stirred. His first reaction was that he had divine sense. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. That divine sense should be able to see things outside the cave. I can only sense things, but I can't clearly see them. It's still far from the legendary divine sense. At this moment, there was an extremely slight movement outside the cave. Xiaohua immediately sensed it. Thus, Xiaohua stood up and walked to the cave entrance. He looked outside through a crack in the mountain rock. It was already night. The moon didn't show its head. The entire outside was pitch black. But in the pitch black distance, he could faintly see a figure slowly flying away. Isn't this Yen Xinwei? Why is he going out? Xiaohua thought and wanted to push the mountain rock away. But when his palm touched the mountain rock, he changed his mind. He brushed his hand and took out an earth escape talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and urged his magic power. A familiar feeling appeared again. His body sank into the ground. Following the direction of Yen Xinwei's vital energy, Xiaohua hid on the ground and slowly searched. Yen Xinwei quietly flew in the air until he was about 1 mile away. Then, he stopped. He looked left and right and didn't find anything unusual. He walked to a big tree and stretched out his hand. After drawing a strange mark on the big tree, he took out a yellow talisman. He opened his mouth and said a few words on the yellow talisman. Then, he placed the yellow talisman in a small hole in the tree. Then, he looked left and right again and quietly flew back. After he disappeared for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's figure slowly rose from the ground. Xiaohua looked at the direction Yen Xinwei disappeared and then looked at the place where Yen Xinwei was standing. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy, what is he trying to do? No matter if it's the mother-child spirit fruit or the embryonic breathing pill, he has 70% of them. Is there a need for him to do anything? The night was extremely dark and Xiao Hua was underground, so he didn't see what Yan Ganwei was doing. Xiao Hua looked around the big tree, and then wandered around for a while, but didn't find any clues. He couldn't help but wonder, this guy, what is he doing here? Maybe, if I wait here, I can find something? Xiao Hua thought. He hid his body well and waited to see who would come here. However, after waiting for almost a night, he didn't see anyone coming. Xiao Hua looked at the bright sky in the east and then went back into the cave. Although he didn't find anything, how could Yan Shenwei suddenly come out from the cave in the middle of the night for no reason? If something is unusual, it must be a demon. When the three of them moved, Xiao Hua wanted to find a chance to explain to Kai Wuxia. However, Yan Shenwei and Kai Wuxia were flying in front of him. Xiao Hua didn't have a chance to explain. In the next few days, Yan Shenwei didn't go out at night. Instead, he was very quiet. Yan Shenwei didn't have any unusual behavior. Xiao Hua didn't want to tell Kai Wuxia anymore. He couldn't figure out, what was Yan Shenwei's purpose? Or maybe, this guy just got up to relieve himself. However, just when Xiao Hua was hesitating, something happened again. Similarly, Kai Wuxia also changed her direction. Yan Shenwei's face was like frost. Only this time, Yan Shenwei didn't say anything. He just looked coldly and was extremely silent. Kai Wuxia originally wanted to explain, but looking at Yan Shenwei's expression, she didn't want to explain. However, at night, Xiao Hua stared at the cave where Yan Shenwei was resting for a long time and didn't see him come out. Chapter 1401. Huh. Maybe. I've really wronged him. As Xiao Hua thought about this, he sat down cross-legged and calmly cultivated the nameless chant. However, when he entered a meditative state, all the movements in his surroundings were reflected in his mind. He suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual energy about 10 feet in front of his cave. Those fluctuations gradually moved further and further away. This guy. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. He also realized that he had an Earth Escape talisman. Yan Yanwei naturally had one too. He was definitely escaping far away. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then came out of the cave. He walked in front of Kai Wuxia's cave and called out softly, "Fellow Taoist Kai." After a moment, he heard Kai Wuxia reply from inside, "Fellow Taoist Xiao? Do you need something?" Looking at Kai Wuxia's appearance, her expression was somewhat gloomy and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't look like she was cultivating at all. Xiao Hua was stunned, but then he acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, fellow Taoist Yan, isn't in the cave. If he isn't, then he isn't. What does that have to do with anything?" Kai Wuxia thought Xiao Hua would say something important, but when she heard this, her face became slightly unhappy. "It's like this, fellow Taoist Kai. Last time when you changed directions, fellow Taoist Yan went out and happened to be seen by I. However, I followed him and didn't see anything. So I didn't tell fellow Taoist. Now that fellow Taoist just changed directions, fellow Taoist Yan actually went out again. I feel that there's definitely something fishy going on." Is that so? Hearing Xiao Hua say that he saw Yan Yanwei go out twice in a row, and both times happened after she changed directions, Kai Wuxia couldn't help but become vigilant. But then she said doubtfully, "Fellow Taoist Xiao. I was also cultivating in the cave. How could I not notice? Moreover, fellow Taoist Yan is inside the talisman. If he went out..." Kai Wuxia didn't suspect Xiao Hua, but she didn't understand how he knew. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the first time was when I casually looked outside the cave during a break in cultivation and discovered fellow Daoist Yan's whereabouts. Just now, of course, I paid special attention. Then he pointed at the cave and said, "If fellow Daoist Kai doesn't believe me, why don't you go over and shout?" Kai Wuxia trusted Xiao Hua very much. She walked to the front of the cave where Yan Liwei was and called out a few times, but there wasn't any sound from inside the cave. "Ah, thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia sighed and shook her head slightly. "I don't understand. He has already taken 70% of the mother-child spirit fruit. What else does he want? I don't understand this either, but he definitely had a premeditated plan. Fellow Daoist Kai, it's better for you to make plans early." Xiao Hua saw that his goal had been achieved, so he cupped his hands in salute and turned around to leave. "By the way, fellow Daoist Xiao, I remember that the first time I changed directions, there was no moon on that night, right? It was such a dark night, but fellow Daoist was actually able to see clearly?" Kai Wuxia suddenly asked. "This." Xiao Hua stared blankly. Soon after, he said, "It's normal for cultivators to be able to see with their eyes, right? Hehe, Yan Wei is a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. How can he walk like a normal person?" Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and laughed. "Besides, the full moon is overhead today. He shouldn't fly out of the cave, right?" Just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he flew back into his cave. Upon seeing this, Kai Wuxia knew that Yan Wei had returned. She didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly flew back into the cave. After returning to the cave, Kai Wuxia didn't do anything. She only focused her attention on the outside of the cave, wanting to see Yan Wei's movements. But after listening for the time it took to eat a meal, the outside was quiet, without the slightest sound. "Ah, this Xiao Hua is Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect yet?" In the end, Kai Wuxia sighed and rubbed her eyes that had long since become dry from crying. She forced herself to calm down and cultivate. At daybreak the next day, Kai Wuxia saw Yan Wei and smiled as usual. "Fellow Daoist Yan, did you rest well last night?" Because he was used to asking about it every day, Yan Wei didn't have the slightest doubt. He shook his head and said, "Last night, I worked hard in the cave for an entire night. My cultivation didn't advance an inch. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, I might not have been able to come to fellow Daoist Kai's matter regarding the mother-child spirit fruit. That's good. I also encountered the same bottleneck as fellow Daoist. I hope that this time, the search for the spirit fruit will go smoothly." Kai Wuxia nodded. In the next few days, Kai Wuxia didn't change her direction, and Yan Wei also didn't have any abnormal behavior. Xiao Hua also paid more attention to the nameless mnemonic chant while cultivating. On this day, he saw a vast expanse of green in his field of vision. That green was like a green cloud, accumulating in the distance, making people feel a kind of earth-shattering freshness from the bottom of their hearts. Sobbing Meng Mountains? Yan Wei saw and couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and asked, "Is the mother-child spirit fruit here?" Kai Wuxia smiled and said, "It is here." "It can't be. My family's senior came to Sobbing Meng Mountains many times before and never saw the mother-child spirit fruit. Moreover, Xuanyan School also has disciples who are training here, and I've never heard them mention it." Yan Wei didn't believe it too much. "If anyone can know about it, then wouldn't this information be worthless?" Kai Wuxia said mysteriously. Then please lead the way, fellow Daoist Kai." Xiao Hua saw that Kai Wuxia still led Yan Wei to Sobbing Meng Mountains and wasn't surprised. He didn't believe that Kai Wuxia, knowing that there was a problem with Yan Wei, would still give him the mother-child spirit fruit. As expected, the three of them flew for more than half a day. When night fell, they arrived at a hidden mountain stream. The mountain stream gurgled and flowed out from a crack in the mountain wall. The surroundings of the stream were lush and verdant. Countless thriving weeds, brambles, and shrubs grew. In addition, there were also many vines growing out from the mountain wall. They flew through the air and hung on the thick trees in the surroundings. This place. Yan Yanwei saw that Wuxia found a hidden place and was originally somewhat happy. But looking at the surrounding situation, this wasn't a place where the spirit fruit grew. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Wuxia said to Yan Yanwei with a smile. She turned and walked in front of a stone wall. Just as Wuxia turned around, she inadvertently glanced at Xiaohua from the corner of her eyes. Xiaohua also blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood. He also inadvertently crossed his hands behind his head with a relaxed appearance. Wuxia faced the stone wall and held her breath for a moment. She formed a seal in her hand and urged her magic power to hit the stone wall. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Wuxia didn't know how many seals she had hit on the stone wall, but that stone wall didn't have any reaction at all. Seeing Wuxia's performance so hard, Xiaohua laughed until his belly split open. But Yan Yanwei, who was at the side, frowned tightly. When Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat and she retreated, Yan Yanwei quickly stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what's going on?" Cough cough, fellow Taoist Yan. I also don't know what's going on. It's obviously here, but that seal, it doesn't work. Wuxia panted slightly and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The place is right, and the seal is also right. I can't open it for no reason. Wait for I to rest for a while, then I'll try again. Yan Yanwei's face changed slightly, but he endured it and nodded. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Kai. Wuxia rested for a moment, then stepped forward again and hit the blank stone wall with a series of seals. But the result was naturally to no avail. When Wuxia turned around dejectedly, Yan Yanwei's face was gloomy and uncertain. Fellow Taoist Yan. I am really sorry. I really didn't expect that the information was actually fake. I've made fellow Taoist Yan come here in vain. Yan Yanwei stared into Wuxia's eyes, and Wuxia still didn't fear him. After a long while, Yan Yanwei sneered and said, "Since it's like this, can fellow Taoist Kai show me the jade slip or book that recorded this information? Perhaps we can find the real place by brainstorming together." I can't agree to fellow Taoist Yan's request. Wuxia's face changed slightly, and she smiled apologetically. I've already looked at this thing no less than 10 times. The place and the seal are absolutely correct. Fellow Taoist Yan, please believe in I. I believe in you, but I don't believe in this place. Yan Yanwei suddenly became angry. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman. Wuxia and Xiaohua were greatly alarmed. They both retreated half a step, but their hands weren't slow either. They wanted to take out a yellow talisman. But Yan Yanwei's fireball didn't fly towards them, but directly hit the stone wall. With a loud boom, a large hole the size of a bowl was actually blasted into the blank stone wall. But that was merely a large hole created by the explosion. There was nothing else strange about the stone wall. Ah, it really is the magic power of a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. This mid-grade fireball talisman was actually used by him to such an extent. Xiaohua thought, somewhat flabbergasted. Hee, how is it, fellow Taoist Kai? The place you chose is still wrong. Why don't you take it out and let I examine it together with you? Yan Yanwei said coldly. How could Wuxia be willing? She resolutely shook her head. Fellow Taoist Yan, perhaps I have comprehended it incorrectly. However, I still hope that fellow Taoist can give me a few more days. Once I find the correct place, I will immediately inform fellow Taoist. Ha ha ha. Yan Yanwei faced the sky and laughed, saying, "You stinky girl, your face looks like a village girl. No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a female cultivator at all. You make I lose my appetite." Wuxia's complexion greatly changed. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua rushed to Wuxia's side, pulled her sleeve, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, there's a 5th layer Qi refining cultivator flying towards us from behind. Right now, Wuxia didn't have the time to investigate how Xiao Hua sensed a cultivator flying towards them from behind. She herself didn't know anything. She hurriedly urged her magic power, and her figure flew up, wanting to escape into the sky. Yenwei had already noticed. Seeing Xiao Hua fly up, he shook his hand, and a fire net talisman appeared, covering the two of them from top to bottom. Right at this moment, 2 rough and obscene voices simultaneously sounded. Fellow Daoist Yen, were those 2 adulterous men and women executed? He looked left and right, but other than a few unlicensed taxi drivers, there was no one else. Third Tanhua very decisively dialed 999, but before 999 arrived, the woman started to wobble again. Third Tanhua advised her to sit on the ground and rest while waiting for the ambulance, but the woman's face was blank. Moreover, she continued to walk crookedly towards the entrance of the district. Most importantly, one of the woman's handbags was thrown on the ground. She simply didn't know about it. Third Tanhua wanted the unlicensed taxi driver next to him to help look after the handbag, but the driver waved his hand and didn't say a word. Third Tanhua was helpless. He could only carry the handbag and chase after the woman. Fortunately, just as the woman left the district, she sat on the ground again, and the ambulance arrived. Third Tanhua hurriedly placed the handbag next to the woman, and told the ambulance what happened. He even asked the district security guard next to him to call 110, and he left. Third Tanhua's heart still had lingering fear. He didn't know if the woman's handbag had a problem, and if she would blame it on him. Chapter 1402. The Blue Twin Bears. This obscene voice was extremely familiar. Xiao Hua recognized it immediately. Not to mention Wuxia. Wuxia's face was already slightly pale, as if she was very afraid of the Blue Twin Bears. Quickly leave. Xiao Hua was also greatly alarmed. He only thought that Yan Ganwei had a backup plan, but he didn't expect it to be an old enemy. That day, he tricked the 2 of them, causing them to flee with their faces covered in dirt. When they realized what had happened, didn't they still want to grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Now that he saw it, how could he not know that the 2 of them had already colluded with Yan Ganwei? They wanted to take Wuxia's life, and he was a pitiful fish in the pond. However, Xiao Hua knew that the Blue Twin Bears hated him even more than Wuxia. Yan Ganwei's fire net talisman was indeed fast. With a shake of his hand, it covered the top of Xiao Hua and Wuxia's heads, and in the blink of an eye, it fell a foot above their heads. But the scene before his eyes was absolutely out of Yan Liwei's expectations. Xiao Hua was like an arrow that left the bow, his figure flashing rapidly. His hand pulled Wuxia's sleeve, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he actually narrowly avoided the fire net talisman. Don't think of leaving. Yan Ganwei saw this and was more surprised than angry. Although he had heard the Blue Twin Bears say that Xiao Hua's flying speed was fast, in his eyes, Xiao Hua was only a little thing in the 1st layer of the Qi refining realm. Although he was now at the 3rd layer of the Qi refining realm, he was only a toy in his hands. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. He only needed to let go of his strength and not let him get close to him, and he could easily deal with him. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would actually escape from his plot? How could he not have the intention to kill him? Yan Ganwei shouted loudly, the magic power in his body surging, fiercely urging the flying talisman, quickly chasing after Xiao Hua. At the same time, he waved his hand, took out the ice thorn talisman from his storage bag, and stabbed it towards Wuxia's back. The Blue Twin Bears also didn't hesitate, similarly waving their hands, and several yellow talismans shot out. Their target was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't care about them, his figure flew, his speed comparable to the peak of the Qi refining realm. In the blink of an eye, he flew a distance of 10 feet. However, at this moment, something embarrassing happened. With a tearing sound, Kai Zhuoxia's sleeve was actually torn off from her Daoist robe by Xiao Hua's great strength. Ah! Beneath Kai Zhuoxia's great shame, she was even more alarmed. Just now, she had already aroused all of her body's magic force and used it all on the flight talisman. That speed was something she had never achieved in her entire life, but even so, she was still far inferior to Xiao Hua. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua's speed had ripped off her sleeve. Kai Zhuoxia's complexion was slightly dark, but the skin on her arms and forearms was sparkling and translucent like jade. For a moment, they were all exposed. Sorry. In this moment of delay, Yan Liwei's icicle talisman and the twin blue bear's fireball talismans all hit within a foot of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't have time to think carefully and grabbed Kai Zhuoxia's wrist. A huge force was transmitted, and Kai Zhuoxia's figure immediately floated up like a cloud behind Xiao Hua, flying far away. You think you can leave? Behind them, Yan Liwei saw that the icicle talisman had missed, and he also mobilized his true qi and aroused his flight talisman to chase after them. Although Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast, he didn't know what was going on, but although Kai Zhuoxia was also using all of her magic force and using her fastest speed to chase after him, there was a resistance blocking Xiao Hua's arm, restricting his flying speed. As a result, Xiao Hua's flying speed was only around the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to increase. Ha ha ha, Yan Liwei sneered. Under the urging of the flight talisman, his speed was already comparable to the 9th level of qi refinement. The distance that Xiao Hua had suddenly pulled apart a moment ago was unceasingly shrinking. Looking at the twin blue bears again, although their cultivation was at the 6th level of qi refinement, at this moment, they were still insufficient. They spared no effort to fly behind the three people, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. What's going on? Xiao Hua stared blankly, and then became very anxious. He had killed a 6th level qi refinement cultivator before, but he had never fought a 7th level qi refinement cultivator before. Although he saw that Yan Liwei's magic force was formidable, he had some confidence in protecting himself, but with Kai Zhuoxia, he was definitely not a match. No wonder, there's a flight dual talisman. At this moment, Xiao Hua was very regretful that he didn't buy a flight dual talisman. Little thief, hand over your life. Yan Liwei chased a bit closer, and a yellow talisman shot out. A flying sword condensed, and directly stabbed towards Xiao Hua's back. Fellow Daoist Xiao, let go of I. Kai Zhuoxia was very anxious, and exerted all of her strength to pull her arm back. Just as Kai Zhuoxia struggled free of her arm, Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he shouted, Fellow Daoist Kai, withdraw your magic force. Don't use your true qi in the slightest. Kai Zhuoxia didn't understand, but at this moment, she obeyed Xiao Hua, and immediately dispersed her magic force, no longer urging the flight talisman. A miracle appeared. Just as Kai Zhuoxia's magic force dispersed, the force blocking Xiao Hua's arms suddenly disappeared. How heavy was Kai Zhuoxia? In Xiao Hua's hand, she was about the same as a kitten. With just a slight pull of his hand, she was pulled to his side, and Xiao Hua's figure suddenly accelerated, like a shooting star. Not only did he dodge Yan Liwei's flying sword, he even flew far away, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Yan Liwei saw that the situation was hopeless, and he also made a prompt decision, stopping his figure. His face was filled with inconceivable shock, and he looked at Xiao Hua's flying little black dot from afar, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, the twin bear's pylon also caught up. Looking at the void in midair, the two of them looked at each other, and whispered, Fellow Daoist Yan. This guy's flying speed has become a lot faster, compared to that day when we met. What's the origin of this guy? Yan Liwei waved his hand, stopping the two of them from continuing to speak. We've asked around, but no one knows this guy's name. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Yan's message, the two of us wouldn't have known that this guy is called Xiao Hua. The twin bears pylon shook their heads. I heard Kai Zhuoxia say that this Xiao Hua is a loose cultivator, but his cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, but his flying speed is comparable to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could he be a loose cultivator? That's right, fellow Taoist Yen, when the two of us met last year, Xiaohua was only at the first layer of qi refining. And, in a year, advancing from the first layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining isn't rare, so it doesn't count as anything. If he's a loose cultivator, then there's a problem. Yen Liwei pinched his chin and sneered, after returning from the sobbing Meng Mountains, put in more effort. Since you know this guy's name, you must drag him out. You must know, if he can escape from our hands today, he can kill us tomorrow. If we don't take advantage of his shallow cultivation to strike first and gain the upper hand, I'm afraid there won't be a good ending in the future. Yes, I understand. Pylon and the twin bears bowed and saluted. Soon after, they said embarrassedly, the two of us aren't talented, so we don't know how we exposed ourselves, causing fellow Taoist Yen to be unable to do as you wish. Hee, it has nothing to do with you. The two of them were extremely cautious and changed directions twice. I'm afraid that when I went out to send a message, I gave myself away. Yen Liwei smiled and waved his hand. However, even so, they still left behind a flaw. Huh? Fellow Taoist Yen, please speak. Pylon and the twin bears were stunned and asked. The sobbing Meng Mountains are extremely vast, so how could they find an extremely hidden place in such a hurry? In order to not arouse Ai's suspicion, Kaizhuxia presumably followed her previous plan and led Ai to the real place, then pretended that she couldn't find the place and coaxed Ai to leave. Only in the real place would I feel normal. So, as long as we carefully search the place just now, we'll definitely find some clues? Pylon and the twin bears felt that it was inconceivable, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was very possible. Even if it's not, what's the harm in us looking around again? Yen Liwei smiled and returned to the stone wall first. Sure enough, at the foot of a mountain in the distance, Kaizhuxia had already changed into a Taoist robe. The blush on her face hadn't faded, and she said in a low voice, I also had no choice. If it wasn't the real place, how could we deceive Yen Liwei? I only hoped that he wanted to take the mother-child spirit fruit for himself and let us go when he didn't find a single one. Who would have thought? Hee, no matter. Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't it better for us to keep our lives than anything else? But, the Kai family of Luyang is far inferior to the Yen family. I'm afraid that this offense will put my Kai family in a difficult situation. Kaizhuxia smiled bitterly. Humph, if we're afraid of this, how can we still cultivate? Xiaohua sneered and muttered in his heart, why don't you take out the name of Li Zongbao and the name of the Utmost Happiness faction? I'm sure even the Xuanyan school wouldn't dare to say this. Why should we be afraid of the small Yen family? Also, the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows, the restrictive spell doesn't seem to be very powerful. Although the place is hidden, if they can guess, I'm afraid the mother-child spirit fruit won't be safe. Kaizhuxia said again. You. Xiaohua was a little angry. Since he knew that Yen Liwei had bad intentions, why did he still go to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows? He could have just found another place. However, when he thought about Kaizhuxia's misgivings about not wanting to provoke the Yen family, Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Although the fierce look disappeared in a flash, it was seen clearly by Kaizhuxia. A chill rose from the bottom of Kaizhuxia's heart. Fellow Kai, please wait for a moment. I'll go back and take a look. If they leave, I'll come back to greet you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. I'll listen to fellow Zhao's arrangements. Kaizhuxia's heart trembled. She didn't dare to ask Xiaohua's true meaning and hurriedly agreed. Then, she said in a low voice, Fellow Xiao, be careful. Don't worry, fellow Kai, I'll only watch from afar. When they leave, I'll turn back. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew towards the stone wall again. Looking at Xiaohua's figure gradually flying away, Kaizhuxia stared for a long time. She really didn't expect that a cultivator at the first level of qi refining would have such a great change in his cultivation in a mere year's time. A cultivator at the third level of qi refining actually dared to go back and face a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining and 2 cultivators at the 5th level of qi refining. Chapter 1403. Yan Liwei and the Pai Lan twin bears flew to the stone wall. They first looked around for a long time, then their gazes fell on the stone stream that flowed out of the stream. They saw that the stone stream was very thin. The stream flowed from top to bottom, filling the gaps between the stones, and gurgling unceasingly. Here. Yan Liwei laughed heartily. The water in this stone stream is too deliberate. Presumably, some cultivator used magic power to move the stones here to block the passage. Of course, no wonder there weren't any spiritual power fluctuations. The Pai Lan twin bears echoed. Let I see what's going on. As Yan Liwei spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a palm-sized object from his storage bag. This object was oval in shape, and there was a thumb-sized hole in the middle. Yan Liwei took that object and took out a yellow talisman in his other hand. Under the urging of magic power, the yellow talisman flashed with an orange brilliance. Soon after, Yan Liwei stuck the yellow talisman onto the palm-sized object. The yellow talisman's brilliance sank into the object. Soon after, the hole in the middle of the object flashed with a milky white brilliance, and then it disappeared. Then, Yan Liwei held the object in front of his eyes. A strange thing happened. Through the hole, Yan Liwei could actually clearly see what was behind the stone wall. Oh, this is a big stone. Look, here is the original gap. Someone used magic power to seal it. It looks like a complete stone wall. Yan Liwei squinted one eye, looking as he spoke. At this time, there was suddenly a slight ringing sound. Huh? The Pai Lan twin bears jumped in fright. Looking up, they saw a small bell tied to Yan Liwei's waist. Ah! There's an enemy? Yan Liwei was also shocked. He absolutely didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly turn around. Moreover, he was already within 10 feet of him. But where was the enemy? Yan Liwei was vigilant, and hurriedly added several defensive yellow talismans to his body. Which fellow Daoist is here? I am Su Yan's Yen clan disciple. Fellow Daoist, please show yourself. Yan Liwei said loudly. But after a long time, no one appeared, and the small bell on Yan Liwei's waist was still ringing. Underground. Pai Lan and the twin bears were shocked. They suddenly realized something and looked down. Yan Yenwei also came to his senses. Holding the yellow talisman in his hand, he raised the object with the hole in front of his eyes and looked down. Through the hole, everything about 3 feet underground was presented before his eyes. Ah! Under Yan Ganwei's careful inspection, he found that about 3 feet below his feet, a ball of yellow light was covering a human figure. Just as Yan Ganwei lowered his head to check, the human figure in the brilliance seemed to have sensed Yan Ganwei's detection. It suddenly stood up and rushed towards another direction on the ground. Earth escape talisman? Yan Liwei sneered. You want to run? No way. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Under the urging of magic power, various yellow talismans rained down. As long as the human figure rushed out from the ground, it was bound to be hit by the yellow talismans. Yan Liwei's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile, as if he could already see the miserable state of this person being hit by the yellow talismans. Who knew? That person seemed to have a divine sense. He was actually able to perceive Yan Liwei's yellow talismans. Just as he rushed out from the ground, he suddenly rushed towards Yan Liwei's feet. That speed was faster than an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Yan Liwei's feet. Courting death. Yan Liwei was furious. He slapped his hand and was just about to take out the yellow talismans from his storage bag. At this time, the human figure rushed out from the ground. The thin figure was holding a pitch-black spear in his hand. Xiao Hua. The two pi blue bears weren't far away, so they naturally saw clearly. They scratched their heads, but they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually dare to come back. Moreover, he was even hiding under their feet. Humph. Yan Liwei shook his hand, and his magic power was about to urge the yellow talismans. It was also at this time that Xiao Hua's spear pierced the crook of Yan Liwei's leg. A tremendous force transmitted. Without waiting for Yan Liwei to scream, a burst of brilliance flashed. Yan Liwei's defensive yellow talismans had already been pierced through by Xiao Hua's devil spear. Audacious. Yan Liwei was worthy of being a 7th-level qi condensation cultivator. His defensive yellow talismans were broken, and the black qi of the devil spear pierced through. However, his magic power still urged the yellow talismans in his hand. Several icicle talismans followed Yan Liwei's hand and stabbed down. Bang bang bang. Several consecutive sounds rang out. The iron cloak talismans on Xiao Hua's body were quickly broken, and the remaining icicles pierced his shoulder with extreme ease. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He didn't even have time to look at Yan Liwei's injury. His figure didn't even change. Maintaining his previous posture, he retreated at extreme speed. Xiao Hua's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he retreated 10 meters away. You. Yan Liwei pointed at Xiao Hua in astonishment. His hand didn't stop, and he took out some medicinal pills from his storage pouch and placed them in his mouth. Unfortunately, before the medicinal pills in his mouth could melt, a black qi pervaded his face. Yan Liwei's finger that was pointing at Xiao Hua also gradually stiffened. His figure fell to the ground with a bang, and he no longer made a sound. Ah! Upon seeing this, the twin pi blue bears felt as if they were dreaming. This was a 7th-level qi condensation cultivator. His cultivation was far stronger than theirs. Now, he was actually killed by a 3rd-level qi condensation cultivator. Although it was a sneak attack, and there was no lack of trickery involved. Yan Liwei died at Xiao Hua's hands after all. Run. This thought emerged in the minds of the twin pi blue bears at the same time. What was laughable was that, as 5th-level qi condensation cultivators, the twin pi blue bears had encountered Xiao Hua twice. Both times, they had ended their confrontation with Xiao Hua by running away. The first time, the twin pi blue bears had escaped, but what about this time? The twin pi blue bears had long since reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. One of them fled into the Sobbing Meng mountain range, and the other fled out of the Sobbing Meng mountain range. As for the injured Xiao Hua, he didn't care about his injuries at this time. He stood up and directly chased after the twin pi blue bears who were fleeing out of the Sobbing Meng mountain range. The hearts of the twin pi blue bears who were fleeing out of the mountain range trembled with fear. They threw out their yellow talismans with all their might, only wanting to prevent Xiao Hua from getting close to them. They wanted to prevent Xiao Hua from using force to break through their magic. Who would have thought that when Xiao Hua saw the yellow talismans flying over, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He similarly waved his hand, and several fireball talismans were activated by his transcendence energy. Like hailstones, they pelted down on the twin pi blue bears and sealed off their surroundings. Rumble 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 rumble. Xiao Hua wasn't stingy with the yellow talismans in his hand, and he threw out several handfuls in succession. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the explosion of the fireball. Soon after, a charred corpse fell from midair, falling straight to the ground. One of the twin pi blue bears, a 5th-level qi refining cultivator, was actually burned to death by the fireball talismans that Xiao Hua refined himself. Seeing the twin pi blue bears' corpses fall, Xiao Hua still didn't dare to be at ease. He lowered his body and flew past the twin pi blue bears' corpses. The tip of the devil spear in his hand still pierced the corpses' backs. Only then did he fly far away, chasing after the twin pi blue bears who were flying into the Sobbing Meng mountain range. The twin pie blue bears were 5th level qi refining cultivators, which was the middle level of the qi refining realm. Compared to Xiao Hua, who was a low-level cultivator at the middle level of the 3rd level, their cultivation was much higher. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation progress was very slow, the transcendence energy in his body far surpassed those of the same level. He wasn't much different from the twin pie blue bears who were in the middle level of the qi refining realm. If the twin pie blue bears worked together, they might have had a chance. At the very least, they wouldn't have been defeated like this. However, the twin pie blue bears had long suspected that Xiao Hua was concealing his cultivation level and planted a seed of fear in their hearts. Secondly, when they saw the 7th level qi refining cultivator, Yan Wei, was actually killed by Xiao Hua, how could they dare to block his attack? The first thought in their minds was, run. After Xiao Hua killed one of the twin pie blue bears, he immediately flew high again, chasing after them in the direction of the sobbing Meng mountain range. While Xiao Hua was burning the other one, the other twin pie blue bears was already about to escape into an emerald green thicket. If he fell, this sobbing Meng mountain range was so big and Xiao Hua didn't have a divine sense, he would probably escape. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and urged his transcendence energy. He completely ignored the several wounds on his shoulder that were caused by the icicle talisman and chased after them with extreme speed. However, the distance between Xiao Hua and the twin pie blue bears was still a bit far. He was still a bit slow. Just when he was still several tens of feet away from the twin pie blue bears, the twin pie blue bears turned their heads and saw Xiao Hua chasing after them. They no longer flew forward and plunged into the thicket in the mountain range. When Xiao Hua flew to the same place where they fell, there was only a thick layer of fallen leaves, decaying and damp. Where was the shadow of the twin pie blue bears? Xiao Hua was unwilling to give up. He sat cross-legged and silently circulated the nameless mnemonic chant, wanting to use that inexplicable perception. However, the movements of several tens of feet around him were all reflected in his heart in a hazy manner, but they were all very normal. How could he find any trace of the twin pie blue bears? After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiao Hua stood up. He secretly sighed and flew up from his original position. He actually didn't care about the twin pie blue bears. Currently, it wasn't difficult for him to kill this kind of trash. What he was worried about was that the twin pie blue bears would send the news of him killing Yan Wei to the Yan clan, or even Xuanyan school. Regardless of whether it was Xuanyan school or the Yan clan, Xiao Hua didn't want to provoke them. Forget it. How could a cultivator be afraid of these grudges? Since I can't kill them, then I'll just let nature take its course. Xiao Hua directly flew out of the Weimeng mountain range. However, just as he flew out several tens of feet, he suddenly heard a bird's cry behind him. Although this sound wasn't as breathtaking as the bird's cry he heard on the southern plains that day, it still caused his magic power to slightly stagnate and his body to stop for a moment. When Xiao Hua turned his head in shock, he saw a goshawk spreading its wings and flying out from the lush greenery of the Weimeng mountain range. And in front of the goshawk were precisely the twin pie blue bears. Huh! How did this ruffian provoke the goshawk? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. However, he was also delighted in his heart. He prepared to intercept the twin pie blue bears. Those twin pie blue bears were also strange. They rushed out from the forest and didn't evade when they saw Xiao Hua. Instead, they directly rushed over. Strange, could it be? Xiao Hua secretly cried out in surprise. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 1404. Seeing that one of the pylon bears didn't escape to other places, but instead chose to fly in his direction, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. However, before he could turn around and fly away, a bloody scene occurred. That goshawk's figure was rather large, its 2 wings were about 3 meters wide. Although the pylon bears were flying fast, that goshawk was actually much faster than them. With a flap of its wings, it flew to the top of the pylon bears' heads. It was very strange. When the goshawk stretched out its sharp claws that flashed with cold light and grabbed downwards, it didn't grab at the heads that were closest to the goshawk's claws, but instead directly grabbed at the backs of the pylon bears. The pylon bears' faces had long lost color. Feeling the swift and fierce wind on their backs, they immediately changed direction and accelerated their flight. The goshawk's claws missed. It opened its beak and screeched angrily again. Following the screech, the pylon bears' bodies slightly stagnated. In the blink of an eye, that goshawk's two sharp claws grabbed at the same time. The defensive yellow talismans on the pylon bears' bodies were like paper, without even flashing brilliance, they were immediately torn apart. Immediately after, the goshawk's sharp claws deeply pierced into the backs of the pylon bears. Ah! With a miserable cry, the pylon bears' bodies were actually torn in half by the goshawk. The internal organs and some flesh of the pylon bears immediately scattered in midair. However, immediately after, they were blown by the strong mountain wind and scattered in all directions. However, something strange happened. Just as the pylon bears were torn apart by the goshawk, an earthy yellow shadow flew out from the backs of the pylon bears and directly landed on a tree on the ground. The goshawk also immediately threw away the remains of the pylon bears in its claws. With a flap of its wings, it chased after that earthy yellow shadow. That shadow was very small, almost invisible from far away. If not for Xiaohua's sharp eyes and ears, he probably wouldn't have seen it. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Because that earthy yellow shadow was very obvious on the emerald green ground. Its speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed several meters. That direction was precisely where Xiaohua was standing. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to change direction and desperately fled out of the sobbing Meng mountain range. At this time, Xiaohua already couldn't care about concealing himself, couldn't care about elegance, only wanted to escape from this sobbing Meng mountains, only wanted to escape from this incomparably powerful goshawk's sharp claws. Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua's current flying speed is comparable to that of a peak qi refining cultivator, the two spirit beasts behind him are also extraordinary. The earthy yellow shadow in the front has the appearance of a small mouse. The most ridiculous thing is that on the back of that small mouse, there is an even smaller mouse cub. That mouse cub's eyes haven't even opened, and its body doesn't have many fine hairs. Only a small tail is entangled with the mouse's tail. Although this mouse was still dragging its baby, its speed was still much faster than Xiaohua's. It was like a flying yellow line rapidly extending across the emerald green canopy. That goshawk is even more powerful. With a few flaps of its wings, it caught up with the mouse. Its sharp claws are everywhere on the mouse's back. The mouse's fleeing speed isn't fast enough, but it dodges extremely fast. Every time it is caught by the sharp claws, it will be dodged, and countless trees under the mouse's body will be torn apart by the goshawk's sharp claws. Xiaohua desperately fled in front, but, in just a few breaths of time, that mouse and goshawk caught up with him. Two ice-cold divine senses swept over Xiaohua's body, causing Xiaohua's heart to die like ashes. Is there a mistake? Both of them have the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua secretly criticized, "You guys fight, there's no need to bring disaster to mortals." Thinking this, Xiaohua clenched his teeth, turned around, and immediately flew in another direction. Moreover, he flew higher and higher. He knew that this goshawk was chasing after the mouse. As long as the mouse doesn't catch up to him, he will have a chance to survive. Things don't go as he wishes. Xiaohua had just flown away when that mouse that had been fleeing on the treetops suddenly flew into the air. Like a perfectly straight yellow line, it shot towards Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. With a wave of his hand, a stack of yellow talismans was thrown towards the mouse as if they were free of charge. With a rumbling sound, a dozen or so fireballs exploded behind him. But in the midst of the exploding fireballs, that mouse unexpectedly flew onto Xiaohua's back unscathed. How could Xiao Hua dare to let it get on his back? The tip of the devil's spear in his hand thrust forward. That mouse only slightly turned and dodged the tip of the spear, steadily landing on Xiao Hua's back. By the time the mouse grasped the Taoist robe on Xiao Hua's back, that mouse's expression was dispirited, as if its vitality had been greatly damaged. It wanted to rely on Xiao Hua to throw off the goshawk on its back. Xiao Hua hurriedly grabbed with his back hand, but even though the mouse's eyes were slightly narrowed, its divine sense was still there. No matter how Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, he simply couldn't grab even half a strand of mouse hair. Why am I so unlucky? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to complain in exasperation, a black shadow descended from the sky. A 3-zhang wide wing blocked Xiao Hua's head, and in the fierce sound of the wind, the goshawk's sharp claws grabbed at the mouse on Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua's heart was greatly shaken. Needless to say, this mouse would definitely be able to dodge this claw, and the goshawk's claws would most likely land on his body. Therefore, he was no longer able to throw off the mouse. He once again clenched his teeth, and the true qi in his entire body rapidly revolved. Urging his magic power, he quickly flew in another direction with incomparable speed. At this time, there was already no other thought in his mind. He only wanted to fly even faster, to escape the goshawk's sharp claws. However, he had only flown for a few breaths of time before another sharp gust of wind attacked his back from above. That goshawk's sharp claws fell again. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He fiercely took out the tip of the devil's spear from his space, and with a turn of his hand, he wanted to stab it into the goshawk's claw. With a clang, it seemed like two sharp objects had collided. Some sparks burst out from between the tip of the spear and the goshawk's claw, but there wasn't any damage on the goshawk's claw. Good heavens! Is this still a goshawk's claw? I'm afraid that even metal and stone aren't this sturdy. Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. However, the strength of Xiao Hua's stab was extremely great. Although the goshawk's wind was also strong, it was still struck back a few steps. Its two huge wings fiercely flapped, and it stabilized itself. A resounding eagle cry rang out. That goshawk was infuriated by Xiao Hua's counterattack. Going berserk, its wings flapped, and its two eagle claws rapidly clawed at two places on Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua saw that the tip of the devil's spear was able to block the goshawk's sharp claws. His heart was a bit shaken, and at the same time, he lowered his head and flew rapidly. At the same time, he circulated the nameless chant, and all his attention was focused on the movements behind him. Seeing the goshawk's claw coming down, he immediately blocked the tip of the devil's spear behind him just like before. With another clang, Xiao Hua blocked one of the goshawk's claws, but in the instant he blocked it, the other goshawk's claw came from another direction. This claw was like lightning. The iron cloak talisman and weak water talisman on Xiao Hua's body were like paper under this sharp claw. In an instant, it pierced into his Taoist robe. At this crucial moment, the muscles on Xiao Hua's body suddenly trembled. His entire body suddenly hugged into a ball, and Xiao Hua seemed to be on flat ground. With an extremely ingenious movement technique, he actually dodged the goshawk's sharp claws. The pleasant surprise didn't stop there. At the same time that Xiao Hua used his movement technique, his other hand very naturally took out the devil's spear from the space. He slightly unfolded it in the air, and like using an iron rod, he swatted it at the goshawk's sharp claws from an extremely strange angle. The goshawk's sharp claws did its best to dodge, but under Xiao Hua's ingenious angle and excellent timing, it still couldn't dodge and was hit by the devil's spear. Caw, the goshawk's sharp claws fiercely retracted. It raised its beak to the sky and cried out several times. Immediately, its 3-meter-long wings fiercely flapped, and a hurricane-like force directly attacked Xiao Hua. That hurricane hadn't yet come close, but a suffocating feeling hit Xiao Hua in the face. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. This wasn't a simple force, but a hurricane formed from spiritual aura. This was the furious attack of a Foundation establishment goshawk. How could a trifling aura-refining cultivator like him withstand it? Not daring to hesitate, Xiaohua immediately changed direction. Head down, he flew straight to the ground. Moreover, at the same time he flew down, Xiaohua immediately used an Earth Escape talisman on his body. This was also the flash of inspiration he had just now. Sure enough, the goshawk was caught off guard by Xiaohua's sudden descent. In an instant, it rushed far away. By the time the goshawk landed again, Xiaohua had already fallen a lot. The goshawk had been teased time and time again. This time, it was thoroughly angry. With a flap of its giant wings, a black shadow of 10 feet in size swooped down from the sky towards Xiaohua's back. Its sharp claws actually emitted a cold light under the sunlight. If Xiaohua was caught by these claws, he would most likely end up with his flesh and blood flying everywhere. Quick, quick, quick! Xiaohua almost wanted to reach out a hand in his heart, wanting to quickly land on the ground. Unfortunately, the goshawk's sharp claws attacked when he was about 100 feet above the ground. Xiaohua didn't even think. His entire body flew at an extremely beautiful angle in midair. The devil spear in his hand was similarly incomparably gorgeous, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it blocked between his back and the goshawk's claws. The strange thing was that this devil spear wasn't the same as before. In this attack, there wasn't any strength. Instead, at the same time it collided with the goshawk's claws, it used a kind of ingenious method to borrow the enormous force of the goshawk's claws to rapidly push Xiaohua's own body towards the ground. Xiaohua only needed a breath to cover the distance of 100 feet. Just as his body landed on the ground, a burst of brilliance flashed on Xiaohua's body. The Earth Escape talisman came into effect. Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared under the ground. The goshawk saw that it had been teased time and time again. Its prey, an extremely weak thing, had actually disappeared in front of its eyes. It was abnormally furious. Its body flew on the ground, and its divine sense ruthlessly swept over Xiaohua's body, who was deep underground. Xiaohua was underground and had already sensed the goshawk's divine sense. Greatly alarmed, he hurriedly fled to other places. Unfortunately, when he fled 100 feet, the goshawk also flew 100 feet. The goshawk's body had always been above Xiaohua's head. Chapter 1405. Xiaohua's Earth Escape talisman had a time limit. Not long after, he saw his body flashing with light. Xiaohua hurriedly put another Earth Escape talisman on his body and fled to another place. After so many times, the Earth Escape talismans in Xiaohua's space had been exhausted. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black sky in panic, not knowing what to do. Although he couldn't see the goshawk on the ground, the goshawk's divine sense had never left his side. He had already fled for a long time, but the divine sense was like a maggot in his bones. He couldn't escape. What should I do? Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the last Earth Escape talisman. After using this Earth Escape talisman, he could only be obediently squeezed out of the ground, exposing himself to the goshawk's sharp claws and huge wings. Facing a Foundation establishment goshawk, Xiaohua was like a defenseless baby. At this moment, a squeaking sound was heard. The rat that had been lying on his back all this time flew up and floated in front of him out of thin air. I forgot to escape. This mouse is the real prey that the goshawk is chasing. I'm just a fish in the pond. Xiaohua saw the mouse and suddenly realized. At this moment, the mouse seemed to have recovered a bit of its vitality. Its eyes were wide open and it stared at Xiaohua from top to bottom. "AI, big brother." Xiaohua said, "I don't know where you came from, but you should escape. Why are you pulling me? Even if I cultivate for 10 years, I'm afraid I won't be a match for that goshawk. If Big Brother has good intentions, you should leave quickly. While I can still hide for a while, let me live." Saying this, Xiaohua put his hands together and saluted the mouse. Mouse also didn't know if he could understand, but after a moment, he also held his two mouse paws in front of his chest and couldn't help but smile as he saluted Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and muttered, "Big brother, don't laugh at this little Taoist. You leaving quickly is already a grace to this little Taoist." While speaking, the light around Xiaohua's body flickered. Xiaohua knew that the Earth Escape Talisman was about to lose its effect, so he quickly used the last Earth Escape Talisman on himself. Right at this moment, the rat's tail moved slightly, and it actually brought the little rat on its back that hadn't opened its eyes to his eyes. The amazing thing was that the little rat actually floated in midair and didn't seem to fall. The rat stared at the rat cub in front of it for a long time. There was an indescribable meaning in its tiny eyes. Xiaohua did not understand it at first, but when his gaze met the rat's, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a giant hammer. In the rat's eyes, there was a kind of pity, a kind of reluctance, a kind of determination, and an unparalleled love. Xiaohua watched in disbelief. He didn't dare to believe that he was actually able to see such a scene through his narrow vision. His eyes had long since become moist. At this moment, he also understood the rat's intentions. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the rat's decision. Sure enough, in just a moment, the rat suddenly retracted its gaze. An ice-cold divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. The rat's mouth was still making gg sounds, saying a language that Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiaohua's face was heavy. He also looked straight at it, seemingly not retreating. Soon after, the rat shook its tail, separating it from the rat cub's tail. Then, with a tap of its tail, the rat cub floated towards Xiaohua. However, just as it floated a few inches, the rat's tail curled up and suddenly pulled the rat cub back. The rat's tail coiled around the rat cub, and a doting feeling filled the entire space. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He also couldn't bear it in his heart. Soon after, the rat pushed the rat cub. Without waiting for the rat cub to float in front of Xiaohua, the rat's figure flashed, and it actually easily escaped from the halo of Xiaohua's Earth Escape Talisman. And just as the rat left the ground and disappeared from Xiaohua's sight, Xiaohua clearly saw that the rat suddenly turned its head, and its eyes lovingly looked at the rat cub in midair. Xiaohua didn't know the situation above the ground. He only knew that just as the rat left the ground, the goshawk's ice-cold divine sense immediately disappeared from his body. When the divine sense disappeared, the rat cub floated in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This was an extremely cute little thing. Its eyes hadn't opened yet, and its red body was covered in fine fur. Its small tail unconsciously moved, as if it was looking for its mother's warmth. Sighed Xiaohua, how could he bear to ignore this rat cub? He gently extended his hands to hold it. The weightless rat cub was slightly warm as it leaned against Xiaohua's palm. Its small tail had just touched Xiaohua's finger when it instinctively curled up, tightly curling around Xiaohua's little finger. A kind of indescribable warmth flowed in Xiaohua's heart. Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly escaped underground, and quickly fled in a direction. When the Earth Escape Talisman was about to lose its effect, he rushed out of the ground. Sure enough, on the ground, there were no traces of the goshawk and rat. When Xiaohua saw this, he knew that he had escaped with his life. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at the pink lump of meat in his palm, and the corner of his mouth curled up. His palm slightly curled up, and he was about to put it into his spirit storage pouch. However, the rat cub's small tail was tightly wrapped around Xiaohua's little finger, and it didn't loosen. Xiaohua was unable to put it in. What should I do? I can't always hold it in my hand, right? Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the ice worm king's egg and water-patterned butterfly's egg in the space. He brushed his hand, and tried to send the rat cub into the space. Strangely enough, the rat cub's body actually smoothly entered the space, but its small tail was still wrapped around Xiaohua's finger. However, When the light from reverse light shone on the rat cub's body, the rat cub immediately floated comfortably in the space, and its small tail also loosened from Xiaohua's finger. Hee, this place is safe. I'll let this little guy slowly grow up. In any case, I won't let down the rat mother who generously went to her death. Xiaohua laughed and raised his eyes to discern the direction. He urged his magic power, and his entire figure didn't fly high. Following the treetops, he flew out of the sobbing Meng mountain range at extreme speed. At the foot of the mountain, Wuxia had long been running in circles. However, she didn't dare to fly back to the sobbing Meng mountain range. When she saw Xiaohua's figure flying over, her eyes held an indescribable astonishment and peace of mind. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wuxia couldn't wait to welcome him, and impatiently asked, Pylon, the twin bears, and Yan Shenwei, how are they? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, and he landed on the foot of the mountain. He laughed. What does fellow Taoist Kai think? Wuxia's face revealed joy, and she laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao can return. Then they, not waiting for Wuxia to finish speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, how can I be a match for the three seniors? I only watched the three of them fight from afar. As for what happened to them, I also didn't dare to show my face. I only shot them a glance, and then hurriedly fled. If they perish together, that's also possible. Wuxia's eyes turned, and she hurriedly nodded and said, that's right. I also had the same thought. Moreover, just now, the sobbing Meng mountain range let out a great cry of the firmament shaking. Maybe, it's also normal for them to be killed by the firmament shaking. Firmament shaking? Xiaohua's brows furrowed, and he inwardly said, in all likelihood, that goshawk is the firmament shaking. Just by hearing this name, I can tell it's not a master that's easy to worry about. Thus, he laughed, isn't that right, fellow Taoist Kai? What rank is this firmament shaking? When I heard that hawk cry, I trembled with fear. I couldn't even fly. The firmament shaking is a third-rank spirit beast, and its strength is comparable to a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator like me. Not to mention us, even a 7th-stage qi condensation cultivator like Yan Shenwei wouldn't be lucky enough to encounter it. Wuxia chuckled. However, since the firmament shaking has appeared here, fellow Taoist Xiao can forget about the spirit-seeking mouse. Why is that? Xiaohua asked. Spirit-seeking mice are different from ordinary spirit beasts. They have strength ranging from the initial to the 3rd rank, and even the 4th rank. The initial rank is naturally equivalent to a first-level qi refining cultivator, and the 4th rank is equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I was still thinking that if fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is good, you can encounter a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse. Moreover, fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed is very fast, so your chances of catching a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse are also much higher. Wuxia pursed her lips and said regretfully, unfortunately, the firmament shaking is the natural enemy of spirit-seeking mice. No matter what rank the spirit-seeking mouse is, when it sees the firmament shaking, all of its bones and tendons will go limp, and it won't be able to escape even half a step. Today, the firmament shaking has appeared, and I'm afraid we won't be able to see any more spirit-seeking mice in the surroundings. No matter. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, our goal isn't the spirit-seeking mouse. As long as we can find the mother-child spirit fruit, it's fine. Of course. Wuxia clapped her hands and said, then, let's go now. How could Xiaohua go now? He shook his head and said, the firmament shaking has just appeared, and the Sabmon mountain range is still very dangerous. Let's wait a few more days. Eyes a bit impatient. Wuxia echoed. Soon after, Xiaohua and Xiaohua each found a place to rest in the mountains. After 3 days, they quietly arrived at the stone wall where the mother-child spirit fruit was located. The corpses of Yan Liwei and the Blue Bear duo had long since disappeared. Only their blood-stained Taoist robes and the storage pouches were left behind. Presumably, the corpses had already been eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains. Seeing that Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with the location of the 3 corpses, Kaixuxia wasn't surprised in the slightest. During these 3 days, she also understood that the higher Xiao Hua's cultivation was, the more beneficial it was to her. Therefore, when Xiao Hua held the 3 storage pouches in his hand, Kaixuxia didn't wait for him to speak and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, Zhao's luck is indeed good. This storage pouch should be a gift from the heavens to fellow Taoist. How come I didn't see it? It seems like I really have no fate with the things inside the storage pouch." Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He no longer held back and hung the 3 storage pouches on his waist. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow I." Kaixuxia waited for Xiao Hua to finish packing, then led Xiao Hua to the place where the stream of water flowed on the stone wall. She used her hand to point at the stream and said, "This is the passage that leads to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows. We only need to use magic power to break the stone walls on both sides of the stream and we'll be able to see it." Chapter 1406. Xiao Hua had long known about the mystery of the stone wall. Since Kaixuxia didn't covet the storage bags of Yan Yanwei and the blue bears, Xiao Hua absolutely wouldn't take advantage of Kaixuxia, so he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to fellow Kai's guidance. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to see that the water flow on the stone wall was actually the entrance." Kaixuxia pursed her lips and smiled. She walked in front of the water flow, looked left and right, then patted her storage bag and took out several strange yellow talismans. She activated her magic power, turning them into various colors of brilliance. With the wave of Kaixuxia's slender hands, they hit various parts of the stone wall. Formation talismans? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He saw Yan Yanwei use this thing before, and Kaixuxia also didn't explain much. Now that he saw Kaixuxia take it out, she must have prepared it during the half-year he was in seclusion. Soon after, Kaixuxia activated her magic power. Her hands formed simple seals and hit the formation talismans on the stone wall. Following the seals, the stone wall gradually overflowed with a faint brilliance. Xiao Hua took a few glances and saw that the seals were very simple, so he lost interest. Soon after, he reached out and opened the storage bag at his waist, rummaging through the things inside. There were many things in Yan Yanwei's storage bag. There were some formation talismans, many yellow talismans, and several alchemy books. What made Xiao Hua the most happy was that there were many marrow cleansing pills and clear pleasure pills, and even some Giji pills. These Giji pills were the same as the clear pleasure pills, they were also pills that could increase magic power. Xiao Hua only learned about them after studying alchemy for this half-year, and they were also the pills he prepared to choose after taking the clear pleasure pill. Now that he saw them, of course he was wild with joy. Moreover, this Yan Yanwei was indeed the direct bloodline of Xuanyan School's alchemists. Not only were there many marrow cleansing pills, there were also many clear pleasure pills that exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. In contrast, there weren't many good things in the storage bags of the blue bears, only some ordinary pills. Not to mention any cultivation methods, even the yellow talismans were missing. This really made Xiao Hua somewhat disdainful. What's wrong with these people? They don't even bring their own cultivation methods with them, and still hide them. Is it so important? As she thought of this, she looked down on them and quietly put these things into her space so that no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, the quality of these 3 people's storage pouches was not bad. They could be exchanged for some high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua put them in his sleeve and accepted them with a smile. While Xiao Huaqing was counting the medicinal pills, Kaixuxia was also nearing the end. Kaixuxia shouted, "Quick!" Her face flushed red. She formed a seal with both hands and raised it in front of her chest with great difficulty. Then, she slowly pushed it forward as if she was lifting a 1,000-kilogram boulder. After casting the seal with great difficulty, Kai Zhuoxia's body trembled slightly. Sweat immediately seeped out of her face. This was the sign of overdraft of her supernatural power. Following Kai Zhuoxia's final seal, a brilliant brilliance appeared on the stone wall. It was extremely dazzling. However, just as Xiaohua squinted his eyes and stared at it, that brilliance flashed and the stone wall returned to its original appearance. This. Xiaohua stared blankly, turning his head to look at Kai Zhuoxia. The redness on Kai Zhuoxia's face disappeared, revealing a pale white. Alas, Kai Zhuoxia sighed and shook her head slightly. After a long while, she said in a low voice, "My supernatural power is still insufficient. This stone wall. I'm afraid it can't be broken." Soon after, as if explaining, she said embarrassedly, "I found Yen Wei because he's a 7th level qi refining cultivator. His supernatural power is much stronger than I, that's why." Xiaohua nodded and didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, he walked to the front of the stone wall and looked at the place where Kai Zhuoxia had just inserted the formation talisman. Then, he jumped into the stream of water on the stone wall, took a good stand, and placed his hand on the side of the stone wall. Taking a deep breath, he circulated all the strength in his body and moved the stone wall to the outside. Xiaohua's strength wasn't just for show. Following Xiaohua's exertion of strength, that stone wall's brilliance began to flash. Moreover, it became increasingly resplendent, almost exactly the same as when Kai Zhuoxia used the formation talisman just a moment ago. Ah! Kai Zhuoxia stood beside the stream of water, her face full of astonishment. She really didn't think that when a cultivator's strength reached a certain degree, they could actually break through magic with force. But the matter still wasn't as simple as Xiaohua thought. Just as the stone wall faintly swayed, his fingertips suddenly slipped. It seemed like the restriction on the stone wall had some effect. Xiaohua's figure immediately lost balance and fell into the stream of water. Kai Zhuoxia was startled. Just as she raised her hand and wanted to do something, Xiaohua's figure that fell in midair suddenly spun strangely. He didn't use any magic power at all and steadily fell into the stream of water. Okay, Kai Zhuoxia didn't know why, but she suddenly cried out. Xiaohua scratched his head, looked at Kai Zhuoxia with an embarrassed smile, and went forward to try again. In the end, that stone wall's restriction was still as smooth as before. Xiaohua was the same as before, unable to move the stone wall away. Xiaohua slightly frowned. Thinking for a moment, he took out the devil's spear tip. Just as he wanted to use the spear tip to break the restriction, he was stopped by Kai Zhuoxia. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, wait a moment." "What's wrong?" "Fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head and said, "This restriction is somewhat strange. In the information that I received, the restriction on this stone wall must be completely broken at the same time. Only then can the passage be completely opened. Otherwise, the restriction will have a backup plan that will destroy the mother-child spirit fruit in the passage. Just now, fellow Taoist Xiao used force to break the restriction. You should be able to move the entire stone wall away, and the backup plan of the restriction won't be triggered. If you use this spear tip to break the formation, I'm afraid there will be a bad result." "Ah. There's such a wonderful formation." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly put away the devil's spear tip. "Then what should we do?" Xiaohua didn't have any other methods besides using force to break the restriction. "I also have no other way." Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. "Unless we find another person whose magic power is even higher than I's." Although that's what she said, and in the cultivation world of the country of Shi, there were many cultivators with higher cultivation than Kai Zhuoxia, but how many of them could Kai Zhuoxia and Xiaohua trust? "How about fellow Taoist Xiao, wait a moment, I will go and invite my sister over. She's a 7th level qi refining cultivator, she should be able to break the restriction." Kai Zhuoxia's eyes lit up. "Fairy Hongxia?" Xiaohua heard Kai Zhuoxia mention her before, so he said with a smile, "Of course it's possible." But Wuxia slightly bit her pearly white teeth and said hesitantly, "When I came out, my sister was in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid she still hasn't come out yet." "Isn't that the same as not saying anything?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and muttered in his stomach. The two of them pondered for half a day, but they still couldn't think of any good method, so they had no choice but to leave the sobbing Meng Mountains. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plan in his heart, so he cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, how about this? Since we don't have any effective methods for the time being, we'll cultivate here first. If fellow Taoist can make a breakthrough, wouldn't we be able to open the passage?" Kai Wuxia bitterly smiled. She had just taken a foundation establishment pill, so it was easy for her to make a breakthrough. Even if she took another pill now, it was impossible for her magic power to increase by too much. The restriction on the stone wall still couldn't be broken. But, apart from this, what other methods did she have? After all, being able to pick the mother-child spirit fruit and refine the embryonic breathing pill was her only hope at this moment. "All right, we can only do this." Kai Wuxia slightly nodded. At this moment, she could be considered as being forced to do something beyond her ability. The two of them found a secluded place, and each of them found a clean cave, and started to cultivate. Before Xiaohua entered the cave, he also asked for a copy of the method to use the array talisman to break the restriction on the stone wall. Kai Wuxia wasn't stingy and gave it to him. In a flash, several months passed. Kai Wuxia's cultivation was still at the same place, without any improvement. Xiaohua's cultivation, with the support of the clear breeze pill and marrow cleansing pill, directly reached the peak of the third level of the qi refining realm. But, just as Xiaohua was about to take the last marrow cleansing pill and clear breeze pill to break through the bottleneck of the third level of the qi refining realm and enter the fourth level, Kai Wuxia didn't want to. Seeing Kai Wuxia's summoning talisman, Xiaohua could only get up from his closed-door cultivation and very helplessly push away the huge rock blocking the entrance of the cave. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Outside the cave, Kai Wuxia was very apologetic. Just as she cupped her hands and was about to apologize, her eyes lit up again. She smiled, almost jealously, and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I didn't expect that in a mere few months, fellow Taoist, your cultivation would advance again. You've already reached the peak of the third level of the qi refining realm." Immediately, Kai Wuxia came to her senses and slapped her forehead. "I was too impatient. Alas, if it wasn't for I sending you a message, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist would have been able to enter the fourth level of the qi refining realm in a little more than a month, right?" "Atonement, atonement." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Look at what fellow Taoist Kai is saying. Fellow Taoist cultivated to the third level of the qi refining realm many years ago. I only reached the third level of the qi refining realm at such an age. What's there to be proud of?" Kai Wuxia slightly shook her head. She was very clear in her heart that from the second level of the qi refining realm to the third level of the qi refining realm, and then from the third level of the qi refining realm to the fourth level of the qi refining realm, she spent a lot of time. As for Xiaohua, from the first level of the qi refining realm she saw until now, he was at the peak of the third level of the qi refining realm. How much time did he spend? Comparisons are odious. This was the only thought in Kai Wuxia's mind. "Fellow Taoist Kai, I haven't made any progress in these past few months. Counting with my fingers, it should be about time for my younger sister to come out of closed-door cultivation. We can't just stay here forever. If possible, I want to take a trip back to Luoyang and see if I can call my younger sister over." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai's idea is indeed wonderful. However, before fellow Taoist Kai leaves, I also want to give it a try and see if I can break the restriction on that stone wall." Kai Wuxia was overjoyed. She clapped her hands and said, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao's strength has increased again in these past few months?" Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Soon after, the two of them tidied up and once again arrived in front of the stone wall. The flowing water in front of the stone wall was still gurgling, as if it hadn't changed at all due to the passage of time. Chapter 1407. Xiao Hua walked in front of the stone wall and carefully examined it. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Kai, I'll have to trouble you to lend me the talisman." "What? Talisman, talisman?" Kai Wuxia was originally looking forward to seeing Xiao Hua's divine power, but she didn't expect Xiao Hua to actually ask her for talisman. She stuttered for a moment. "Yes, talisman. I want to give it a try," Xiao Hua said, as expected. "How?" Kai Wuxia originally wanted to say, "How is that possible?" but when the words reached her mouth, she hurriedly stopped. Then, she thought for a moment, patted her storage bag, took out several talismans, and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already asked Kai Wuxia how to use talismans before entering closed-door cultivation. Moreover, the technique wasn't very complicated. To be honest, Xiao Hua had already practiced it skillfully a few days before he entered closed-door cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua took the talismans and didn't answer. He walked in front of the stone wall in a flash. Just like how Kai Wuxia controlled the talismans several months ago, he calmly inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Then, he also urged his magic power, formed a technique, and inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Seeing the stone wall gradually flash with brilliance, Kai Wuxia was completely dumbfounded. No matter if it was the technique Xiao Hua used to insert the talismans into the stone wall or the technique he used to activate the technique, they were all extremely nimble. It was as if he had immersed himself in it for dozens of years. It was far from what she could compare to. And the resplendent brilliance on the stone wall, as well as the magic power displayed by Xiao Hua, also made Kai Wuxia astonished. He's only at the peak of the third level of the Qi refining realm. His magic power, how can it be stronger than mine? Kai Wuxia's mind turned rapidly, and the expression on her face was also uncertain. I'm at the peak of the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. I'm about to break through to the sixth level of the Qi refining realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone wall moved and made a series of rumbling sounds. In addition, there was the sound of water splashing. Xiao Hua actually used his own magic power to use a formation talisman to completely break the restriction on the stone wall. After the stone wall moved away, it revealed a stone cave that was about 10 feet in size. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled as he looked at the green and slippery moss all around the cave and the stream that occasionally flowed out. Ever since he came out of the 1,000-foot Peaks cave, he still had some lingering fear towards this cave. He didn't dare to rashly try it out. "Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Wuxia couldn't help but ask with a stutter, Your magic power, how is it so deep?" That's right, not only is his divine power astonishing, even his magic power is more profound than a cultivator at the peak of the fifth layer of Qi refining. How can you let him live? Xiao Hua looked at the pitch-black cave and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, are there any restrictions in this cave?" Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer, Kai Wuxia's face turned red. Thinking about it, this was his secret. If she asked for no reason, he definitely wouldn't answer. Kai Wuxia calmed her mind and said with a smile, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This passage was used by the senior who discovered the mother-child spirit fruit. He only placed a restriction on the stone walls, but there is no restriction inside." "Oh," Xiao Hua nodded slightly and turned his head to ask, "Then I'll lead the way in front. What do you think, fellow Taoist Kai?" Kai Wuxia was a bit hesitant. Xiao Hua leading the way in front would certainly reduce her danger by a lot, but on the other hand, Xiao Hua could see the mother-child spirit fruit first. Wouldn't she lose the initiative? Just as Kai Wuxia was hesitating, she inadvertently saw Xiao Hua's thought-provoking gaze. Kai Wuxia's heart immediately trembled. The current Xiao Hua was no longer the little cultivator at the first layer of Qi refining she met before the new year. Since Xiao Hua could kill the blue twin bears and also have the severe might of a 7th layer Qi refining cultivator, then, she was definitely not Xiao Hua's opponent. Since he was leading the way, he obviously had the intention of letting her take advantage of him. Why should she think so much? Thinking of this, Wuxia immediately cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go first." Xiao Hua nodded, then clapped his hands and took out the demonic spear shaft from his storage pouch. Taking advantage of the situation, he made a staff flower-like move in his hand. Urging his magic power, he flew into the cave. Wuxia's gaze was very complicated as she looked at Xiao Hua's back. In her mind, Xiao Hua's confidence and the very strange staff in his hand flashed. Sighing, she took out a moonstone from her storage pouch and also followed him. Ever since Xiao Hua used a strange move to fight Firmament Shocker in the Qimeng Mountain range several months ago, Xiao Hua thought about his very strange staff technique for a long time. When he was in closed-door cultivation and cultivating his cultivation method, he also took out the demonic spear shaft and familiarized himself with it. Although he didn't have a clear memory in his mind, when he fumbled with his hands, he actually remembered the 360 moves of the staff technique. And at the same time that he recalled the staff technique, the name of the staff technique, Heavenly Staff Technique, also appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. What an arrogant name. This was Xiao Hua's only thought at that time. In the following few months, Xiao Hua often practiced this Heavenly Staff Technique. Therefore, when he took out the demonic spear shaft just now, he very naturally made a staff flower-like move with the demonic spear shaft. Xiao Hua flew in front, holding the demonic spear shaft in one hand and the moonstone in the other. The cave was pitch black and also very long. Xiao Hua and Wuxia flew for a cup of tea's worth of time before they saw light. When Xiao Hua and Wuxia flew out of the mountain path, they discovered that this was a space of several hundred feet in size. This space was surrounded by towering stone walls, and above them were verdant vines that tightly covered this space. Moreover, those vines were abruptly hanging high in the sky. If there wasn't a strange restriction, Xiao Hua wouldn't believe it no matter what. Xiao Hua first sized up the surroundings, then flew into the space and landed on the ground. Wuxia flew in after him, but before she could land, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Her gaze was lifeless as she looked at a spirit fruit that was taller than a person not far in front of her. That spirit fruit's stem was as thick as a fist, and at the top was a gourd-like object. However, this object was flat, more like half a gourd. Moreover, that gourd-like protrusion was raised high up, facing the light between the vines and the sky. Mother-child spirit fruit. Wuxia murmured, "It's really the mother-child spirit fruit." This is the mother-child spirit fruit? Xiao Hua was a bit baffled. He thought that the mother-child spirit fruit was two spirit fruits that were born together, one big and one small. He didn't expect that this spirit fruit that was like half a gourd was actually the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look. That mother-child spirit fruit is thin on the top and thick on the bottom. Isn't it the appearance of a pregnant baby? That's why it's called the mother-child spirit fruit. Wuxia's gaze was somewhat infatuated as she explained in a low voice. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua understood. At the same time, he also thought to himself, embryonic breathing pill. Is it also related to this pregnant baby? Fellow Taoist Xiao. This mother-child spirit fruit. How are you and I going to split it? Wuxia came back to her senses and asked somewhat hesitantly. Fellow Taoist Kai. There are still many mother-child spirit fruits in this space. I'm afraid it's enough for us to pick. Xiao Hua used his finger to point and said with a smile. Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao probably still doesn't understand the characteristics of this mother-child spirit fruit. Although there are many mother-child spirit fruits in this space, but only one stalk is the true mother-child spirit fruit. Without waiting for this stalk of mother-child spirit fruit to be picked, all the other mother-child spirit fruits won't truly mature. Hee, isn't that simple? Pick the mature one, wait for the next one to mature, then we'll just pick it. Xiao Hua very naturally thought. There is a gap of 10 years between two mature mother-child spirit fruits. Wuxia said calmly. Ah. So it's like that. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled, and he said in astonishment then. How are these mother-child spirit fruits grown? It's said that if a mature mother-child spirit fruit isn't refined into embryonic breathing pill, then its fruit will contain the seeds of the mother-child spirit fruit. When the fruit is fully ripe, the entire fruit will burst open, and the seeds will also scatter in all directions, growing into a new mother-child spirit fruit. Wuxia explained very detailedly. Then, is this stalk mature? Xiao Hua pointed at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of him and asked. Wuxia shook her head. No, that mature mother-child spirit fruit's fruit will have light gold stripes on it. This fruit is still light green, so it definitely isn't. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, since it's like that, you and I will split it 60-40. You and I will split up to search, and whoever finds it will get 60% of the embryonic breathing pill. Really? Wuxia said with joy at the unexpected turn of events. Of course, go ahead. I always keep my word. Xiao Hua said with a grin. Good. Wuxia was overjoyed, and she followed the direction that Xiao Hua pointed to search. Xiao Hua waited for Wuxia to walk far away, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the puppet from the space. He cast a spell, and the puppet automatically dug out all the mother-child spirit fruits from the ground. Xiao Hua himself also walked slowly. Every time he walked in front of a mother-child spirit fruit, he would patiently cast a spell, transplanting these mother-child spirit fruits into his space one by one. Just when Xiao Hua and the puppet transplanted the 20th mother-child spirit fruit into the space, Wuxia's exclamation suddenly came from afar. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect, and he stored the puppet into the space. His figure flew up, and he flew towards the place where Wuxia exclaimed. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to fly to the place where the sound came from, he saw Wuxia flying back from afar in a panic, and behind her, there was a huge dragonfly chasing after her. That dragonfly was 3 feet long, and its entire body was red. Within the red, there were many leopard patterns. On top of its head, fist-sized eyes were flickering with red light, and its light red wings were flashing extremely quickly. Its flying speed was only slightly slower than Wuxia's leopard dragonfly. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned when he saw this. This was a first-grade spirit beast recorded in the insect scripture. Xiao Hua obtained the insect scripture from a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect in the southern colored plain. He had never read it carefully, and only took it out to read it after encountering the spirit-seeking mouse. I didn't expect it to be the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit. At this moment, Wuxia also saw Xiao Hua, and her face revealed a happy expression. Her figure flew towards Xiao Hua. Chapter 1408. At this moment, in Wuxia's heart, Xiao Hua was no longer a first-layer aura refining cultivator, nor was he a low-level disciple whom she wanted to repay with some kindness. Instead, he was a mysterious cultivator whose cultivation level was a bit higher than hers, and who also had endless strength. This was a fact that Wuxia was unwilling to admit, but she had no choice but to face. Therefore, when Wuxia saw Xiao Hua while being chased by the leopard dragonfly, she immediately wanted to fly towards him. However, when Xiao Hua saw this, he slightly frowned. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Wuxia was also bewildered, but she immediately realized that although the leopard dragonfly was the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit, it was only a first-rank spirit beast after all. Its strength was only comparable to a fifth-layer aura refining cultivator. Her current cultivation level was also at the peak of the fifth-layer aura refining realm, so she should be able to fight against the leopard dragonfly. If she lured the leopard dragonfly to Xiao Hua as soon as she met him, wouldn't she not be of any use in this process of finding the mother-child spirit fruit? Since she couldn't be of any use, what qualifications did she have to obtain more mother-child spirit fruits? After thinking it through, Kai Wuxia's expression turned cold. She clenched her teeth, turned around, and lured the leopard dragonfly to another place. While Kai Wuxia was hesitating, the leopard dragonfly had already caught up. Its wings buzzed and flashed, and its dragonfly tail, which was like a wooden stick, suddenly danced rapidly. Then, the head of the leopard dragonfly suddenly stretched forward, and a sharp, long icicle pierced towards Kai Wuxia's back with lightning speed. Kai Wuxia had just turned around when the icicle pierced towards her. Greatly shocked, Kai Wuxia hurriedly twisted her body and did her best to dodge, but the icicle was too fast. With a flash of brilliance on Kai Wuxia's back, the iron cloak talisman she had previously put on was pierced by the icicle. Moreover, the icicle's momentum wasn't over yet, and it stabbed diagonally into Kai Wuxia's Daoist robe and into her back. Fortunately, Kai Wuxia reacted quickly and dodged, so the icicle didn't pierce her vital points and only stabbed diagonally into her back and shoulder. While Kai Wuxia was in pain, she took out the fireball talisman in her hand and threw it without hesitation. However, something shocking happened. The leopard dragonfly didn't seem to panic as the fireball grew larger and larger. It waved its tail rapidly, and a snow-like spiritual energy flew toward the fireball to cover it. Rumble. The fireball talisman exploded, but it was blocked by the spiritual energy of ice and snow. The leopard dragonfly was not injured in the slightest. However, Kai Wuxia took advantage of this opportunity to escape far away. Xiao Hua saw that Kai Wuxia had lured the leopard dragonfly away, and he understood in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he took out the puppet again and had it continue to dig out the mother-child spirit fruits. Then, he concealed himself and directly flew towards where Kai Wuxia had come from. Not long after, Xiao Hua's nose smelled a whiff of frankincense. Looking over, there was a dazzling golden object about 10 zhang away. It was a ripe mother-child spirit fruit. When Xiao Hua flew closer, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. This ripe mother-child spirit fruit was different from the unripe ones he had seen before. This mother-child spirit fruit no longer looked like a gourd from its outer appearance. The top of the gourd had already shrunk a lot and gradually condensed into a sphere, similar to the shape of a human head. The bottom of the gourd was even larger, like the belly of a full month pregnant. At this time, the entire body of the mother-child spirit fruit was entwined with golden fine lines. They looked like runes, but they weren't runes, emitting a faint brilliance. This. Xiao Hua's brows furrowed even tighter. When he learned that Kai Wuxia had obtained this mother-child spirit fruit from Qing Fengmin's storage pouch, he was somewhat puzzled. This thing was only the main ingredient of the Cultivation World's embryonic breathing pill. It had nothing to do with the devil world, so what did Qing Fengmin want it for? Of course, Xiao Hua also suspected that Qing Fengmin had obtained it from other cultivators. But looking at this mother-child spirit fruit that looked like a pregnant woman, and then thinking about Qing Fengmin's blood shadow's appearance, Xiao Hua felt that there must be some connection. And, fortunately, that evil blood shadow has already been destroyed by Li Zongbao. This place, if it was Qing Fengmin's doing, I won't have any more doubts. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then, Xiao Hua didn't recklessly pick the mother-child spirit fruit. Instead, he carefully sized up his surroundings. When he felt that there wasn't anything abnormal, he pinched his hand and urged his magic power, wanting to pick the mother-child spirit fruit. But when the magic seal touched the mother-child spirit fruit, the mother-child spirit fruit flashed with brilliance and actually blocked Xiao Hua's magic seal to the side. Ouch! Xiao Hua was startled in his heart. Not good. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua was startled, a ripple of brilliance appeared at the location of the vines in the air. Immediately after, a ball of slightly jet-black brilliance formed a sphere and struck down at the location of the mother-child spirit fruit. And the leopard dragonfly chasing Kai Wuxia was also alarmed by the abnormal movement in the space. It abandoned Kai Wuxia and turned around to fly back. He. When Xiao Hua saw the jet-black brilliance, his heart calmed down. With a wave of his hand, the demonic spear came out. Then, his figure suddenly flew up, and a move of the heavenly staff technique directly hit that jet-black brilliance. It was also strange. That brilliance seemed to be invisible, but under the demonic spear and under Xiaohua's ingenious staff technique, it actually hit the jet-black brilliance. That brilliance quickly flashed a few times and then disappeared. Roar. In the distance, there was the angry roar of a cheetah. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. How can there be cheetahs in this space? But immediately, Xiaohua understood that this was probably the leopard dragonfly's roar. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He put away the demonic spear and took out the demonic spear tip. Gathering all the strength in his body, he stabbed at the lower part of the mother-child spirit fruit. Kacha! Like glass shattering, the brilliance was annihilated. The restriction around the mother-child spirit fruit was indeed broken by Xiaohua. At the same time, a large ripple of brilliance above the space was brewing an even greater attack. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He casually cast a spell and plucked that pale golden mother-child spirit fruit, calmly putting it into his storage bag. As for the stem below the mother-child spirit fruit, it immediately shrank rapidly and soon disappeared. Roar! There was another angry roar of the leopard dragonfly. At this time, it was already within 100 feet. Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile. His figure leisurely floated up and flew towards the leopard dragonfly. The leopard dragonfly fiercely flapped its wings. Every time it flashed, a roar would come from its wings. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually coming head-on, the leopard dragonfly stretched out its head and shot out icicles at lightning speed. Why would Xiaohua fight with it? Seeing the icicles flying towards him, he quickly dodged them and flew towards the puppet. In this short period of time, the puppet had dug out more than 10 mother-child spirit fruits. Xiaohua passed by these mother-child spirit fruits, and with a wave of his hand, he kept them together with the puppet into the space. Then, with a loud laugh, he flew towards the entrance of the space without consulting anyone. Before he could fly to the entrance, he saw Wuxia flying up with a joyful expression. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and waved his hand with a smile. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao." Wuxia laughed softly and also turned to follow Xiaohua. Roar, roar. The leopard dragonfly behind them kept roaring. Unfortunately, in this several hundred feet space, Xiaohua's flying speed was really too fast. It simply couldn't catch up. When it flew to the entrance of the cave, Xiaohua and Wuxia's figures had already disappeared inside the cave. Looking at the pitch-black cave, the leopard dragonfly didn't dare to go forward. It could only flap its wings and hover up and down. At this time, there was a faint scent of milk in the space, and it immediately disappeared. The leopard dragonfly seemed to have calmed down. It turned around and flew towards a corner of the space. In that corner, a mother-child spirit fruit appeared to have a faint golden color. Several days later, on the foothills of a mountain covered with green cypresses and pine trees, Xiaohua and Wuxia stood on top of a pine tree. Their expressions were relaxed. Wuxia smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have been rushing for several days. This place is already far away from the Weimeng mountain range. It can be considered safe. We can finally relax." Xiaohua turned his head and looked behind him. He said with some lingering fear, "Of course. I didn't expect that the periphery of the Weimeng mountain range also had powerful spirit beasts. They actually flew so fast. If it wasn't for our vigilance and immediately escaping after coming out of the cave, we might really have been buried in the Weimeng mountain range." Wuxia's face was also a little panicked. She nodded and said, "The leopard dragonfly inside the cave couldn't be dealt with. Who would have thought that there was actually a firecloud sparrow hiding above the stone wall? If fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed wasn't fast, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since we have already escaped, those things are already in the past." Xiaohua waved his hand. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He handed it over to Kai Wuxia and said, "This is the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Kai, please keep it first." This. Looking at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of her, Kai Wuxia really didn't dare to believe her eyes. She immediately pushed it back and said, "This mother-child spirit fruit was picked by fellow Taoist Xiao. Moreover, I was very clear about the process. Other than the location of this stone wall being provided by I, everything else was all thanks to fellow Taoist. Moreover, the location of this stone wall was also recorded in the things that fellow Taoist Xiao gave I, indirectly, it is also fellow Taoist Xiao's." Kai Wuxia pursed her lips and said with a bitter smile, "I really didn't contribute anything. How can I take this mother-child spirit fruit?" Seeing Xiao Hua frown, Kai Wuxia said again, "Moreover, this thing, without Yan Liwei's recommendation, we still don't know how to find someone to refine the embryonic breathing pill. Temporarily leaving it with I. I'm afraid it's not safe. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it. Let's talk about it again after I think of a way to find someone to refine the pill." So it's like this. Xiao Hua thought about it and also agreed. He also didn't hold back and put the mother-child spirit fruit into his space. Soon after, he said, "I actually have a way. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian." Chapter 1409. Huh. What good idea does fellow Taoist Xiao have? Hearing this, Kai Wuxia's heart was happy at first, but then she became a bit sad. The more tricks Xiao Hua had, the less useful she would be, and the embryonic breathing pill she would get would naturally be less. Xiao Hua didn't see Kai Wuxia's sadness and said with a smile, "Doesn't Yan Ganwei have a direct elder in Xuanyan School? If we find a disciple we're familiar with in Xuanyan School, wouldn't we also be able to find a famous pill master?" "I don't know Xuanyan School's disciples." Kai Wuxia shook her head. "The disciples of the country of Xi's three major sects are all arrogant, not easy to get along with. My Luyang's Kai family's strength is small, simply not enough to enter their discerning eyes." Immediately, Kai Wuxia came to a realization, could it be? Fellow Taoist Xiao knows Xuanyan School's disciples. But, ordinary disciples, I'm afraid they can't say anything. Kai Wuxia added somewhat worriedly. Is that so? Xiao Hua also scratched his head and asked, "Then, what about 11th level qi refining disciples? Will they be useful?" "Great." Kai Wuxia heard and her face was somewhat happy. This cultivation level is just right. It's just enough. Xiao Hua didn't understand and asked curiously, "Why?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, the 11th level of qi refining is the most delicate period of the qi refining realm, and also the most crucial period. If a disciple of a cultivation sect breaks through to the 12th level of qi refining, they'll have divine sense, and with the foundation establishment pill, the cultivation level of foundation establishment should be within reach. Therefore, 11th level qi refining disciples are very sensitive in cultivation sections. No one knows if this disciple can break through to the peak of qi refining. If they really offend them, they might break through to foundation establishment, and it'll be difficult to avoid awkwardness when they meet in the future. Kai Wuxia's smile was like a flower as she explained, "Moreover, this embryonic breathing pill is the most useful for breaking through bottlenecks. Presumably, that Xuanyan School's 11th level qi refining disciple will also help fellow Taoist Xiao, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was also overjoyed. Kai Wuxia's words were extremely right. Could Xuanyan School's Zhuo Qingyuan reject this embryonic breathing pill delivered to his door? Even if Xiao Hua didn't meet him in Jinghua City and he didn't send him a summoning talisman, Zhuo Qingyuan would still eagerly help. I wonder which disciple of Xuanyan School fellow Xiao is acquainted with. Should we rush to Xuanyan School right now? Kai Wuxia asked joyfully. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I still have some things to do, so for the time being, I can't go." Kai Zhuxia was stunned and whispered, then when can we go? It's hard to say, maybe a few days, maybe a few months. Xiao Hua looked at the clear and cloudless sky and said, I want to cultivate in seclusion here, strive to break through to the 4th level of the aura refining realm. I don't know how long it will take. If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to wait here, you can go to other places. When I come out of seclusion, I'll send you a messaging talisman. When Kai Zhuxia heard this, she inwardly nodded her head. Xiao Hua had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm, so it was time for him to attempt to break through the bottleneck and step into the 4th layer of the qi refining realm in one go. If he really failed, then it wouldn't be too late to seek out the embryonic breathing pill. However, when Kai Zhuxia broke through the bottleneck that year, the time she spent was calculated in years. If Xiao Hua cultivated in seclusion here for several years, she couldn't always accompany him here, right? Therefore, Kai Zhuxia thought for a moment and said with a smile, I can understand fellow Taoist Zhao's feelings, but the range of a messaging talisman is limited. If I'm too far away, I'm afraid fellow Taoist will find me. How about this, I will also cultivate nearby and wait for fellow Taoist for a while. If fellow Taoist still hasn't broken through, I will first return to Luyang's Kai clan. I haven't returned since I left for more than a year, so I'm somewhat worried. When fellow Taoist comes out of seclusion, how about we go straight to Luyang to find I? On the other hand, I can also introduce my younger sister to fellow Taoist Xiao. Great! Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, let's do as fellow Taoist Kai says. I've often heard fellow Taoist mention your younger sister, Fairy Hongxia, so I'd like to see her. Soon after, the two of them each found a secret place and started to cultivate in seclusion just like before. Actually, in Kai Zhuxia's heart, this kind of seclusion really wasn't necessary because it had only been a dozen or so days since they went into seclusion last time. If Xiao Hua could break through, he would have already broken through last time. Why wait until now? Moreover, based on Kai Zhuxia's experience, since one encountered a bottleneck, one couldn't just cultivate in seclusion. One had to go out and travel to see if there were any fated chances. This time, Kai Zhuxia's travels were exactly like this. She just happened to come across a foundation building pill, which allowed her to break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. Of course, as for whether or not taking the foundation building pill was not worth the loss, it wasn't something Kai Zhuxia could consider for the time being. Therefore, Kai Zhuxia went into seclusion in the cave for 2 months before coming out. She prepared to return to Luyang's Kai clan first and bring back the foundation building pills and other items she obtained from Thousand Zhang Peak. With these foundation building pills, Luyang's Kai clan's overall strength might be able to rise by a level. This could also be considered Kai Zhuxia's contribution to her clan. When Kai Zhuxia came out of the cave, it was a sunny day. She squinted her eyes and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. She took a deep breath and used a flying talisman on her body. She didn't even look at Xiao Hua's mountain peak and directly flew in a certain direction. However, when Kai Zhuxia leaped into the air and flew a few hundred feet, she suddenly heard Xiao Hua's voice behind her. Eh? Fellow Taoist Kai, why didn't you send me a summoning talisman after coming out of seclusion? Xiao Hua anxiously flew out from the mountain peak he was cultivating in seclusion and caught up with Kai Zhuxia in a few breaths. Hee, so fellow Taoist Xiao came out of seclusion a long time ago. Kai Zhuxia didn't turn her head and replied with a smile, it seems fellow Taoist Xiao. As she spoke, Kai Zhuxia turned around. However, when she saw Xiao Hua, she couldn't help but be dumbstruck. She pointed her finger at Xiao Hua in disbelief and said, You're actually already in the early 4th layer of the qi refining realm? Xiao Hua's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if this was an extremely unremarkable progress. He said with a smile, even if I'm in the 4th layer of the qi refining realm, I'm still only in the early stages of the qi refining realm. Compared to fellow Taoist Kai who's in the middle stages of the qi refining realm, there's still a huge difference. Kai Zhuxia let out a groan. She almost resisted the shock in her heart and said, fellow Daoist Zhao's magic power in the third layer of the Qi refining realm is already stronger than the peak of the fifth layer of the Qi refining realm. Wouldn't this early fourth layer of the Qi refining realm be comparable to the sixth or seventh layer of the Qi refining realm? Fellow Daoist, breaking through bottlenecks is as smooth as ordinary cultivation. Foundation establishment should be as easy as lifting a hand. That's right, Wuxia definitely didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually break through to the fourth layer of the Qi refining realm in just 2 months. When she heard the noise earlier, she thought it was Xiao Hua coming out of seclusion in advance because he saw that things weren't going well. Not at all, foundation establishment is easier said than done. Thinking about Li Zongbao's abnormal state when he stepped into the foundation establishment realm, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with envy. However, he also knew that right now, he was only in the early stages of the Qi refining realm. The distance between him and that realm wasn't just a tiny bit. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to be modest. Previously, I thought that apart from the disciples of the great cultivation sects, my younger sister was a person with outstanding talent. However, compared to fellow Daoist Xiao, my younger sister is still lacking by quite a bit. Wuxia said with a bitter smile. Hee, family members know family matters best. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Then, he looked in the direction Wuxia was going and asked, fellow Daoist Kai, are you going back to Luyang? Yes, that's right. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Xiao would come out of seclusion so early. I wanted to return to Luyang first. Then, what about now? Wuxia's eyes flashed with a trace of passion as she said with a smile, since fellow Daoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, we naturally have to go to Xuanyan cult. I also want to quickly obtain the embryonic breathing pill so that I can quickly break through my bottleneck. Oh, that's right. Fellow Daoist Kai, apart from refining the embryonic breathing pill, does this mother-child spirit fruit have any other miraculous uses? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Other miraculous uses? Wuxia stared blankly. I wonder what fellow Daoist Xiao knows. This. I also don't know. I just want to ask. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This doesn't seem to have any other uses. Wuxia thought carefully for a moment and shook her head. I also don't understand alchemy. These are all hearsay. Moreover, my Kai clan has never obtained the mother-child spirit fruit. I can't answer fellow Daoist's question. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded and said, then forget it. Let's wait for another opportunity to ask other cultivators. It's still early. Fellow Daoist Kai, shall we depart? Of course. There are still several tens of days of travel from here to Xuanyan cult. How can we not depart early? Wuxia smiled. Her figure unfolded and flew in another direction. At the same time that Wuxia and Xiao Hua set off for Xuanyan cult, in front of the hidden stone wall in the sobbing Meng Mountains, another mysterious cultivator arrived. This cultivator wore a camouflage robe. His face couldn't be seen and his cultivation couldn't be seen. This cultivator very familiarly landed in front of the stone wall. He patted his hand and took out several talismans from his storage pouch. Similarly, he struck them at various places on the stone wall. Then, he very easily struck out a spell seal, revealing the black hole behind the stone wall. That cultivator turned his head to look. Then, his figure flew into the black hole. After the cultivator entered, the stone wall also slowly closed up after he struck a spell seal. When that cultivator entered the space, he was also very careful. When he familiarly arrived at the place where Xiao Hua picked the mother-child spirit fruit, he looked at the empty ground and couldn't help but be startled. After a long while, he let out a hoarse voice, as if he was talking to himself. Who would come here? Li Zongbao? Wuxia? Or Xiao Hua? They shouldn't know the secret of the nascent cultivating fruit. Oh, the mother-child spirit fruit. When this mysterious cultivator finished looking through the entire space, he sighed and said, Li Zongbao. Little vile spawn, you actually dared to spoil this old man's great plans. This old man has been waiting for this mother-child spirit fruit for many years. All this time, I haven't picked it. It was all for today. Who would have thought that this little bastard would take the initiative? If you want to pick it, just pick it. Why did you transplant so many of this old man's mother-child spirit fruit? Just based on your utmost happiness factions methods, can you raise this mother-child spirit fruit? Chapter 14:10. Xiao Hua and Kai Wuxia each flew up and activated their flying talismans, flying in the direction of Xuanyan School. As early as when he was at the peak of the Qi refining stage, Xiao Hua's flying speed was comparable to the peak of the Qi refining stage. Now, needless to say, Xiao Hua didn't move, leisurely following beside Kai Wuxia. When Kai Wuxia spoke to Xiao Hua, it was obviously different from before. Her tone was a bit more respectful, but in her heart, she was a bit more curious. The bottleneck from the third level of the Qi refining stage to the fourth level of the Qi refining stage is admittedly not as difficult as the fourth level of the Qi refining stage to the fifth level of the Qi refining stage, but, after all, it is still a big leap. Kai Wuxia has never heard of a non-cultivation sect disciple who could smoothly cross the bottleneck in 2 months. Even her sister, who was already a genius in her eyes, used nearly half a year of bitter cultivation to enter the fourth level of the Qi refining stage from the third level of the Qi refining stage. The more Kai Wuxia thought about it, the more she felt that Xiao Hua's body was full of mystery, and the more she felt it was inconceivable. However, this kind of cultivation is a cultivator's biggest secret. Even within the same sect, they wouldn't reveal it, not to mention the relationship between Xiao Hua and Kai Wuxia. Xiao Hua didn't know the location of Xuanyan School, but he also didn't ask much. Along the way, he chatted with Kai Wuxia and learned a lot about the cultivation world in the country of Xi. Just a few times, Xiao Hua deliberately led the topic to the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao, wanting to probe Kai Wuxia's thoughts. Who knew that Kai Wuxia would change the topic, as if she had never met Li Zongbao? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart and didn't ask any more questions. This kind of thing all depends on fate. Admittedly, he knew some of Li Zongbao's intentions, but after all, he wasn't Li Zongbao, so many things were better left unsaid. On this day, while the two were flying, they suddenly saw a group of young men and women, about 10 people. The men had delicate features, extremely handsome, and the women had white teeth, red lips, almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. They were incomparably beautiful. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that these 10 men and women were about 10 years old, but their cultivation levels were at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refining stage, which really made Xiao Hua admire them. Even more surprising was the fact that these young cultivators were all wearing different clothes. It would appear that they were not disciples from the same sect. The fact that these young cultivators with high cultivation bases were chatting and laughing together was truly eye-catching. Xiao Hua and Kai Wuxia were also very careful on the way. Whenever they encountered people with higher cultivation than them, they would avoid them. They would even stand respectfully from a distance. They absolutely didn't want to provoke any trouble. This time was also the same. They saw these young men and women immediately stop in midair, waiting for these people to pass by them. Those young men and women were talking to each other, seemingly ignoring Xiao Hua and the others. However, in the blink of an eye, they flew past them. Looking at everyone's receding figures, Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said in a low voice, "Did you see that, fellow Daoist Kai? During this time, fellow Daoist has been talking about look at them, they're all in their teens and their cultivations have reached the 8th layer of the aura refining realm. They're real experts." Kai Wuxia was also puzzled. She said, "These cultivators look young and their cultivation levels are high. However, they don't seem to be from a cultivation sect. Could it be that they are disciples of a cultivation family? But since they are disciples of a cultivation family, how can they be gathered together? Could it be that something happened in the cultivation world of our country of Xi? Oh. So they are disciples of a cultivation family. Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood. Cultivation families were second only to cultivation sections. Their disciples were nurtured with medicinal pills or secret techniques since they were young. It was reasonable for them to reach the 8th layer of the aura refining realm at such a young age. Ever since Kai Wuxia left Jinghua City, she came to Thousand Zhang Peak and didn't go to Jinghua City again. Of course, she didn't understand what happened. Moreover, her Luyang's Kai clan could barely be considered a cultivation family. Even if something happened between cultivation families, they wouldn't inform her. Therefore, Kai Wuxia was still lacking in this aspect. Let's go. They have their own matters and we have our own matters. Let's go about our own business. Xiaohua lacked interest in cultivation families and was too lazy to inquire. He only urged his magic power and flew away. Kai Wuxia looked at the already disappearing figure and sighed slightly before following. However, the matter wasn't over yet. In the next few days, Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia would encounter several groups of young cultivators every day. Moreover, each one was more handsome than the other and more gorgeous than the other. Xiaohua was almost dumbstruck. Fellow Taoist Kai, this cultivation family's disciples, are they all so outstanding? Xiaohua muttered in his heart, they are all so handsome, how can they still let others live, as he asked Kai Wuxia. Pfft, Kai Wuxia laughed out loud. She covered her mouth and said, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that anyone who can set foot on the path of cultivation is a dragon or phoenix among men. Not to mention their heavenly talent, even their appearance is rarely seen. Moreover, cultivation families attach the most importance to bloodline and family background. If their families aren't well matched, they absolutely won't form a marriage alliance. Fellow Taoist, think about it. How can people with this kind of bloodline not be heavenly talents? Even if there is a slight difference in cultivation aptitude, their appearance and temperament are 100 times stronger than ordinary people. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua somewhat understood, but he immediately asked curiously, fellow Taoist Kai seems to also be a member of a cultivation family. How? Xiaohua's question was really indecent. However, he and Kai Wuxia could be considered to have gone through several life and death situations, and their friendship was also not ordinary. Kai Wuxia only blushed and covered her mouth, saying, I am an anomaly and can't be counted. Xiaohua knew that he had misspoken and didn't dare to ask more. Just as he was about to urge the flight talisman, he heard Kai Wuxia cry out in surprise, oh my, someone from Su Yanyan's family also came. Su Yanyan's family? Xiaohua asked curiously, are they very famous? Kai Wuxia's eyes looked into the distance, and her expression was somewhat strange. She said in a low voice, Qing Yang's Kai family and Su Yanyan's family, one is in the north of the country of Xi, and the other is in the south of the country of Xi. In the cultivation world, there is a saying that the Yun family is even more powerful than the Kai family. Look at the one in front of you. He's called Yun Guichong, and he's said to be an unparalleled figure of the Yun family. Just as she was speaking, 4 young cultivators about the same age as Xiaohua flew to the left of Xiaohua and the others. The one in the lead had a tall and sturdy figure, with a tiger's back and an ape's waist. He wore a neat Taoist robe. When Xiaohua saw him clearly, he couldn't help but feel jealous again. He saw that this person's face was fair and clean, and his appearance was like jade. In addition to his lacquer-like eyes and thick eyebrows, his entire body seemed to be without the slightest flaw. It was precisely the Yun Guichong that Kai Wuxia spoke of. This guy is the unparalleled Yun Guichong of the Yun family? How could he look like this? Do they still want others to live? Xiaohua muttered again. Yun Guichong seemed to have also seen Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia, and a strange expression appeared on his face. His originally flying figure stopped, and he flew in front of Kai Wuxia. He glanced at Xiaohua, cupped his hands, and said to Kai Wuxia, fellow Taoist Kai, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly an honor. As he spoke, his gaze looked to the left, as if he was looking for someone. Fellow Taoist Yun, what a coincidence. It should have been 3 years since we last met, right? I didn't expect fellow Taoists' cultivation to be so fast. You've actually already set foot into the high level of the aura refining realm. This is truly worthy of celebration. Kai Wuxia's face was full of smiles again, and she cupped her hands in return. At this time, the 3 people behind Yun Guichong also flew over. The 3 of them were 2 men and a woman, and they all looked to be in the 6th level of the aura refining realm. Moreover, their faces were all handsome and charming. The 3 of them flew over with surprise on their faces. The female cultivator whispered, "Big brother, this fellow Taoist, who is he?" Come, fellow Taoist Kai, let me introduce you. These 3 are disciples of the Yun family. The last time I went to the Kai family, they were still young, so they didn't follow me. They haven't met fellow Taoist yet. Yun Guichong smiled and pointed to the female cultivator next to him. Her name is Yunlan. She's 16 years old this year, the same age as Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia? When Yunlan and the other 2 heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Without waiting for Yun Guichong to finish his introduction, Yunlan waved her hand and said, "Big brother, that's enough. Isn't she the disciple of the famous Kai family of Liang? I've heard of her long ago." "Don't be rude." Yun Guichong scolded with a cold face. "Isn't she?" Yunlan stiffened her neck and said, "Big brother, what kind of person are you? So many young and beautiful female cultivators are fighting to marry Big brother, but Big brother doesn't like any of them. Instead, he likes Fairy Hong Xia from the Kai family of Liang. She's not even a direct descendant of the Kai family of Qin Yang. Why is she so precious? She actually rejected Big brother and even said that she's still young, and that her priority is cultivation. She won't consider dual cultivation for the time being. Take a look at what the elder sister looks like, and how beautiful the younger sister can be. I'm afraid she rejected him because she doesn't dare to meet anyone." Yunlan. Yun Guichong's expression changed drastically. He pointed to the distance and said, "Go, stay there." "Big brother." Yunlan pouted and said unwillingly. "The 2 of you, pull her over." Yun Guichong pointed to the 2 disciples beside him and said. The 2 disciples looked at each other and walked to Yunlan's side. They gave her a look. Yunlan looked at the anger on Yun Guichong's face and then looked at Kai Wuxia's ashen face. She snorted and flew over with her magic power. After Yunlan flew away, Yun Guichong quickly bowed and said, "Fellow Kai, please don't blame her. Yunlan has always been spoiled in the family. The most annoying thing is that she's extremely spoiled by the ancestors. We can't punish her. Here, I apologize to you." Kai Wuxia smiled bitterly and bowed. She said it was fine. When the atmosphere eased a little, Yun Guichong smiled and said, "Fellow Kai, Luyang's Kai family only sent the 2 of you here for the Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment. Your sister, Fairy Hong Xiao, didn't come?" Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment? Kai Wuxia was stunned. Could it be that fellow Kai didn't come here from Luyang because of the Huanhua sect? Yun Guichong was also very curious when he saw Kai Wuxia in a daze. Kai Wuxia shook her head. "I came here because of other things. It's not because of the Huanhua sect." She then asked in confusion, "Doesn't the Huanhua sect recruit disciples every year?" "This year." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.